you. Did you say something like in the normal voice?
Nikita's a good fanboy.
Fuck you. Why do you do this to me?
I'm doing you a favor. I'm dragging fans to you. I'm dragging. I'm giving people a excuse to be your fan. How about that? Bringing the fanboy enjoyers.
The fucking.
Whoa.
Holy shit.
Oh.
Oh.
Pengu.
Okay. Hi, Pengu. Hi, Nikki. How you guys doing? Wait, am I getting... Wait, what the heck? What the hell? This unstable bitrate. But I don't see any shit unstable. So am I getting... Fuck off. Fuck off. Let me check here. Yeah. Oh yes, I get in drops. Yippee! Okay. And actually,
The
this is
true battle lies
like a
ahead.
chop. Oh. Hey, this kinda a pretty hammer. Are very.
The Alliance. The Highlands have seen more than enough conflict. We have to end this before it can escalate.
Okay.
I must get closer.
How you doing? Today I was like, I'm going to destroy OBS. That's good.
I am out of range.
That's good, that's good. No one is getting sick in here. You better not getting sick, yeah. I'm doing good, yeah. I know, but I hope you're doing better. And stay better. Or else. I know that sleepy soon is not bad. What do you mean? Explain yourself. Gets bad when you're sleeping? Oh? How is that? How does that work? How's that supposed to work? I need to. He was going to be done and worse. Oh, disgusting. You fell asleep. What the fuck? Are you
What would
pregante?
you ask the daughter of the sea? A long road lies before us. A single spark can set.
This is starting to look like a coordinated assault. Let's move.
What mount is that? Yeah, man. Kiki! I'm Sean Emperor. Oh. Hi, Kiki. How you doing? Is the stream looking good? Is everything alright? Also, by the way,
Leading farms. The ogres and kobolds must be gathering supplies for a larger strike.
also, by the way, Kiki, the new SO for the videos, it needs to finish the first to start another.
Raw.
FYI.
Loktar. May your blades never dull.
How much is my bags? 20. No, that mine is arbed. The what? The ESO command. This one. Before, previously, you can queue them.
I have many lucky doos you like.
Would also now properly, whatchamacallit? Come on, shit. Oh, this is better. Now it should
Say
always
something
show
normal voice.
in the correct range.
Nikita is a good fanboy.
It should at least. In theory.
Why do you do this to me?
I'm doing you a favor.
Farewell, friend of the Grummels.
I'm dragging funds to you.
Loktar, well
I'm
met.
dragging-
Together, we are strong.
I'm giving people a excuse to be your fan. How about that?
Too far away.
Bringing the fanboy enjoyers.
I must get closer.
Good to know. Yeah, I'm good. I'm at one. I'm gonna miss moving now. No! Why? Why? Who do this to you? Who I have to punch? Ragey.
I do not have a
okay.
target.
If that's the case, it's okay. I thought it was like for, I don't know, you had to stay a bit longer at work or something like that. Target. Yes.
I am out of range.
Of course, that's why I was more like ragey. Who did this to Kiki? Who is being mean to Kiki?
I require a target.
I need a tier 1, which I'm not seeing. Oh, I see
Too
it.
far away.
There we go. Oh fuck, that explains why my damage is lacking. I have no talents put down. Oh. 1 second. I need to look up my. Fucking fuck. Oh, I need to restart my shit. Whoa, hell. Thank you, Liu. That's fine, Liu. I will take the chance to also pin it. What the water one? The water? No, wait. What do you call it? Ah, the new Kiki. I see. I see now. See what you did there. I saw it, but I didn't know it was the Kiki emote. Let me see. Oh, what are the fucking classes in here, guys? Cleanses, paladin, protection, talents. What are they? Single target, mythical. Then look at me, Liu. I don't have talents. Import. Oh, yeah. Oh, this is beautiful. Divine Toll. Yippee! I have Divine Toll back. They changed the icon.
Met. Loktar. Let honor guide your path.
I will do what I can. We cannot let the world fall to dark. The plans you recovered suggest that Stromgarde is their next target. We must make haste.
Wait, here. Can I heal it? No. That was quite curious. Oh, I hate this. Wait. That's surely my second. This is sword forward. What is the... This one here. There we go. That explains why I barely will. Stronger. Stronger.
The way forward will not be easy. Be careful. The time for dreaming is over.
Firebot version. Oh. Interrupt ability to use Spellwalker. I don't have my interrupt ability in Spellwalker. On of Reckoning. Contemplation, Charmin, Light of Hand. Blessed Harmon, Cleansing Toxic, Visual Shield, Divinity Toll, Rebuke. I have a Rebuke.
I will never forget. A long road lies before us.
Dromkar for Azeroth.
Thrall and I will locate their leader. Meet up with us once you've disrupted their forces.
Okay. Is that supposed to be the current patch? 11.2.7? Let's not remove the freaking... Oh. That's a Daniel spell. I want to target. I want to target. Let me target. There we go. Target. There is no loot. And why is shining? Why are you lying, game? I ain't telling lies. That's a problem, Blizzard. You are showing the AoE, but you are not keep showing in the case of Whirlwind. Whirlwind is a constant attack. SMH Blizzard. Any company. I should put this over here so I can keep an eye on.
I need to target something first.
Oh, I didn't put. Oh, that's a problem. 1 second. I didn't put a limiter on my voice, so that means I could be picking. New.
I must get closer.
Oh, another DH. I took a time trying to process information. What it is to... Okay. I don't know the
I
drop
require a target.
of the lady thing. Okay. Everything. That is really time waste.
Well met. Let honor guide your path.
Be careful who you trust.
From calm. Together, we are strong.
You want to say anything? Okay. Slowly. Está aquí.
I need to target something first.
Easy, claro.
Loktar for Azeroth.
What would you ask the Daughter of the Sea?
I will return to Hammerfall to help with the repairs.
What the
And
hell?
I'll do the same for Stromgarde. We could all use a moment of respite.
What the fuck they do to Troll's voice? Why it's so bad boosted or something like that? As if the guy needed much to
The
change his
time for
voice.
dreaming is over.
Every time he talks, he sounds like.
We all have our ghosts. I know what must be done.
The catch keep him. Yeah, I don't mind.
The true battle lies ahead.
The war within Reckon right now. Why am what the? Oh, this is kinda pretty. These are better, these are better. These two are better. Oh no, you has disconnected. And anything else? To the grinder. What is? Sorting.
Many deals for a friend of the Grummles, like you.
Why don't you shut the fuck up? There we go. Now that's looking better.
Many farewells.
Ah. Witting.
Over here, champion. The rumors I mentioned began in this part of the city. Please be discreet. Not everyone who seems suspicious or who practices void magic is necessarily a danger.
Greetings. May the stars guide you.
Pleased to meet you. Off and away.
You have my attention.
I kinda like this
I do
of
not
the
have a
hammers
target.
keeping spinning around you. Oh, I need one more. Good.
Can I help you? Off and away.
So Ramoth was right for once. The Twilight's Blade have been recruiting here. Now that we've confirmed the rumors, we must stop the Twilight's Blade at its source, the Twilight Highlands.
In the south.
Yet more minds twisted by the void. This must seem quite familiar to you, Umbric.
What would you ask of me? Do not squander resources. We have overcome much. I serve Silvermoon.
Infiltrate the cult and see what you can learn. But do not succumb to the allure of their sermons.
A strong enough will can resist the call of the void, Ramoth. You would do well to remember that.
2 minutes to midnight. Oh. 2 minutes. So. Wait. Destroy this Perta Ephemera to force the Penguin to collapse. Oh, that thing over there. I don't see. Oh, here is one. Oh, there is another over there. What's that? Tuhan. Fuck off. Oh, also it's stupidly ugly. Entering the barrier. The ritual is slow. Oh my god, the lag. Bleh.
Too far away.
Fuck off! He's giving me anything but shit that I need.
We already have our hands full with entities the cult summoned. Do not let them bring more void creatures here.
I require a target.
What the? Oh my god, you, it's online. Oh, another boss. Oh, it's close by. Great asset. Maybe I can reach it. Teehee. Fuck off. It's mine. Look at my shell is divine. Give it a lick, it tastes like slime. Cap. Boom. Apa feeling?
Thank you for delaying their reinforcements. For now.
Hi channel, hi pengu. Welcome back. New. Wow. No, you has gone offline. You bitchy. keeps giving me 2 hands. Wait, inspiration, protection. What the hell? Lizard, fix your game. 2 hands, polyarm. Did they fix this?
The Twilight's blade's use of shadow magic is causing rifts between Azeroth and the Void. Destroy them, quickly! Timely effort. Who knows what could have gotten through given the chance. The Blood Eye have taken many of our soldiers captive. Free them before they end up in an ogre's stew pot.
See, this is kind of quest that I will happily do with my rope. Because I can sub enemies and move along. I may put some video in the background. Hi Ruby, how are you doing there? You're the stinky one.
I shudder to think what awaited them. Excellent work.
You're the stinky.
The cultists have a number of elementals bound to their will. Do what you must to break them free.
I have a theory that the one thing that also might not allow me this new thing is that I think now VIPs can shout out themselves. So, Pengu, can you try shout out Ruby and see if it triggers a clip? Let's see. Watch out. No, it doesn't. Oh, okay.
Well, look for one if you have suggestions for a gaming chair because...
It doesn't queue them, so you will have to wait. Also, don't make me change the thing.
Y'all suck, y'all suck, y'all fucking suck, man. I can't joke around with you. I can't fucking joke around with you. Who's Anon? Who's...
It's mine. I mean, if you show her the chair, I guess you also show that.
Too far away.
Ja, we waren een boot. Ik ga het nooit doen. Ik doe je nog. Ik doe je nog weer. Ik doe het weer.
There was a clip of Pengu that got hit with a tangerine of Do You Know The Way.
need to target something first.
That's a magic trick. Wow, magic. Yep. Fucking finally! Blade. Turn of the Twilight and Moon Life Forged me. What the fuck? Light Forged Mecha Suite. Ah. It's not as cool as this one, the Life Forged Warframe. I like this one more. Given the choice. Oh.
You may prove useful. Let us find out.
Digital Penguin gifted a tier 1 subscription to Ruby_Ravenwing.
Thank you, Pengu. Also, I need to... Thank you for making me remember. What is... alerts. I was like, I'm going to allow followers to be shout out so I can know their name. Some people have very nasty names. So there we go. That's an indicator. Oh no! Correr! Ah.
I am out of range.
Wait, Benedictus? What the fuck? Does anyone have any good essay video, Smile? Essay about this. I need a link to the video of that.
far away.
Oh, sure. Be my guest, pretty please. Too late, Pengu. Pengu, what you first? Send it to me, Pengu. Teleport me, Scotty. Copy, take, no, not text. Pink. Ooh. Oh. Sherman. Atahi. Oh, that's problematic. Right?
Tonight, we're drifting slowly into the complete timeline of
I do
Silent
not
Hill,
have a target.
the fog-shrouded town where the land itself remembers every hidden guilt, every unspoken regret, drawing wanderers into its quiet embrace to face the shadows they carry within. Born from ancient native ground steeped in spirits and warnings, it began as a place of reverence, where the mist concealed sacred rites and restless forces tied to the earth. But as settlers arrived, their acts of displacement and violence awakened a curse that turned the town into a mirror for the soul, manifesting personal horrors in cycles of fog, fire, and rebirth that echoed through generations. From the haunting of early arrivals like the Hellrider, to the Order's twisted packs and the fragmented souls pulled back into its grasp, to the scattered nightmares of those who stumbled upon its edges, we trace every layer of this enduring silence step by step. This is the story of how a cursed land became a nexus for the tormented, where the past refuses to fade, and the fog whispers invitations to confront what lies buried. Whether you're uncovering these details for the first time, letting familiar echoes pull you deeper into rest, or simply allowing the tale to wash over you like a gentle mist as sleep takes hold, this will carry you through the full, unbroken history of Silent Hill. Before we begin, feel free to like and subscribe.
No.
But only if you enjoy this kind of slow, immersive storytelling that unfolds like a dream. And let me know in the comments where you're listening from and what time it is for you. It's always a quiet wonder to see the same story weaving through different corners of the world, one hushed night at a time. Let's begin.
I am out of range.
The fog-shrouded streets of Silent Hill became a haven for the lost. The land belonged to Native American tribes who revered it as a sacred ground, woven with ancient spirits and rituals that bind the living to the unseen world. These indigenous peoples conducted ceremonies to honor the forces dwelling in the earth and waters, believing the area held delicate balance between life and the afterlife, where disturbances could awaken restless entities. Primary accounts from early explorers describe how the tribes left markers and warnings etched into rocks and trees, symbols meant to deter outsiders from desecrating sites tied to their ancestors. This reverence stemmed from a deep understanding that the land's isolation amplified its power, causing any act of imbalance to ripple outward, manifesting as omens or shadows that lingered in the mist. As European influence spread, these practices faced erosion,
I must get closer,
setting the stage for conflicts that would embed lasting unrest into the soil itself. The arrival of settlers in the mid-1800s brought violence and displacement, as tribes were forced from their ancestral territories through treaties often broken and land grabs fueled by expansionist greed.
Too far away.
In one documented clash, Native Americans defending their sacred sites clashed with armed intruders, resulting in bloodshed that stained the earth and invoked curses whispered in final breaths.
I am out of
These
range.
acts of aggression not only scattered communities, but also disrupted spiritual harmonies, leading to reports of unnatural phenomena like whispers in the wind or figures vanishing into the fog, which settlers dismissed as superstitions yet feared in their quiet moments. The consequences unfolded gradually, with the land seeming to absorb the grievances, fostering an undercurrent of malice that would later draw those burdened by guilt. Primary law ties this era to the town's foundational curse, where the ignored warnings evolved into a silent retribution, ensuring that no intrusion went unanswered by the spirit's subtle awakenings. The geography of Silent Hill, with its dense forests, deep lakes like Toluca, and perpetual fog rolling in from the surrounding hills, naturally isolated it, making it a place where secrets could fester and the past refused to fade. This environment amplified the native curses, causing early settlers to experience vivid dreams or fleeting visions that mirrored their own moral failings, a direct effect of the land's tainted essence seeping into daily life. As word spread, the area gained a reputation as cursed ground, deterring some while attracting others seeking solitude or redemption, unaware that the fog concealed pathways to personal hells. This setup mattered in canon because it established Silent Hill's core mechanism, a nexus where unresolved sins manifest physically, influencing every subsequent event from hauntings to cult rituals. The pre-settlement curses thus created a perpetual cycle, where the town's eerie calm masked an ever-present invitation to confront buried horrors, shaping its destiny as a mirror for the soul's darkest reflections. In the year 1867, Jebediah Foster and his pregnant wife Esther journeyed towards Silent Hill, seeking a fresh start away from Jeb's shadowed past as the notorious Hell Rider, a man once driven by whiskey-fueled violence and contract killings. They encountered Howard Blackwood, the town's postmaster, who welcomed them before riding off to Shepherd's Glen, leaving the couple to settle into Esther's family home amid the quiet woods. As Jeb discarded a ruined chair and uncovered an old jar of whiskey, a skeletal creature observed him from the shadows, its presence stirring unease that hinted at the land's unforgiving memory.
The whispers do not
This initial glimpse of the unnatural stemmed from Jeb's unresolved sins, including the slaughter of Native Americans for land grabs, which the town's spirits seemed to tally like debts unpaid. The encounter prompted Jeb to confront fleeting memories of betrayal, such as using a lover as a shield in a fatal altercation, setting off a chain of hauntings that would erode his fragile new life. By nightfall, nightmares plagued him, with the creature peering through windows, foreshadowing the retribution that Silent Hill's cursed ground demanded from those who brought evil upon it. The next day, tensions deepened as Esther collapsed on the porch, drawing the attention of the neighbor, an elderly Native American woman with bloody hands who entered their home uninvited, leaving a knife as ominous token and labeling Jeb as Hell Rider. Jeb's attempt to report the intrusion led him to the locked sheriff's office and then to Luke's Tavern, where bartender Jonas and his wife Helene recognized him from a sordid past affair that ended in murder. This revelation triggered a heated argument, interrupted by Sheriff Seth Creviston, who hinted at shared history, including a scarred eye from Jeb's own blade during a sheep roasting confrontation years prior. The cause of these resurfacing truths lay in Silent Hill's inherent reckoning, where past deeds manifested as inescapable reminders, forcing Jeb to drink again and confront the skeletal being in the barn. Enola's warnings to Esther about Jeb's evil
What's
nature
the first one?
and the awaited birth of their child amplified
far
the
away.
haunting, linking Jeb's violence against her people, such as killing Aranita and her unborn baby, to the vengeful forces now encroaching. These interactions built a web of guilt, leading Jeb to
I must
recall
get
his
closer.
remorseless killings and setting the stage for spectral justice. As weeks passed, Jeb's chopping of firewood unearthed more memories of his Hellrider days, including the accidental stabbing of Helene and the shotgun blast that felled Jonas, acts that now summoned apparitions to torment him. Howard Blackwood's return visit prompted discussions of past murders, with his ominous words that, in Silent Hill, it all counts, underscoring the town's judgment on Jeb's disregard for native lives.
The cultists
A
have a
church
number of
sermon triggered
elementals bound to
recollections
their
of skying
will.
the sheriff,
Do what you
driving
must to
Jeb
break
home
them
where
free.
Esther went into labor amid Enola's sinister aid and Awanita's possession of her body. This escalation resulted from Jeb's accumulated sins, manifesting ghosts like Helene, Jonas, and Creviston, whom he slew again in defense. The fires igniting the sheriff's office and tavern symbolized the spirit's awakening, as Enola claimed the newborn as reborn Awanita, leaving Jeb and Esther to perish in flames. Howard's arrival confirmed the curse's activation, with Enola declaring the spirit's silence broken, ensuring Silent Hill's hauntings would persist as a consequence of unatoned wrongs. As Esther labored inside the house, Enola's presence deepened the unfolding curse, her bloody hands signaling the ritual's grim intent, while Awanita's skeletal form merged with Esther's body in a bid for rebirth. Jeb, drawn by his wife's cries, faced barriers of his own making, apparitions of Helene, Jonas, and Sheriff Creviston rising to block his path, each a direct echo of his Hellrider atrocities, from the tavern stabbing to the scarred eye inflicted during a stolen sheep roast. Fighting through these spectral foes with shotgun and knife, Jeb relived the weight of his remorseless killings, including the village raid that claimed Awanita and her unborn child, an act that now
I need to
I hope their
some
vengeance on
possession.
their masters was...
Meanwhile, flames erupted in Silent Hill's key sites, the sheriff's office and Leek's tavern, symbolizing the spirit's igniting fury as Howard Blackwood rode toward the chaos, sensing the town's long-silenced unrest stirring. This escalation mattered in canon, as it tied Jeb's personal sins to the land's broader awakening, where native curses amplified settler guilt into tangible horrors, ensuring no escape from the consequences that would define Silent Hill's haunted essence. Enola's revelation pierced the veil of denial, exposing how Jeb's raid on Awanita's village had slain her mid-birth, her spirit now reclaiming life through Esther's womb in a cycle of retribution that demanded the foster's end. As Jeb burst into the house, he found Esther transformed, the newborn emerging amid the inferno that consumed their home, a fire born from the same spiritual flames ravaging the town. Inola seized the child, declaring it her reborn Awanita, while Jeb and Esther succumbed to the blaze, their deaths a direct outcome of Jeb's unatoned violence against indigenous lives, which the land refused to forget. Howard's arrival at the burning site confirmed the curse's permanence. His questions met with Enola's calm assertion that the fires burn for the spirit's justice, no longer content to remain silent
I am
after
out of
generations of
range.
wrongs. This moment anchored Silent Hill's law by establishing the town's role as an arbiter of moral debts, where personal hauntings like Jeb's escalated into communal reckonings, setting precedents for future manifestations tied to guilt and loss. The aftermath lingered in the smoke-filled air, with Howard witnessing the Foster's demise as a harbinger of Silent Hill's transformed state. where the once quiet spirits now actively sought balance through vengeance. Enola's parting words to Howard, that the fires were only the beginning, underscored the curse's expansion, linking the newborn's fate to ongoing unrest that would draw others into the fog. This declaration mattered because it formalized the town's awakening, shifting from passive omens to deliberate hauntings, as seen in the skeletal creature's pregnancy mirroring Aelita's stolen life. The consequences rippled forward, embedding a pattern where individual sins like Jeb's invited collective supernatural responses, ensuring Silent Hill's isolation became a trap for the burdened. As the flames died down, the land absorbed the event's echoes, climate for cycles of ritual and redemption that would define its eerie legacy across the years. In the autumn of 1918, the calm waters of Toluca Lake bore witness to a quiet act of despair aboard the Little Baroness. A modest boat carrying passengers across the fog-veiled expanse near Silent Hill.
Told you so.
Lorraine, a troubled
Respect my decision, pretty please.
Unspoken burdens.
Yes, I know.
Stood at the rail with her young
Also, it's not.
daughter
So
Hannah.
please.
The child's innocent presence a stark contrast to the growing tension in the air. In a moment of overwhelming anguish, Lorraine lifted Hannah and cast her into the depths.
Thank you.
The girl's cries swallowed by the lake's indifferent surface as the boat continued its journey. This deliberate drowning stemmed from Lorraine's fractured state, perhaps tied to personal losses or the town's subtle undercurrents of unrest, which amplified hidden pains into irreversible actions. Witnesses aboard reported a sudden shift in the atmosphere, as if the water itself recoiled, leading to the vessel's inexplicable listing and eventual sinking shortly after. The tragedy's ripples extended beyond the immediate loss, embedding Hannah's fate into the lake's
I
lore,
require a target.
where her spirit lingered as a silent guardian, influencing the eerie visions that would haunt future explorers drawn to Silent Hill shores. Survivors of the Little Baroness sinking clung to debris in the cold waters, their accounts later detailing unnatural phenomena that emerged in the aftermath, such as whispers echoing across the lake or fleeting shadows beneath the surface resembling a child's form. Hannah's untimely death, caused by her mother's desperate impulse, left an imprint on Toluca Lake, transforming it into a repository for unresolved grief that manifested as subtle hauntings, drawing those with similar burdens into its depths.
What another world.
Primary records from the era, including survivor testimonies, describe how the event fostered a sense of lingering unrest, with fishermen avoiding certain areas where Hannah's cries were said to surface on misty nights. This mattered in Silent Hill's canon, as it illustrated the town's capacity to eternalize personal horrors,
I need to target something first.
where acts like Lorraine's drowning catalyzed supernatural echoes, ensuring the lake became a mirror for guilt and loss. The consequences unfolded in folklore, warning locals of the water's judgmental nature, setting precedents for later manifestations that blurred the line between tragedy and the otherworldly. Decades later, the Little Baroness incident wove itself into Silent Hill's fabric, influencing explorations like those of college students Eric and Tina in 1993, who delved into the sunken wreck and encountered Hannah's vengeful spirit tied to the lake's secrets. The original drowning's cause, a mother's breakdown amid isolation,
haven't you finished your training?
Curse,
Where is your
Hannah's
tabard?
unrest pulled others into underwater nightmares,
The end is
reflecting the
nigh.
town's pattern
Are
of
you
turning
prepared?
private sins into shared terrors.
Prove
Witnesses
yourself
eerie
as one of
visions,
Zalatat's
such as
faithful.
apparitions
Only then
reuniting
may you
mother and
attend
daughter
the
in spectral
initiation
form,
ceremony.
highlighted how the event perpetuated cycles of redemption, with Eric's rescue of Hannah's form granting her peace and a nod from the captain,
Ahoy!
his
Keep a weather
great-grandfather.
eye open.
This resolution underscored the lake's role as a conduit for
What's the
atonement,
news?
where unresolved acts like Lorraine's invited interventions from the fog-shrouded beyond. Ultimately, the tragedy's legacy endured, shaping Silent Hill's waters into a silent archive of sorrow, ready to surface for those who ventured too close.
I need to target
In
something
a secluded
first.
Japanese village during the 1960s, young Hinako Shimizu endured the strains of a
Good day,
fractured
dear.
home, where her
What
father's
brings you
abusive
here?
outbursts and harsh demands created an atmosphere of constant tension for her and her mother. The village, nestled amid misty fields and ancient shrines, carried whispers of old spirits tied to the land. Though daily life revolved around simple routines and community bonds that offered fleeting escapes from domestic unrest. Hinako's older sister, Junko, had left after marriage, her absence leaving a void against their father's volatility.
I was trying to wonder how does this attach to Silent Hill?
I require a target.
I get the original Silent Hill is in haunted Indian ground, but how this fits with the other one? Smile.
Which stemmed from his temper and led to
You
verbal
appear to be
lashings
ready
that
for
left
your
lasting
initiation
emotional
now,
scars.
fledgling. This
family
way.
dynamic
Take
mattered
heed
in
of
the
Mordune's
unfolding
speech.
law, as
Our
it mirrored
leader's
the
words
village's
have
subtle
set many
undercurrents of
cultists'
suppressed
hearts.
pain.
We are the
Their
Twilight's
unresolved
blade.
conflicts
The
echoed the
void black
supernatural
dagger
forces simmering
Xalatath
beneath the
wields
surface.
against Azeroth.
As Hinako navigated these hardships, her growing headaches signaled deeper disturbances, perhaps linked to the land's forgotten rituals, setting the stage for visions that would blur the line between personal turmoil
Excellent
and
work, champion.
otherworldly intrusions.
I believe we have learned
The
enough
isolation
here.
of the village
Time to
amplified
tear
these
this
struggles,
camp apart.
turning quiet evenings into opportunities
May
for
I will meet you back
reflection
at the base
or
camp.
dread.
Our fight
As
against
the
this
fog
cult is only
rolling in
beginning.
from nearby hills hinted at boundaries thinning between the ordinary and the unseen. Hinako found solace in her friendships, particularly with Sakuko, Shu,
I am out of
and the
range.
more contentious Rinko, whose interactions provided
Too
a
far away.
counterbalance to her home's chaos amid the village's serene yet eerie landscape. Shu, whom she affectionately called her partner, shared childhood memories like playful games, their bond strengthened by his thoughtful gestures, such as gifting her painkillers to ease her persistent headaches. These migraines, possibly tied to stress from her father's abuse, caused Hinako to seek refuge in these connections, where light-hearted banter about daily life or playful rivalries with Rinko offered brief normalcy. Rinko's closeness with Shu bred tension toward Hinako, creating subtle frictions that foreshadowed deeper conflicts, as the village's ancient shrines and misty paths seemed to observe their youthful dynamics. This relational web was crucial in canon, illustrating how personal attachments anchored Hinako amid rising supernatural
have a
needs,
target.
with the painkillers symbolizing
I am
Shu's
out
quiet
of range.
support that would later contrast the horrors encroaching. The village's isolation fostered these intimate ties, yet also allowed subtle omens, like faint voices in the wind, to weave into their lives, preparing the ground for manifestations born from unspoken fears and loyalties. The village's landscape, with its rice fields and hidden shrines dedicated to
I
local
need to
spirits,
target something
held
first.
an undercurrent of forgotten rituals that subtly influenced the residents, including Hinako's family and friends. Ancient practices, once meant to honor ancestors and maintain harmony, now lingered as faint echoes, their neglect perhaps inviting the mist that occasionally
require a
thickened
target.
unnaturally. Hinako's receipt of the red capsules from Shu symbolized a caring gesture amid her vulnerabilities, while Junko's absence addressed her emotional symptoms, both acts reinforcing bonds against the encroaching isolation. This mattered as it established the village's proximity to Silent Hill's influence, where supernatural elements tied to native-like curses began to intersect with personal struggles, leading to headaches that blurred reality. The consequences rippled through Hinako's unease, as rivalries with Rinko simmered and friendships provided temporary havens, all while the misty fields concealed pathways to deeper horrors. In this quiet setting, the 1960s village life masked a building convergence of familial strife and spectral unrest, drawing Hinako toward revelations that would test her resilience. As the afternoon light faded over the Japanese village, a thick mist began to roll in from the surrounding fields, carrying with it an unnatural chill that distorted the familiar paths and silenced the usual sounds of daily life. Hinako Shimizu, already burdened by her headaches and family tensions, found herself separated from her friends Sakuko, Shu, and Rinko amid the growing haze, their voices echoing faintly as if swallowed by the fog. This sudden envelopment stemmed from the village's ancient ties to spiritual unrest, where neglected shrines and forgotten rituals allowed dormant forces to awaken, summoning grotesque entities that twisted the air into something malevolent. One such creature emerged from the ground, its form a nightmarish blend of roots and shadows, lunging at the group and claiming Sakuko first, her body overrun by a pink, blossoming growth that pulsed with life. The attack's cause lay in the mist's role as a veil between worlds, amplifying Hinako's inner turmoil into physical threats that targeted those closest to her. In the aftermath, the mist lifted slightly, leaving Hinako to confront the loss, her friends' cries lingering as echoes that propelled her forward into isolation, marking the village's shift from quiet unease to overt supernatural peril. Hinako, driven by grief and a pounding headache, returned to the site where Sakuko had fallen, discovering her friend's body consumed by the floral horror, tendrils weaving through her form in a grotesque embrace that hinted at the land's vengeful absorption of life. Honoring Sakuko's childhood dream of owning a sweet shop, Hinako carefully moved the body to a nearby confectionery hut, covering it with a blanket and offering a quiet farewell amid the shelves of untouched treats. This act of respect mattered in the law as it reflected Hinako's attempt to preserve humanity amid encroaching chaos. Yet it also deepened her isolation, as the blossoming entity seemed to feed on unresolved emotions, spreading further into the village's structures. The consequence was a heightened sense of pursuit, with the relentless beast now tracking Hinako, its growls echoing through the mist as she climbed rooftops to escape. Her painkillers from Shu providing brief relief, but unable to quell the visions blurring her reality. As the headaches intensified, they opened gateways to a dreamlike realm, where the boundaries of the village dissolved, pulling Hinako into a space of shrines and whispers that promised answers but carried hidden dangers. In this ethereal domain, Hinako encountered the masked foxman for the first time. His white suit and fox-like mask exuding an aura of guidance as he offered protection and urged her to cleanse her soul through shrine puzzles involving offerings and symbols tied to ancestral spirits.
I do not have a target.
The foxman's presence stemmed from the village's folklore of fox possessions and spiritual intermediaries, where figures like him mediated between the living and the restless, though dolls appearing with warnings like, "Don't trust the foxman," planted seeds of doubt in Hinako's mind. Solving these rituals, such as arranging jars or invoking prayers, granted her temporary strength, but each step questioned his intentions as the beast's pursuit mirrored her growing suspicions.
I must get closer.
This inner conflict was crucial, illustrating how the realm manifested personal doubts into tangible trials. leading to moments of trance-like obedience that eroded her autonomy. As Hinako emerged from these visions, the village's escalation became clear, with the mist and entities now a constant threat, pushing her toward deeper confrontations with her past and the Foxman's enigmatic role in her fate. As the mist clung to the village paths like a reluctant memory, Hinako Shimizu pressed onward with Shu and Rinko, their uneasy alliance strained by unspoken rivalries that simmered beneath the surface of their shared escape.
Too far away.
Rinko's infatuation with Shu manifested in barbed comments, her jealousy flaring when he referred to Hinako as his partner, a term rooted in their childhood bonds and games that now carried heavier weight amid the encroaching horrors. This tension escalated during a moment of vulnerability, as Rinko pushed Hinako down the stairs in a fit of resentment.
Fuck
the
off,
act
come
triggered
here.
by years of perceived slights and the village's distorting influence, which amplified personal grudges into violent impulses. In the aftermath, Hinako awoke in the dreamlike realm, where the masked Foxman waited, his presence a soothing anchor that guided her through locked gates and puzzles involving ancestral symbols. The betrayal's consequence deepened Hinako's isolation, forcing her to confront illusions of Rinko trapped in a cage over lava, where solving riddles offered a path to mercy, but
I need to
revealed the
target
depth of
something
Rinko's
first.
bitterness. Dolls appeared sporadically with warnings etched nearby, like "Beware Rinko," urging Hinako to question her alliances as the realm's trials blurred the line between friend and foe, setting the stage for agonizing choices that would redefine her bonds. In the ethereal domain's shadowed chambers, Hinako faced a series of illusions crafted from her memories, where Rinko's form dangled in peril, her pleas shifting from desperation to accusation, labeling Hinako a traitor for toying with Shu's affections. The Foxman's rituals began here, his calm instructions leading Hinako to gather items like thorns from scarecrows, each step a test of resolve that stemmed from the village's fox possession folklore, where spirits inhabited the vulnerable to enact retribution. This process mattered as it symbolized Hinako's gradual surrender to the realm's influence, her trance-like state allowing the Foxman to sever her arm in a ceremony of rebirth, the pain a catalyst for visions of her friend's fate sealed by her own hands. Warnings from dolls, such as "Don't trust the Foxman," punctuated these trials, planting doubts that clashed with the safety he provided, leading to moments where Hinako walked away from Rinko's cage, condemning her to darkness. The consequence was a fracturing of trust, as the ritual's agony
Not because we are but Latinos means we sound the same.
Hinako's autonomy, weaving her deeper into the web of manipulations that mirrored the village's ancient curses, where personal flaws invited spiritual domination. The deepening horror unfolded through branding and severance, the Foxman's second ritual scorching a mark into Hinako's back with a heated rod. The searing pain, a direct echo of her suppressed traumas from home, amplified by the realm's ability to manifest inner wounds as physical trials. Dolls continued to appear as silent sentinels, their messages like "run," urging resistance against the Foxman's promises of a pain-free existence, which masked his control over her choices.
I'm used to your normal racism.
Was crucial,
It doesn't bother me.
illustrating how the village's spiritual unrest turned allies into illusions, forcing Hinako to pull a lever that doomed Shu in a chained vision. His acceptance of her decision, a haunting reminder of their partnership's fragility. The ritual's progression, culminating in a face-carving ceremony that bonded a fox mask to her skin,
I am out of range.
stemmed from ancestral offerings meant to cleanse impurities, but now twisted into tools of subjugation.
Why someone
As
always
death
bring
grew
it to
amid growing
Tijuana?
mutterings, the consequences rippled into Hinako's waking world, where the mist's entities grew bolder, pushing her toward a confrontation with her true self and the Foxman's enigmatic hold over her fate. As Hinako Shimizu approached her family home in the mist-laden village, the structure warped before her eyes, its walls and doors shifting into a labyrinthine distortion that reflected her fractured memories and suppressed traumas from years of paternal abuse. Inside, she navigated altered rooms tied to different dates on scattered calendars, the 6th, 7th, and 26th. Each portal leading to realms where flashbacks replayed her father's abusive outbursts and her mother's quiet endurance. The arguments escalating from verbal barbs to physical threats that left emotional scars. This transformation stemmed from the village's spiritual unrest, where ancient forces amplified personal conflicts into physical manifestations, forcing Hinako to solve puzzles involving household relics to unlock a glowing red door echoing with screams. The cause lay in her accumulating guilt and headaches, which blurred reality and summoned the monstrous versions of her parents, their forms twisting as symbols of unresolved resentment. Confronting these entities mattered in the law, as it unearthed Hinako's bottled emotions, leading to battles where defeating them exposed trails of blood and guts, signifying the family's dissolution. As the illusions faded, the home's eerie silence underscored the cost of these revelations, propelling Hinako toward a reckoning with her divided self amid the village's encroaching horrors. Outside the house, Hinako discovered her parents' crushed skulls at the beast's hands, the creature that had pursued her now revealed as an extension of her own tormented psyche. Its actions a direct consequence of Junko's command to eliminate her for refusing the Foxman's path. Junko, her once protective sister, unveiled her loyalties to the realm's rituals, viewing Hinako's resistance as a threat to their shared fate. The divide rooted in Junko's earlier possession and her role in orchestrating the village's supernatural trials. This betrayal escalated when Junko ordered the beast to kill Hinako, the hesitation in its growl hinting at lingering bonds. Yet the attack proceeded, collapsing Hinako into the dreamlike world where the Foxman awaited with promises of rebirth. Primary elements like the red pills, scattered as countermeasures, disrupted these illusions upon consumption, allowing Hinako to shatter altars and reject the Foxman's control. Each act a cause that weakened the realm's hold and restored fragments of her autonomy. The significance lay in Junko's plea for understanding, which clashed with Hinako's fight for identity, resulting in a confrontation where voices looped her name, amplifying her resolve. As the red door loomed, the consequences rippled into Hinako's awakening, where sirens and disorientation signaled a thinning veil, setting the stage for her final assertion against the forces that sought to redefine her.
Okay, I think I'm fine enough here to run to the bathroom.
Hinako consumed the red pills to anchor herself, their effect severing the trance induced by the Foxman's rituals and transforming her momentarily into the beast, a manifestation born from her absorbed traumas and the village's curses. This shift stemmed from the cumulative pain of severed arms, branded scars, and masked fusion, rituals designed to bind her to the Foxman's will, but now backfiring as she smashed shrines and rejected his guidance. Primary warnings from dolls, etched with pleas like "Help Shimizu Hinako," guided her resistance, leading to a battle where she destroyed the altar's offerings, the act causing the Foxman's voice to fade amid crumbling illusions. Junko's taunts during the clash, impersonating lost friends like Shu and Ringo, aimed to erode her will, but the pill's disruption allowed Hinako to push through. the cause-effect chain culminating in her breaking free from the red door into reality's sirens. This rebirth mattered as it reclaimed her
I need to
name and
target
autonomy,
something first.
ending the cycle of manipulation that had claimed her family and friends. As the village's horrors dissolved, the consequences left Himiko standing alone, her screams echoing the price of defiance, ensuring the land's unrest would no longer claim her unaltered self. In the shadowed underbelly of Silent Hill, a secretive group known as the Order took root, drawing from the land's ancient native curses to forge a twisted religion centered on birthing a god through human vessels. Emerging from the town's isolation, the Order blended indigenous spiritual warnings with their own doctrines, viewing the fog-shrouded landscape as a sacred nexus where sins could be purged and divinity summoned. Facilities like Wish House Orphanage served as fronts for indoctrination, where abandoned children were gathered under the guise...
Wait. So, they are connected just because of the fox? I am confused. I'm listening to it, but they are so brain well, so my brain is into sales at the same time. Fox. I guess there is a spiritual connection as far as I gather. Pew.
Of care, their young minds shaped by rituals emphasizing obedience to unseen forces and the promise of paradise through sacrifice. This systematic grooming stemmed from leaders' beliefs that the land's unrest demanded the vessels pure yet burdened, leading to experiments that amplified personal guilt into manifestations like shadowy whispers or fleeting apparitions in the orphanage halls. Figures such as
copy link.
Everyone is cooking rice like this.
I don't cook rice like this. I've literally never cooked rice like this.
After seeing this genius idea.
Okay, I've seen it and I can't unsee it, so here we are.
Start by adding 200 grams of Nutella to 2 cups of pre-cooked white rice.
Why is your Nutella flowing and mine is frozen in fear? It's step 1. I'm already in trouble.
Mix until well combined.
Actually, this feels personal.
Now, transfer everything to a blender.
Is it just me or do my 2 cups of rice look very different from yours? Why do I have this much rice?
Add 80 milliliters of vegetable oil, 3 whole eggs.
Oil, eggs.
A 250 milliliter cup of sweetened condensed milk.
And condensed milk.
What is going on right now?
And blend everything very well until smooth. This is the right point.
Is it so?
In a large pot, add 2 tablespoons of cornstarch.
2 tablespoons of cornstarch.
4 tablespoons of refined sugar. 4 tablespoons of Nutella.
More sugar and more Nutella. And okay, don't judge. Just remember,
everyone is cooking rice like this.
It's a genius recipe.
500 milliliters of milk.
Okay.
Turn the heat to medium-low and stir everything very well until it thickens slightly.
Like this?
Now take the mixture from the blender and transfer it to a large bowl.
My rice mixture looks way too thick. I'm adding some milk to get it closer to the reference.
Add 180 grams of shredded dried coconut.
Coconut has entered the situation.
And mix everything very well.
Okay, what's next?
I'm really hoping it's not more sugar.
Next, take to a preheated oven at 180 degrees Celsius and bake for 40 minutes.
Alright, everything looks right when you stop questioning.
That recipe is ready. You may now get a slice and enjoy it.
So, how sweet do you think this turned out on a scale from 0 to 10? Let's try it. Oh, you know what? This shouldn't work, but it does. Surprisingly, this cake isn't too sweet at all. And the combination of rice with chocolate and coconut is actually really good.
I do not
Everyone
have a
is cooking rice like this.
I don't cook rice.
Dahlia Gillespie rose in influence, her visions guiding the cult's preparations for pacts that tied families to cyclical offerings, ensuring the god's seed remained dormant until a suitable host emerged. The consequences of these foundations rippled through generations, as the orphanage's hidden abuses fostered a cycle of trauma, priming Silent Hill for eruptions of otherworldly horror when the balance was disturbed.
I am
the
out
Order's
of range.
teachings wove native legends of restless spirits into a theology of resurrection, where birthing their god required vessels like young girls imbued with psychic potential, blending curses from displaced tribes with rituals involving seals and incantations. At Cedar Grove Sanitarium, individuals faced experimental treatments that masked deeper indoctrinations. Their mental fractures exploited to test manifestations of fear, such as disfigured nurses emerging from rusted walls. This exploitation mattered in canon as it established the Order's control over Silent Hill's institutions, turning places of healing into prisons where guilt manifested physically, like straitjacketed entities born from patients' regrets. Dahlia's rising role involved overseeing these sites, her cryptic guidance preparing for sacrifices that echoed the land's vengeful history, where acts of settler violence against natives left imprints that the Order sought to harness.
Giving me 200 weapons.
Beneath the orphanage, the water prison enforced discipline through isolation and beatings, its cells designed to break spirits and instill devotion, leading to deaths that fed the town's growing unrest. As a result, these shadows extended beyond the walls, influencing the fog to draw in outsiders burdened by similar sins, perpetuating a legacy of torment tied to the cult's unyielding pursuit of divine rebirth. Pre-1980s, Silent Hill simmered with the Order's quiet expansions, as founding pacts among families like the Gillespies demanded sacrifices to appease the land's curses, preventing the spirit's full awakening while promising eternal paradise. Rituals at hidden altars emphasized vessels like Alessa, whose psychic abilities were nurtured or forced through isolation and incantations, blending native symbols of retribution with the Order's seals to contain otherworldly shifts. This preparation was crucial, as it set the groundwork for events like the house fire that scarred Alessa, a deliberate act to implant the god's seed amid her suffering. Influential members like Dr. Michael Kaufman oversaw medical facets at Alchemilla Hospital, using drugs like PTV to suppress resistances and experiment on the vulnerable, fostering environments where guilt manifested as bloody otherworld transitions. The orphanage's role in these pacts involved selecting children for roles in the god's birth, their indoctrination ensuring loyalty that masked the horrors of punishment cells. Consequently, these foundations created a web of interconnected fates, where the town's fog concealed not just physical isolation, but a spiritual trap, drawing in figures like Travis Grady to unwittingly disrupt or advance the Order's long simmering plans. In the years leading up to the events in Silent Hill, truck driver Travis Grady navigated the rural roads of New England, his route to Brahms interrupted by visions of his past that flickered like half-remembered dreams. As he drove through the fog-shrouded outskirts, a cloaked figure stepped into his path, forcing a swerve that revealed a young girl in a blue school uniform vanishing into the mist. This encounter, rooted in the town's lingering spiritual unrest, drew Travis toward a burning house where screams pierced the night, compelling him to enter the blaze and rescue a charred child lying atop a painted seal, her pleas to be left ignored as he carried her out. The girl's identity as Alessa Gillespie, tied to the Order's rituals, mattered as it linked Travis to the cult's machinations, where her survival disrupted their plans for divine birth. Exhausted, Travis collapsed outside, sirens approaching as the event's consequences pulled him deeper into Silent Hill's grasp. His own buried traumas beginning to surface amid the fog that now enveloped the town like a veil over hidden truths. Awakening on a bench the next day, Travis sought answers at Alchemilla Hospital, where Dr. Michael Kaufman denied knowledge of the burned girl. His hurried departure, leaving Travis to face a disfigured nurse in the corridors. Its attack, a manifestation of the otherworld's intrusion. Touching a mirror transported him to a bloody, twisted version of the hospital, where puzzles and monsters like the straight-jacketed creature guarded pyramid-shaped items etched with seals matching Alessa's ritual site. These artifacts, central to the Order's mysticism, stemmed from ancient symbols meant to contain or summon forces, the discovery causing Travis to pass out after glimpsing unburned Alessa. The shift between worlds highlighted Silent Hill's mechanism of reflecting inner demons, as Travis's pursuit of the girl unearthed fragments of his childhood, including his mother's attempt to kill him. Meeting Nurse Lisa Garland, who revealed Alessa's supposed death, propelled him towards Cedar Grove Sanitarium, the fog now overrun with horrors like the Butcher, a cleaver-wielding giant that slaughtered lesser entities. The journey's toll amplified Travis's isolation, each step a consequence of his rescue, drawing him into confrontations that mirrored his unresolved family pains. At the sanitarium, Dahlia Gillespie, Alessa's mother and a key Order member, warned Travis of the town's depths and Lisa's unreliability, her cryptic words echoing the cult's veiled operations. Exploring the facility's otherworld counterpart revealed records of Travis's mother Helen's institutionalization after her murderous intent, culminating in a battle against her monstrous form that yielded another pyramid piece. These confrontations, caused by Alessa's psychic probing into Travis's past, forced him to relive strained parental bonds, the Floros artifact beginning to form as a tool against her influence. A ticket to Artaud Theatre led him there, where Lisa's acting dreams contrasted the horrors, including a Caliban manifestation born from Alessa's telepathic torments of its performer. Defeating it granted another piece, but Alessa's appearances induced blackouts, underscoring her control over the town's shifts. This pattern mattered as it built toward disrupting the Order's hold, with Travis's motel visit next unearthing more family secrets, the accumulating artifacts a beacon for the cult's alarm. As he pressed on, the consequences wove his personal hauntings into Silent Hill's broader curse, inching him closer to the ritual's heart. Travis Grady, now entangled in Silent Hill's web of shadows, ventured to the Riverside Motel from his childhood, where faded memories of family visits to his institutionalized mother resurfaced amid the fog and rusted otherworld corridors. Confronting the Butcher once more, Travis wielded its own cleaver to slay the beast, an act born from the town's manifestation of his inner violence, rooted in parental strife that echoed through distorted rooms filled with evidence of his father's despair. In room 500, the site of his father's suicide, Travis battled a monstrous corpse that pleaded for him to face his demons. The encounter yielding the final
I need to
piece
target something.
as Alessa's projections taunted him with exhumed pains. This culmination of artifacts mattered as it assembled the
I must get
Floros,
closer.
a mystical device from Order text designed to harness or counter Alessa's powers. Its formation a direct result of Travis's unwitting disruption of the cult's containment spells. Dahlia's chastisement upon his return to the streets, warning of Alessa's impending birth of God, triggered the town's shift to a full otherworld hellscape, pushing Travis toward the Green Lion Antiques shop and its hidden passage to the Order's ritual chamber. Within the antique shop's concealed lair, Travis discovered Alessa's burned body guarded by cult members, including Kaufman and Dahlia, who revealed their intent to use her as a vessel for their deity, knocking him out with gas to contain him as a cage for a demon. Awakening in a nightmare reality, Travis defeated Alessa's dream demon using the Floros, its beam of light piercing her form and birthing an infant shape from her split soul. This liberation stemmed from the artifact's power to shatter the Order's binding spells, a consequence of Travis's collected pieces countering the seal that held Alessa captive since her immolation. The event's significance lay in fragmenting Alessa's essence, rendering the god's seed dormant, and forcing the Order to seek reunion through future summonings, as they recognized half her soul had escaped into the newborn. Emerging to his truck, Travis glimpsed Alessa in the mirror, holding the child before driving away. His odometer reset, symbolizing release from his past, though the town's fog lingered as a reminder of unresolved echoes. Harry and Jody Mason later discovered the infant on the roadside, adopting her as Cheryl, unaware of her origins as Alessa's halved soul, an adoption that thwarted the Order's immediate plans and necessitated years of waiting. The cult's determination to retrieve the missing half through spells highlighted the dormancy's fragility, setting a 7-year timeline for Cheryl's return to Silent Hill with Harry after Jody's death. This delay mattered in canon, as it allowed the Order's influence to simmer, influencing the town's manifestations and drawing in outsiders like Travis, whose intervention inadvertently scattered the pieces of their divine puzzle. As Travis left the fog behind, the consequences rippled into future hauntings, where the split soul's power continued to warp reality, ensuring Silent Hill's cycle of ritual and retribution persisted amid its eternal mist. Around 7 years after Travis Grady's departure from Silent Hill, Harry Mason embarked on a quiet vacation with his adopted daughter Cheryl, the child he and his late wife Jody had found on the roadside, unaware of her origins as half of Alessa Gillespie's fragmented soul. Driving through the foggy outskirts following Jody's passing from illness a few years prior, Harry passed a police motorcycle before spotting a girl in a blue uniform stepping into the road, causing him to swerve and crash off the side, rendering him unconscious amid the snow-dusted landscape. This sudden appearance stemmed from Alessa's astral projections, her psychic calls drawing Cheryl, and thus Harry, back to the town to reunite her halves and awaken the Order's dormant god. Awakening to find Cheryl missing, Harry ventured into the mist-shrouded streets, where small, monstrous creatures overwhelmed him in the shifting otherworld. Their attacks a manifestation of the town's judgment on intruders tied to its curses. Rescued and revived in a diner by Sybil Bennett, the officer from Brahms whose bike lay crashed nearby, Harry received a pistol for protection as she departed to seek reinforcements. The radio static bursts signaling approaching threats became his guide, a subtle mechanic born from Silent Hill's electromagnetic anomalies, leading him toward clues like Cheryl's note directing him to Midwich Elementary School, where the fog's isolation amplified his growing desperation. At Midwich, Harry navigated classrooms riddled with puzzles and riddles, the environment shifting to its dark, otherworld counterpart, where a large circular seal marked the courtyard, a symbol tied to the Order's rituals for containing or invoking spiritual forces. Battling through grotesque entities, he confronted the lizard-like split head in the boiler room, its defeat returning the school to fog-bound normalcy, though the girl in blue, Alessa, vanished like a fleeting shadow. this encounter mattered, as it
I do not
introduced
have
the
a
Mark
target.
of Samael, later revealed as Alessa's protective seal
I
against the
require
Order's
a
god.
target.
Its incomplete form allowing the town's horrors to persist. Church bells from the nearby Balkan church drew Harry onward, where Dahlia Gillespie awaited, her cryptic demeanor and gift of the Floros, a
I need
pyramid-shaped
to target
artifact from
something first.
ancient texts meant to trap demons, directed him to Alchemilla Hospital. Dahlia's involvement as Alessa's mother and a high-ranking Order member underscored the cult's manipulation, using outsiders like Harry
Too far
to
away.
advance their reunion plans. As he departed, the bell's toll echoed the town's rhythmic shifts, a consequence that pulled him deeper into layers of deception and manifestation, where each step uncovered fragments of Silent Hill's drug-laced underbelly. Arriving at Alchemilla, Harry diffused a tense standoff with Dr.
I
Michael
do not have
Kaufman,
a target.
who denied knowledge of recent admissions, but left behind smashed vials of a red liquid, later identified as aglaophotis, a substance from Order lore capable of expelling parasitic entities.
I am out of
Exploring
range.
the hospital's
Parasitic
otherworld halls
entities.
swarming with monstrous nurses, Harry glimpsed Alessa and encountered frightened nurse Lisa Garland. Their conversation cut short by his sudden blackout amid pounding headaches. This vulnerability stemmed from Alessa's telepathic influence, probing Harry's mind to draw Cheryl closer. A tactic that blurred his perceptions and heightened the town's reflective horrors. Awakening to Dahlia in Kaufman's office, Harry received warnings against completing the Mark of Samael and a key to the Green Lion Antiques shop, pointing him toward the town's other church.
I must get closer.
Reuniting briefly with Sybil in the passageway, discussions of drug trafficking centered on the hallucinogenic PTV
Too far
peddled
away.
by Kaufman, revealed the Order's grip on Silent Hill's economy, funding their rituals. The antique shop's hidden altar, with its burning chalice of unknown powder, triggered another shift, transporting Harry to the Otherworld Hospital and deepening his entanglement in the cult's web, where personal quests intersected with ancient pacts. Harry Mason, guided by the lingering static warnings from his portable radio, pressed deeper into Silent Hill's fog-shrouded resort area, where optional detours like Annie's bar led him to rescue Dr. Michael Kaufman from a lurking monster. The doctor's hurried departure, leaving behind clues to his involvement in the town's drug trade. Piecing together articles on the hallucinogenic PTV and a vial from Kaufman's motorcycle gas tank, Harry surmised the substance's role in the Order's operations, its red liquid form echoing the smashed samples at Alchemilla Hospital. This discovery mattered as it unveiled the cult's economic underbelly, funding rituals through trafficking that blurred minds and invited otherworldly shifts, a direct consequence of Silent Hill's ability to manifest hidden corruptions. Reuniting with Sybil Bennett at the docks, their boat discussion interrupted by Dahlia Gillespie's warnings against the Mark of Samael's completion, directed Harry to the lighthouse, while Sybil headed to the amusement park center. The town's sudden otherworld transition amplified the urgency, as climbing the lighthouse revealed Alessa atop the seal before she vanished, propelling Harry toward the carousel where possessed Sybil awaited, her parasite-induced attack a symptom of the cult's manipulative poisons. On the carousel, Harry faced Sybil's unnatural aggression, the choice to kill her or expel the parasite with a Glaophotis from the red liquid determining her fate, a mechanic rooted in the Order's use of the substance to control or purge entities. This confrontation stemmed from Dahlia's spells drawing outsiders into the reunion of Alessa's halves, with Cheryl as the sacrificial key, her presence in Silent Hill awakening the dormant god's potential. the Florus's glow activated upon Alessa's telekinetic push, blasting her with energy and allowing Dahlia to claim victory over the escaped projection.
I do not
the
have a
artifact's
target.
power, a counter to the cult's bindings from ancient texts. In the hospital room of nowhere, a labyrinthine space manifesting Alessa's memories, Harry reunited with Lisa Garland, her realization of being no different from the monsters causing her to bleed and flee, leaving her diary that exposed her PTV addiction and fear of tending to Alessa. This revelation mattered as it humanized the town's victims, showing how guilt and dependency fed into the Order's cycle, leading Harry to witness cult discussions of Alessa's soul split and the need for reunion. As the space walked further, the consequences drew him toward the wheelchair-bound figure and the glowing incubator, setting the final stage for the god's thwarted emergence. In Alessa's room within nowhere, Harry overheard Dahlia, Kaufman, and Order members plotting the soul's reunification, their voices echoing the Pack's demands for a vessel to birth paradise amid Silent Hill's cursed fog. The reformed Alessa, bandaged in her wheelchair, transformed into the incubator before Kaufman hurled a Glaufotis, expelling the incubus monster that incinerated Dahlia. Its demonic form a direct result of the disrupted ritual amplifying the god's wrath. Harry battled the creature, its defeat preventing the birth and returning Alessa to hold a newborn containing her essence, which she handed to him while creating an escape portal. This act of mercy stemmed from Alessa's protective intent, her projections guiding Harry to halt the cycle that began with her immolation. Kaufman's redemption through his sacrifice underscored the town's retribution on enablers, as Harry fled with the infant, reborn Alessa, potentially alongside Sybil, the otherworld collapsing behind. The event's significance lay in breaking the Order's immediate hold, though the split soul's legacy ensured lingering unrest. With Harry's departure into the fog, marking a temporary reprieve in Silent Hill's eternal dance of guilt and manifestation. Sometime after the events that reshaped Silent Hill's fog-bound reality, a woman named Maria stirred awake inside the dimly lit confines of Heaven's Night, a gentleman's club shrouded in the town's perpetual mist, her hand clutching a revolver as thoughts of ending her existence flickered like shadows on the walls. The club's abandoned stage and scattered chairs spoke to the emptiness that had overtaken the streets, where grotesque monsters roamed freely, their forms born from the land's ability to manifest inner voids. Maria's contemplation stemmed from a profound sense of disconnection, her resemblance to another woman, Mary Sunderland, hinting at origins tied to the town's reflective curses, where personal longings twisted into tangible presences. Setting aside the gun for the moment, she felt a pull toward the outside world, as if compelled to seek someone amid the fog, a drive that echoed Silent Hill's pattern of drawing the burdened into encounters that mirrored their unspoken needs. Exploring the streets led her to the Baldwin mansion, its grand facade concealing layers of grief, where a voice from behind a locked door introduced Ernest Baldwin, an agoraphobic man whose isolation stemmed from his daughter's tragic death. This initial exchange mattered as it unveiled the mansion's role as a nexus for loss, where Ernest's plea for a white liquid capable of resurrection propelled Maria into the adjacent apartment complex. Her journey, a quiet unraveling of the town's capacity to bind strangers through shared sorrow. Venturing into the neighboring Blue Creek apartment complex, Maria navigated corridors haunted by the same lurking entities that patrolled the fog outside. Their attacks a direct echo of Silent Hill's judgment on those lingering in its grasp. the white liquid, hidden amid puzzles involving Ernest's notes and Amy's belongings, represented a desperate grasp at revival. Its retrieval,
I am
a
out of
task
range.
Ernest could not undertake himself due to his confinement. Rooted in guilt
Oh, I hate these people.
Maria's success in attaining the bottle stemmed from her growing resolve. The act forging a tenuous bond with Ernest, who revealed cryptic knowledge of an approaching man named James Sunderland, destined to seek the you that isn't you. This hint mattered as it foreshadowed Maria's connection to James's quest. Her existence a manifestation tied to his suppressed memories of Mary, ensuring their paths would intersect amid the town's orchestrated encounters. Returning the liquid to Ernest through the door, Maria absorbed his gratitude, the exchange underscoring Silent Hill's theme of unattainable redemption, where efforts to mend the past often amplified isolation. As the door to Ernest's room swung open to reveal emptiness, the consequence left Maria pondering her own fleeting purpose. The mansion's silence a reminder that the fog concealed not just monsters, but echoes of lives interrupted. Stepping back into Silent Hill's enveloping mist, Maria paused at the edge of a wall, the revolver heavy in her hand once more, its barrel pressed to her temple as the weight of her revelations pressed upon her. The decision to discard the gun over the barrier stemmed from a subtle shift. Ernest's words about James igniting a spark of curiosity that overrode her despair, transforming her path from self-destruction to pursuit. This moment of resolve mattered as it defined Maria's role in the town's narrative. A venture deeper into the fog, a deliberate step toward encountering James, whose arrival promised to unravel the illusions binding her existence. The streets, patrolled by creatures like the lying figures with their contorted forms, reflected her internal conflicts, their presence a consequence of Silent Hill's ability to externalize doubt and longing. As Maria walked onward, the club's distant neon faded behind her, the fog parting just enough to guide her steps, ensuring her search intertwined with the land's eternal cycle of seeking and loss. In this quiet progression, the town's curses wove her fate with another's, a gentle pull toward revelations that would expose the fragile boundaries between memory and manifestation. James Sunderland arrived at the outskirts of Silent Hill after receiving a letter from his late wife Mary, who had succumbed to a terminal illness 3 years prior, the message claiming she awaited him at their special place in the fog-bound town. Stopping at a graveyard along the way, he encountered Angela Orozco, a young woman searching for her mother amid the mist, her warnings about the town's wrongness dismissed as James pressed on, driven by a mix of hope and unspoken regret. This pull stemmed from Silent Hill's inherent ability to summon those burdened by guilt, manifesting as distorted realities where personal sins took physical form. Like the grotesque monsters that soon infested the streets, their humanoid shapes a reflection of inner turmoil. Fighting through these entities with makeshift weapons, James made his way to Rosewater Park by Toluca Lake, only to find his path blocked, forcing detours through apartment complexes riddled with puzzles and locked gates.
Hi, Vix. Sorry, I'm...
girl's interference, stomping on his hand to deny him the key, hinted at deeper manipulations, while the radio's static bursts signaled approaching threats. A mechanic tied to the town's
the first time. No need to for a second.
As Pyramid Head emerged in the apartment, its red helmet and great knife dominating the scene, James's shots drove it away temporarily, the encounter's consequence amplifying his isolation and foreshadowing confrontations with his suppressed memories of Mary's suffering. Inside the Woodside apartments, James
again.
discovered a handgun
It
and
changed
navigated
voice.
blood-streaked halls
What
where
the hell?
Eddie Dombrowski appeared vomiting in a bathroom beside a corpse in the refrigerator. His denials of involvement masking his own unraveling psyche amid the town's judgments. Jumping to the neighboring Blue Creek apartments, James found Angela on the floor with a knife, her self-loathing rooted in abuse that led her to relinquish the weapon before fleeing. The exchange highlighting Silent Hill's role in exposing vulnerabilities through mirrored encounters. This progression mattered as it wove James's quest with
I need to
others'
target
torments.
something first.
Each interaction a cause that deepened his introspection, culminating in a flooded stairwell standoff with Pyramid Head. Its departure triggered distant sirens symbolizing the other world's rhythmic shifts. Outside, the little girl Laura's cryptic accusation that James never loved Mary anyway left him confused. Her words a direct echo of his buried resentments during Mary's illness. Reuniting with Maria at Rosewater Park, her striking resemblance to Mary, down to voice and mannerisms, stemmed from the town's manifestations of desire, prompting her to join him toward the Lakeview Hotel as their special place.
I do not have
As
a
they
target.
traversed Pete's Bolorama and Heaven's Night, Laura's fleeting appearances pulled them onward. The group's dynamics a consequence of Silent Hill's orchestration, blending hope with the inescapable weight of past actions. At Brookhaven Hospital, James and Maria separated briefly as she rested from illness mirroring Mary's, leaving him to battle nurse
I am out
monsters
of
in the
range.
dim woods. Their bubble-headed forms a grotesque nod to medical horrors. On the roof, James found a diary detailing patient suicidal thoughts, then descended to reunite with Laura, who claimed knowledge of Mary from hospital visits a year prior, her insistence clashing with James's timeline of Mary's death. This discrepancy mattered as it chipped at James's denial, the town's illusions forcing fragments of truth to surface amid puzzles like the box with the hair and chain. Tricking him into a room alone, Laura locked the door, unleashing hanging monsters that triggered the hospital's otherworld shift upon defeat. Their defeat, a cause that intensified the pursuit. Returning to Maria's room to find her gone, James's search through the basement ended in Pyramid Head's chase, the elevator doors closing just as the creature impaled her with its blade. Her death, a manifestation of James's guilt over wishing Mary gone. Overwhelmed by loss, James collected himself and uncovered a key buried under a statue at Rosewater Park, directing him to the Silent Hill Historical Society, where the town's layered history began to intertwine with his personal descent, each step toward confronting the labyrinth of his own making. James Sunderland rode across Toluca Lake to the Lakeview Hotel, the fog parting just enough to reveal its faded grandeur, a place once filled with happier memories, now warped by Silent Hill's unyielding gaze on his buried regrets. Inside the restaurant, he encountered Laura once more, the little girl handing him a letter from Mary that she had taken from Nurse Rachel's locker, its words urging trust in James's underlying goodness and expressing Mary's wish to adopt her. This revelation chipped at James's denial, the letter's warmth contrasting his surly facade and prompting doubts about Mary's death timeline, a consequence of the town's slow unveiling of suppressed truths.
Too far away.
As Laura scampered off to find another misplaced note, James proceeded to room 312, their old vacation suite, where static-filled television snow set the stage for the videotape.
Listen, I have seen it. It must be really. It's too cute to pass out.
I am out of range.
We need
the act, a direct manifestation of his selfish desire to end her suffering and reclaim his life. Overwhelmed by the flood of guilt, James sat in silence, the hotel's creaking halls echoing his internal collapse, leading him to acknowledge the illusions that had sustained his journey through the fog. Venturing further into the hotel's labyrinthine corridors, James encountered Angela Orozco one final time on a staircase consumed by flames, her initial confusion mistaking him for her mother giving way to accusations of his own deceptions about Mary. Refusing to return her knife for her escape through self-harm, Angela ascended into the inferno, her departure a poignant reflection of Silent Hill's role in granting tormented souls their chosen ends, leaving James to ponder his own unresolved pains. This farewell mattered as it mirrored his struggles, amplifying the town's theme of inescapable judgment, where past abuses surfaced as fiery barriers. In the lobby, Maria appeared alive once more, only to be slain by a pair of pyramid heads, their spears and helmets symbols of his punishment, prompting James to realize they, and Maria, existed to torment him for Mary's murder. Battling the duo in a desperate clash, James's victory led them to impale themselves, their demise a consequence of his growing acceptance, dissolving the manifestations tied to his denial. As the hotel quieted, the long hallway ahead replayed a memory of bringing Mary flowers during her illness, her hostile rejection underscoring the resentment that had festered between them, setting the final path toward confrontation. Ascending a tall staircase determined by his journey's choices, James reached the top to find a woman resembling Mary, her offer to embody his ideal wife rejected as he confronted the monster she became, its bed-bound form a grotesque echo of her final days. Defeating the creature returned her to Mary's form briefly, where she forgave his actions as a mix of mercy and selfishness, her guilt-ridden words affirming his suffering sufficiency before handing him her full letter of love and thanks. This exchange stemmed from Silent Hill's culmination of self-reckoning, where manifested horrors dissolved upon acceptance, allowing James to carry her body downstairs. Placing her in his car, he drove toward Toluca Lake, his emergence a deliberate end to his torment, reuniting them in death as the waters closed over, a consequence of his manifested desires turning full circle. The town's fog lingered as a silent witness, its role in punishing sins through personal hells complete for James, though the cycle persisted for others drawn into its embrace. In this quiet resolution, Silent Hill's essence as a mirror for the soul's depths endured, ready to reflect the next wanderer's unspoken burdens. In the year 1993, a group of college students ventured to Silent Hill drawn by historical curiosity surrounding the Little Baroness, a boat that had mysteriously sunk in Toluca Lake 75 years earlier, its fate whispered in local archives as a tale of unexplained tragedy. Eric and Tina, awakening to find the town blanketed in unnatural fog and their companions missing, began their search amid streets now patrolled by grotesque monsters emerging from the mist, their forms a direct echo of the lake's buried unrest. This intrusion stemmed from the site's dormant curses, where probing forgotten events like the boat's demise awakened manifestations tied to unresolved deaths, forcing the pair to fight through locations warped into otherworld counterparts riddled with puzzles and shadows. Reuniting with Tina's young friend Emily at the Toluca Lake dock, they pieced together fragments of the 1918 incident, where Lorraine's act of drowning her daughter Hannah had precipitated the vessel's sinking, the child's despair amplifying into spectral forces that now ensnared intruders. The group's progression mattered as it illustrated Silent Hill's capacity to resurrect personal horrors from historical wounds, leading them deeper into the lake's secrets where Hannah's spirit awaited. As they delved, the fog thickened, a consequence that blurred boundaries and heightened the peril, ensuring each step toward truth invited confrontations with the past's lingering echoes. Diving into the lake's depths after Lorraine's manifestation hurled Emily below, Eric and Tina navigated submerged ruins teeming with aquatic horrors.
I must get closer.
Their pursuit, a race against the water's oppressive pull that mirrored the original tragedy's inescapable
I am
despair.
out of range.
Hannah's form, transformed into a giant monster with tendrils and gaping maws, lashed out in agony, its emergence caused by the unresolved guilt of her drowning, which the town's curses had preserved as a vengeful entity ready to claim new victims. Battling the creature required exploiting its weaknesses, such as targeting exposed cores amid the murky currents, a mechanic drawn from Silent Hill's pattern of turning emotional fractures into physical vulnerabilities. This confrontation was crucial in the lore, as defeating Hannah began to unravel the curse's hold, allowing her to revert to her original innocent shape as Eric pulled her from the waters. The act of rescue stemmed from empathy for her plight, fostering a vision where Hannah reunited with a remorseful Lorraine. The spectral mother-child bond mending in ethereal light. Consequently, the lake's unrest subsided for the moment, granting the group a path to escape, while underscoring the town's role in facilitating atonement through peril. As the students surfaced with Emily safe, Eric noticed Hannah's spirit returning to peace. The captain of the Little Baroness, revealed as his great-grandfather, offering a silent nod of approval from the vision's edge. A familial tie that personalized the resolution amid Silent Hill's fog. This connection stemmed from inherited legacies, where exploring the boat's history awakened ancestral echoes, ensuring Eric's intervention closed a cycle begun in 1918. The nod's significance lay in affirming the town's mechanism of linking past and present through bloodlines, where acts of bravery like the defeat could appease lingering spirits. With the monster quelled, the group departed the lake shores, the mist lifting slightly as a consequence of Hannah's release, though whispers of her cries lingered in folklore. This event wove into Silent Hill's broader tapestry, illustrating how individual inquiries into tragedies like the Little Baroness invited personal reckonings, where redemption emerged from the depths only after facing the horrors below. In the quiet aftermath, the lake resumed its serene facade, a deceptive calm masking the potential for future disturbances tied to unheeded warnings. 17 years after Harry Mason escaped Silent Hill with the reborn infant, his adoptive daughter Heather Mason, unaware of her origins as the reincarnation of Alessa Gillespie, found herself dozing in the Central Square shopping centre during a quiet afternoon outing. Stirred from a vivid dream of wandering the lakeside amusement park amid lurking monsters, Heather shook off the unease and reached for a payphone to call Harry, reassuring him of her safe return home, while the mall's mundane bustle masked any lingering dread. This dream sequence stemmed from Alessa's dormant psychic essence within her, subtly drawing Heather back toward the town where her fragmented soul had first split. A pull amplified by the Order's lingering influence, seeking to reunite the halves for their god's birth. As she prepared to leave, Detective Douglas Cartland approached with vague mentions of her birth.
Too far away.
His inquiry tied to Claudia Wolf's directives as a cult member intent on awakening Heather's true self. Slipping away through a bathroom window, Heather re-entered the mall only to confront a grisly transformation, where flesh-eating monsters emerge from the shadows, their presence a direct manifestation of the otherworld's intrusion, triggered by her proximity to Silent Hill's curses. Armed with a found handgun, she fought through the warped corridors, the escalation underscoring the town's role in reflecting inner conflicts, leading her toward an elevator that descended into deeper horrors. At the mall's lowest levels, Heather stepped into the hellish otherworld
I
version.
must get closer.
Its rusted grates and blood-streaked walls pulsing with an unnatural life that amplified her growing fear. A shift
I am out
caused
of
by
range.
Claudia's subtle psychic prodding to nurture hatred within her heart. Meeting Claudia herself in a darkened corner, the woman in black introduced herself and spoke of Heather's power to guide humanity to paradise, urging her to recall her true identity before vanishing. Her words planting seeds of doubt that tied back to the Order's theology of salvation through suffering. This encounter mattered as it revealed Claudia's allegiance to the cult's fringes, her opposition to Vincent Smith's faction, highlighting internal rifts over methods to birth their deity. Pressing onward, Heather battled a giant worm-like creature called the Split Worm at the depths, its segmented body coiling through the infrastructure as a symbol of devouring corruption. Its defeat returning the mall to full
I cannot
normalcy.
attack that.
Reuniting briefly with Douglas, who confessed Claudia as his employer, yet expressed confusion over the monsters, Heather dismissed his involvement and headed to the subway. The exchange a consequence of her awakening powers, drawing seekers into her path. As she descended, the town's fog lingered outside, a quiet reminder of the unresolved cycle, pulling her toward revelations about her past. Boarding the subway to reach the hilltop center, Heather navigated platforms overrun with canine monsters and shadowy figures. Their attacks a reflection of Silent Hill's ability to externalize her budding psychic turmoil, leading to an office building that soon warped into its otherworld state. At the center, she met Vincent Smith, a fellow Order member at odds with Claudia's fanaticism. His recognition of Heather and cryptic alliance offer hinting at the cult's divided pursuit of her as the vessel for God. This interaction propelled Heather to solve a riddle, restoring the building to reality, allowing her escape home to the Daisy Villa apartments. Where the shock of finding Harry murdered in his chair awaited. His body a victim of the missionary monster dispatched by Claudia as revenge for thwarting the Order years prior. The scene's brutality stemmed from Claudia's calculated filling of Heather's heart with hatred, a necessary catalyst in their theology to nurture the God's growth within her. Reading Harry's notebook, detailing her lesser origins and the soul split, Heather vowed to confront Claudia in Silent Hill, enlisting Douglas despite his reluctance, the decision a direct consequence of her inherited powers awakening amid personal loss. As they drove off, the fog-shrouded horizon beckoned, Silent Hill's curses ensuring her return to face the legacy of her divided self. Heather Mason arrived at Brookhaven Hospital after checking into Jack's Inn Motel, the fog outside giving way to corridors lined with patient notes and forgotten gifts from an obsessive admirer named Stanley Coleman, whose writings grew increasingly hostile as her rejection of his affections deepened. Vincent Smith awaited her in a quiet office, recognizing her lesser heritage and revealing his uneasy alliance within the Order, though he distanced himself from Claudia's fanatic side, handing her the seal of Metatron as a supposed counter to the cult's plans. This artifact, a talisman from ancient texts meant to repel divine forces, mattered as it symbolized Vincent's pragmatic opposition to Claudia's paradise through suffering. Yet its true ineffectiveness foreshadowed deeper deceptions.
I must get closer.
As Heather progressed, visions of Nurse Lisa Garland flickered like half-remembered echoes, her own corpse manifesting briefly
I am out
amid
of
the
range.
shifting halls, a consequence of the hospital's otherworld invasion triggered by her awakening powers. Phone calls from Leonard Wolf, Claudia's father, drew her deeper, his pleas for release promising aid against his daughter, though the building's transformation into rusted nightmare realms amplified the peril, where guilt and fear twisted into tangible threats, leading her to confront the man in his true monstrous form emerging from the pool. Leonard Wolf, revealed as a devout order member despite his pleas, transformed into a hulking creature upon learning Heather's lack of faith, his watery domain a reflection of the cult's submerged rituals
I
that
need to
drowned
target
out his
something
dogma. Battling him required exploiting his vulnerabilities amid flooded chambers. The defeat returned the hospital to foggy stillness, though Vincent's later dismissal of it as junk hinted at its symbolic rather than practical power.
Too far
This
away.
encounter stemmed from Leonard's betrayal of Claudia's extremism, yet his own zeal ensured his demise, a consequence that allowed Heather's return to Jackson. There, overhearing Vincent and Claudia argue over religious methods and Leonard's fate,
I must get closer.
Heather learned of the church across Toluca Lake as Claudia's lair, the exchange underscoring the Order's internal fractures, where Paradise's pursuit divided even family. With Douglas venturing ahead, Heather set off through the lakeside amusement park, its rusted rides and haunted attractions
Too far
reliving
away.
her moral nightmare. The familiar paths a direct echo of Alessa's memories, pulling her toward inevitable confrontation, where avoidance of roller coaster traps tested her resolve amid the frog's deceptive calm. At the amusement park's heart, Douglas challenged Claudia over her deceptions, his drawn gun a stand against her vision of eternal paradise through Heather's awakening as a lesser, though the ensuing struggle left him with a broken leg, incapacitated yet resolute in questioning the god's birth. Heather pressed through a haunted mansion attraction, finding Douglas and promising to handle Claudia before continuing to the carousel, its spinning horses shifting to otherworld decay, where a burned doppelganger, the memory of Alessa, emerged as a black-haired mirror of her inner conflict. Defeating this counterpart, born from Alessa's fragmented psyche, opened the passageway to the Order's church, where Claudia awaited, urging Heather's true self to surface amid abdominal pain signaling the god stirring. This manifestation mattered as it embodied Heather's rejection of her origins, the battle's resolution a step toward autonomy amid the cult's manipulations. In the church depths, Vincent's plea to use the seal against Claudia proved futile, her stabbing of him a consequence of his betrayal, though his survival long enough to urge action allowed Heather to ingest the Aglaophotis from her pendant, expelling the fetal god in a vomit that Claudia devoured, her self-sacrifice an attempt to birth divinity herself, transforming and falling into an abyss as the church's horrors intensified. Heather Mason, collapsing from the god's emergence within her, watched as Claudia Wolf rushed to ingest the fetal form expelled by the Aglaophotis, her act of desperation a bid to birth the deity herself, and usher in the Order's envisioned paradise through suffering. As Claudia transformed and plummeted into a nearby abyss, Heather pursued, finding her dead amid the church's shadowed depths, the loss of vengeance stirring a mix of relief and robbery in her heart. This self-sacrifice stemmed from Claudia's unwavering faith in awakening Alessa's essence for eternal salvation, a consequence of her upbringing in the cult's fringes, where pain was seen as the path to purity. Startled by the monstrous body of the birthed god rising from Claudia's remains, Heather engaged in a grueling battle, wielding found weapons to target its vulnerabilities amid the pulsating otherworld surroundings. The confrontation mattered as it embodied Heather's rejection of her inherited role. The gods' defeat a direct result of her resolve to end the cycle that had claimed her father Harry and threatened her autonomy. In the quiet aftermath, Heather paused to remember Harry, his notebook's truths guiding her forward as the church's horrors faded, leaving her to step into the fog with a sense of closure amid silent hills lingering unrest. Emerging from the church's depths, Heather reunited with Douglas Cartland outside, his broken leg a testament to his earlier stand against Claudia, though his momentary doubt about killing Heather to prevent the god's birth dissolved upon seeing her victory. As Heather approached with a knife in hand, the tension broke into a light-hearted prank, her jump startling him before she revealed it as a jest, the moment easing the weight of their shared ordeal. This playful exchange stemmed from Douglas's reluctant involvement as Claudia's hired detective.
I must get closer.
His survival and alliance a consequence of Heather's determination to confront the cult alone. Requesting he call her Cheryl, the name Harry had given her, Heather honored her adoptive identity, shedding the Heather alias tied to hiding from the Order's pursuit. The name's significance lay in reclaiming her life beyond Alessa's shadow, a step toward normalcy after years of evasion. I'm thirsty. Split.
I am a bit thirsty.
I am out of range.
The fog parted slightly. Silent Hill's curses retreating for the moment, allowing them to leave behind the remnants of Paradise's failed birth. Later, in a serene cemetery away from the town's grasp, Cheryl visited Harry's grave, the simple marker a quiet tribute to the man who had raised her twice over, his final rest a consequence of Claudia's vengeful missionary that had ended his protective watch. Placing flowers, or perhaps a memento from their shared life, Cheryl reflected on his legacy of thwarting the Order's plans, his notebook's revelations ensuring she understood her origins without succumbing to them. This visit mattered as it closed the cycle of rebirth, Cheryl's resolve to live as herself, rejecting the cult's eternal paradise in favor of the world's flawed reality. The gravestone's presence, standing amid the quiet grounds, symbolized the end of Alessa's fragmented hold, where Harry's sacrifices had preserved her freedom. As she lingered in the fading light, the absence of fog affirmed the god's defeat, though whispers of unrest lingered in distant mist, a subtle reminder of the town's enduring pull on those touched by its curses. In this moment of quiet honoring, Cheryl stepped forward, her path untethered from the shadows that had defined her beginnings. In the quiet town of Ashfield, a few hours from Silent Hill's fog-shrouded borders, Henry Townshend awoke in his South Ashfield Heights apartment, room 302, to find the door inexplicably chained from the inside, a scrawled warning from Walter barring his escape. 5 days of isolation followed, the outside world visible only through windows, where paramedics retrieved bodies, hinting at a spreading malice tied to the land's curses. This confinement stemmed from Walter Sullivan's ritualistic influence, the serial killer's obsession with Room 302 as his mother, manifesting barriers that pulled Henry into otherworldly realms via a growing hole in his bathroom wall. Emerging into an abandoned subway station, Henry met Cynthia Velasquez, who mistook the horrors for a dream, their search for an exit interrupted by dog-like monsters born from the town's ability to externalize fears. Freeing Cynthia from a train car, only to find her later brutally slain, with numbers carved into her chest, underscored the 21 Sacraments pattern, a cult rite requiring murders to resurrect Walter's perceived maternal figure. As letters slipped under his door and a peephole to neighbor Eileen Galvin appeared, The intrusions deepened, blending Ashfield's normalcy with Silent Hill's shadows, leading Henry to traverse more holes where victims like Jasper Gein met fiery ends.
The fact that
fueling the
person in the video repeats shit 10,000 times is very annoying.
Origins at Wish House Orphanage, a front for the Order's indoctrination of children into their twisted beliefs.
I know it's Lord
where
to sleep.
journalist Joseph Schreiber's notes detail
If I have to hear is
in room 3
that something happens because Silent Hill is Silent Hill, I'm going to mac lose it.
In the otherworld water prison, Henry encountered guard Andrew DeSalvo in a locked cell, only to find him later drowned with carved numbers. The
it's like
beatings and deaths
when you put words just to make an assignment in the school longer.
Ghosts haunting Henry's steps. This spectral pursuit
Almost,
as it
it's almost done. And by almost I mean 40 more minutes.
Where guilt and ritual intertwine to create invincible apparitions requiring specific wards like holy candles to repel.
Also, it's not a campaign against you, pengu is against the person that makes the video.
Schreiber's prior tendency and disappearance. The building's distortions amplifying as young
you don't need to
his innocence, a contrast
repeat
to the
words
killer's menace.
to increase
Richard's electrocution
the
in
time.
room 207. Numbers etched on his forehead propelled Henry toward Eileen's apartment, where the adult Walter offered a doll from her childhood, symbolizing his fixation on maternal figures. The consequence left Henry collapsing amid the violence. The other worlds bleed into his reality, a testament to Walter's divided existence, bridging cult indoctrination with personal vendettas that ensnared the innocent. As the hole sealed and new ones opened in his laundry room, Henry entered St. Jerome's Hospital's otherworld, witnessing Walter rummaging through corpses before finding Eileen's giant head, eerily gazing in the hallway, her real form injured yet alive from an attack marking her as the 20th victim. Teaming with Eileen, they descended a massive stairwell revisiting Walter's realms, haunted by ghostly victims like Cynthia, whose forms now attacked. The umbilical cord from Walter's birth, a key relic preserved by Superintendent Frank Sunderland. This descent stemmed from Walter's Holy Assumption ceremony, allowing his suicide as the 11th sacrament while persisting through created worlds to finish the murders. His body strung in room 302's hidden storage as the ritual's anchor. Using the cord on a giant humanoid monster in the final chamber, Henry pierced it with spears while protecting possessed Eileen from a spinning death machine, the defeat allowing him to vanquish Walter as he called for his mother. The room's collapse and child Walter's disappearance outside room 302 signaled the end. Eileen's survival leading to her hospital recovery, where Henry brought flowers. Their escape a rare reprieve from Silent Hill's extended curses. In the aftermath, the apartment's normalcy returned. Though the fog's subtle pull lingered, a quiet echo of unresolved rites. In the shadowed fringes of Silent Hill's influence, a former soldier named Jason sought solitude in a mountain range to end his PTSD-plagued life. His nightmares replaying the attack that claimed his unit, but a car crash diverted him into the town's fog-bound streets, where monsters embodying his fallen comrades emerged from the mist. Aided by singer Dahlia, whose transformation into a commanding figure revealed her own ties to the land's curses. Jason dragged her to safety after a cleaver-wielding entity stabbed her. Their refuge in a survivor-filled building, a brief respite amid swarming horrors. This intrusion stemmed from Jason's misplaced survivor guilt, the town's mechanism turning his regrets into tangible assaults, leading to a church confrontation where Dahlia ripped out her heart to ward off the creatures, her sacrifice allowing Jason's escape.
Jesus!
Aaron's ghostly revelation absolved him of blame. The event mattered as it illustrated Silent Hill's extension beyond its borders, where personal traumas like Jason's manifested as undead pursuits. Ensuring his decision to live echoed the land's quiet demand for atonement. As they walked into the sunset, the fog's retreat symbolized a rare release, though the town's whispers lingered as echoes of unresolved wars. Elsewhere in Silent Hill's grasp, State Trooper Robert Tower arrived on his final day before retirement, tasked with orienting replacement Newbury amid rumors of the town's supernatural veil. Their investigation at a Lakeview hotel, uncovering a grinning madman's trail of destruction. The maniac, having exploded a building before hitching to Silent Hill, saved captives marked with sigils, while Tower and Mayberry discovered officers slain in monster costumes, the hotel's apparitions of long-haired figures vanishing like forgotten warnings. This escalation stemmed from the grinning man's hunt for unfinished business, his powers weakened by Tower's freeing of the marked victims, leading to a hostage standoff where Mayberry's peril ended with Tower's gunfire piercing the threat. The confrontation was crucial, as it exposed Tower's shift from skepticism to acceptance. The maniac's bleed-out transferring burns from captives' foreheads while monsters swarmed, forcing a final stand. In the aftermath, Tower's grin amid the chaos reflected the town's role in turning disbelief into visceral reality, his shots at the encroaching horrors a consequence of embracing the unseen. As the entities fell, Silent Hill's veil lifted slightly, leaving Tower to ponder the cost of belief in its silent wake. Amid the town's painted illusions, artist Ike Isaacs, cast out by friends for his creative slump, wandered into Silent Hill after a stranger's warning of sacrificial horrors, finding inspiration in its monstrous forms that allowed him to paint unharmed while visitors met grim ends. 6 months in, his disappearing artwork sold mysteriously, trapping him when attempts to leave failed. The town's hold a direct result of his immersion in its curses that turned canvases into portals. This entanglement deepened with cheerleader Cheryl's group arrival, their bus breakdown drawing them into Ike's protection amid attacks that captured two, leading to desperate rescues where paintings became escape routes. The confrontation mattered as it revealed the town's supernatural tie to Ike's art for safety, his alliance with the group lifting his immunity, forcing a run where the cheerleaders betrayed him by sealing him inside a canvas. As the survivors fled after his sacrifice, the consequence underscored Silent Hill's use of creativity as a snare. Ike's entrapment, a quiet echo of the town's demand for balance through betrayal. In The Reporter, Douglas's hunger-driven descent, similar threads wove tales of order sacrifices, each comic a debated fragment of the fog's scattered nightmares. In the lingering shadows of Silent Hill, psychiatrist Troy Abernathy, haunted by his wife Juliana's suicide, took on patient Lynn DeAngelis, a film crew member scarred by a traumatic visit to the town, where her footage captured its eerie essence, returning Lynn to the fog-bound streets as a form of exposure therapy. Troy encountered a bloodied nurse resembling Juliana. Her scalpel wound a grim echo of her death, the vision pulling him into battles with dog-like creatures amid the mist. This resurgence stemmed from the town's ability to resurrect personal guilt, where Troy's murder of a monstrous Brett, revealed as his own dark deed, amplified Lynn's entrapment, leading to a bridge standoff with Christabella, a girl in white who unleashed punishing entities for failing to spread the footage's horrors. The confrontation mattered as it exposed Troy's hidden violence, his offer to sacrifice himself, allowing Lynn's escape, though Christabella's recording of his death propagated the curse further. As groups watched the altered tape, its symbols drew them into the fog, the consequence weaving Troy's torment into a chain of invitations, where guilt manifested as monstrous hordes and fires, ensuring the town's reach extended through captured moments. Christabella's manipulations deepened in the mall's warped spaces, where Lauren and her allies confronted the film's prophecies to challenge spirits. The painted riddles summoning demons that expose secrets like Lauren's ties and responsibility for her sister's unrest. Hordes enveloping her led to separations, with monstrous allies slain by rival Waitley, the Order's servant blaming Lauren for amplifying the darkness. This power struggle stemmed from Christabella's lures, drawing victims into her domain, where Troy's attempted killings of foes illustrated her control over the tormented, his pleas echoing the town's demand for unwilling participation. At Brookhaven Hospital, Waitley's confrontation with Lauren ended in her banishing monsters through inner power, limiting Christabella's influence and leaving her to treat the girl in twisted therapy. The resolution's significance lay in Lauren's claim over Silent Hill, her decision to stay with allies as the fog lifted, symbolizing a fragile balance, though the survivor's departure carried hidden scars. The consequence rippled into further entanglements, where the town's curses turned alliances into battles, fostering environments of eternal struggle amid its shifting realms. Elsewhere in the fog's grasp, Hitman Jack Stanton and his boss's wife Jill fled to Silent Hill after their affair. A pit stop at Sharon's BBQ interrupted by pursuers Dewey, Liam and Jimmy, whose ambush ended in the attendant's shotgun blast, diverting the chase into the town's horrors. Jack's pursuit of Jill led to confrontations with dog-like monsters devouring Jimmy's corpse, his undead taunts guiding him to Pete's Bolorama, where a giant entity embodying past victim Tim Delaney attacked. This manifestation stemmed from Jack's remorseless killings, the town resurrecting his targets as vengeful forms, culminating in Sarah's accusation at Brookhaven Hospital amid bodies of his deeds. Sarah's revelation of her family's murder by Jack forced a choice. His suicide or atonement that lifted the fog, her disappearance a quiet end to the cycle. Meanwhile, the town's influence extended beyond these tales, the entity's shadows echoing guilt over past sins, tying into the broader web of fragmented torments. In the lingering aftermath of Silent Hill cycles, prisoner Murphy Pendleton survived a bus crash en route to Wayside Penitentiary, the fog drawing him into pursuits by the Void, a devouring black vortex, and the Boogeyman, manifestations tied to his guilt over killing Patrick Napier in Ryle State Prison's showers. Aided by postman Howard Blackwood and DJ Bobby Ricks, Murphy navigated the town's warped districts, from Devil's Pit Caverns, where tour guide J.P. Sater's suicide echoed his own parental failures, to the monastery orphanage, where reciting a protective poem failed against the boogeyman's suffocation of a child resembling his murdered son Charlie. This haunting stemmed from corrupt Officer George Sewell's favor.
The Twilight Blade's use of shadow magic is causing rifts between Azeroth and the Void. Destroy them quickly.
Entity observing from afar as a symbol of vegetative torment. Sparing Officer Anne Cunningham, revealed as Frank Coleridge's daughter, in the final confrontation dissolved the illusions. Sewell's framing exposed as the true cause of Frank's wheelchair-bound state. As the fog lifted, Murphy's freedom marked a rare escape. The town's judgment manifesting personal prisons that demanded acknowledgement before release, leaving echoes of unresolved debts in the mist. Alex Shepard returned to Shepherd's Glen after a hospital stint he believed stemmed from military injury. only to find the town abandoned and fog-shrouded. His search for missing brother Joshua, uncovering the founding family's pact with the Order. Sacrifices every 50 years to appease the god and avert Silent Hill's curses. Meeting Judge Margaret Holloway and mechanic Curtis Ackers, Alex pieced together clues like Joey Bartlett's watch and Scarlet Fitch's doll. Each triggering boss encounters in otherworld shifts where the family's failed offerings manifested as sepulchre and scarlet horrors. This unraveling stemmed from Alex's accidental drowning of Joshua during a boat struggle over the family beam, breaking the pact and inviting the bogeyman as his punisher. At Overlook Penitentiary, rescuing Deputy Wheeler and his mother Lily from torture devices revealed the cult's resurgence. Holloway's drill execution a consequence of her sacrificial zeal. Cutting open the Amnion spider monster to retrieve Joshua's body forced acceptance of his name on the family tomb. The Pact's choice of him as the intended victim twisting his parents' neglect into protective deception. As Alex and Elle walked away, the fog's retreat hinted at partial redemption, though the broken covenant ensured Silent Hill's shadows lingered over Shepherd's Glen. Through fragmented experiences like the Book of Memories, an unnamed recipient postmarked from Silent Hill rewrote personal fates via dungeon crawls gathering memory residue. The artifact's power clashing with a guardian entity embodying desires, its destruction allowing benevolent or selfish alterations amid Howard Blackwood's deliveries. In the looping hallway of PT, an unnamed man navigated a house trapped at midnight. Radio broadcasts of paternal murders and a fetal creature's cries culminating in Lisa's spectral hauntings. The chosen wanderer's emergence into the fog, a prelude to cancelled horrors. Shattered memories, reimagined Harry's crash, and Cheryl's search as her adult therapy technician, Dr. Michael Kaufman. Icy otherworld chases and encounters with Sybil, Dahlia, and Lisa, unraveling his death 18 years prior. The lighthouse revelation affirming Cheryl's fabricated memories as coping for loss. These visions mattered as alternate lenses on Silent Hill's core, manifesting psychological torments through therapy sessions or loops. Their resolutions a consequence of acceptance dissolving illusions. As the fog enveloped these echoes, the town's essence persisted, ready to reflect new psyches in its eternal mirror. From the native curses etched into Silent Hill's ancient soil to the fragmented visions of modern wanderers, the town's fog has woven a tapestry of unending torment, where personal guilts and forgotten rituals converge in cycles of manifestation and release. Early settlers like Jebediah Foster ignited vengeful spirits through violence, their deeds echoing in tragedies such as the Little Baroness sinking, where Hannah's drowned form lingered in Toluca Lake's depths, awaiting explorers like Eric to grant her peace. This pattern persisted through the Order's foundations, their orphanages and sanitariums breeding vessels for a dormant god. A scene in Alessa's split soul drawing Harry and Cheryl into foggy confrontations that thwarted divine births, yet left seeds of unrest. In the Japanese village's isolation, Hinako's rebirth rituals under the Foxman's gaze mirrored these struggles, her defiance shattering illusions born from familial strife, her quiet rebellion against forces that turned inner pains into beasts. As timelines branched into comics, scattered nightmares, Jason's survivor guilt, Tower's grinning hunts, Ike's painted traps, the land's curses adapted, ensuring no escape from the reflections that demanded atonement. These echoes, from Murphy's spared mercy to Alex's pact-breaking accident, underscored Silent Hill's role as an eternal mirror, where resolutions like Cheryl's grave visit offered fleeting calm amid the mist's persistent pull. The modern fragments, like the Book of Memories, Residue-Altered Fates, and PT's looping hallway murders culminating in a chosen wanderer's step into the fog, remind us of Silent Hill's adaptability, where psychological depths manifest as inescapable realms, their resolutions hinging on acceptance that dissolves illusions.
Shut up. Shut up.
Everybody shut up, shut up, shut up, shut up, shut up, shut up, shut up!
Sorry. I had enough. Again, please.
Everybody shut up, shut up, shut up, shut up, shut up, shut up, shut up!
Oh, it repeats so much. I try. Wait, let me put Ruby's one. Ruby wanted to watch this one.
I'm historian Mark Lee Gardner. Let's answer your questions from the internet. This is Wild West Report. This question is from Cora. Who is the most dangerous outlaw in the Old West? Well, there's several candidates. John Wesley Hardin maybe killed as many as 24 men. He's the one you might have heard of that killed a man just for snoring. He heard a loud snoring through the thin wall in this hotel and fired several shots, and he stopped snoring. But I just think Jesse and Frank James are a little scarier.
I think he stopped everything, not just snoring.
Is the most dangerous. Jesse and Frank had come out of a very vicious, horrible civil war. One of their leaders was called Bloody Bill Anderson, and he actually hung Union soldiers' scalps from his bridle and saddle. And after the war, because they'd become so numb to that violence, it just didn't bother them to kill somebody. And there were lots of innocent victims in their robberies. You either opened up the safe or you got shot, and they were serious. One man who knew them said, if Jesse said he was going to kill you, you could probably talk him out of it, but if Frank said he was going to kill you, he was going to kill you. At Made of Dope, WTF is a 49er. Gold is discovered in California in 1848. The news rushes eastward, and the very next year, 1849, sees hordes, thousands of potential gold seekers traveling west to California, and they got named the 49ers. At Butch Clayton asked, Tombstone or Wyatt Earp, which film did the OK Corral scene best? I feel like the Wyatt Earp, Kevin Costner version is a little more accurate in that it has the gunfighters much closer together. They were literally within a few feet of each other. The Tombstone movie with Kurt Russell, it's a very big lot, and actually that lot where the gunfight occurred, estimates are as small as 15 feet across, so it's very tight, very compacted. One thing that I liked about both films was that they did pull from the historical dialogue that was taken down in witness testimony after the OK Corral gunfight. That one famous line where Doc Holliday tells one of the McClarys, he says, "You're a daisy if you do." Well, that actually was what he spoke at the time. But the one thing that really stood out to me was that they have the Earps and Doc Holliday pulling guns from holsters. Wyatt Earp pulled his revolver from a coat pocket. Doc Holliday pulled his revolver from a coat pocket. It was very common at that time to have tailors make pistol pockets in your coats. It's said that Wyatt Earp's pocket was actually lined with canvas to ease a revolver coming out of that pocket and not catching the hammer on your coat. User 714943 says, please help me make a Wild West playlist. Well, I'd be happy to. I play lots of Wild West songs. You know, the Cowboys loved all kinds of music, sentimental ballads. Here we have a couple of cowboy musicians in Texas, and they also like songs about the range. And we'll do one for you right now. Hit it, Vance. As I walk out one morning for pleasure, I spied a cowpuncher all riding alone.
Sometimes it says it's late, and Ruby is a bitch.
Whoopie-tie-I-O, get along, little doggies, it's your misfortune, none of my own. Whoopie-tie-I-O, get along, little doggies, for you know, Wyoming will be your new home. So in that song, you hear the word doggie. That was an orphan calf. An orphan calf is eating, you know, kind of coarse range grass, and their bellies get extended, and they were called dough-bellied or dough guts. And from that, we get the word dogie. Here's another one for your playlist. It's Old Dan Tucker. Old Dan Tucker down in town, riding a goat and leading a hound. The hound gave a howl, the goat gave a jump. Old Dan, the style is some. Get out the way. Get out the way. Get out the way, old Dan Tucker. He's too late. Get his supper. Get out the way. Get out the way. Get out the way, old Dan Tucker. He's too late to get his supper. Thank you, Vance.
Thank you.
At Chris J. Jarrett says, watching a Western the other day, and they had to check their guns to come into the city. Made me think, did the Old West have stricter gun laws than we have now? They did have very strict gun laws in the towns or the cities. Places like Tombstone, Wichita, and Dodge City, these are big cattle towns. They're driving huge herds of cattle in. The cowboys are getting paid off. They have guns. It's dangerous. So these communities had city ordinances preventing the wearing of guns, preventing having concealed weapons. Only lawmen were able to carry their guns. It's a very dangerous occupation for a lawman to disarm drunken cowboys. So these cowboys, when they came in with their guns, they had to check them. They had to drop them off at a certain location, and then when they were leaving town, they could pick their guns up and take them back with them. But they could not be wearing firearms while they were in these city limits. At Lee Sachs, did Old West saloons have anything else to drink other than whiskey and beer? Cowboys must like a fancy drink every once in a while. All these boom towns, whether it was Dodge City or Deadwood or Tombstone, they had well-stocked bars. And we have lots of photographs, and you can see all different types of bottles, whether it's wine or champagne, brandy, gin. In 1874, there was a book published, The Bartender's Guide, that gave you how to make cordials, juleps, the more elaborate bars. There were many. You could just make any drink that you had a hankering for. Javert Hugo asked, what hats were really most common in the Wild West? The most famous hat maker.
Maybe I should add, you see some streamers have that thing that when you use an emote or 7TV emote, it triggers an audio cue. Maybe I should do one with Large Chancla.
Actually made the hats in Pennsylvania. His name was John B. Stetson, but he had gone to the West. He was part of the Pikes Peak Gold Rush in 1859. But in the 1860s, he developed a hat called the Trail Boss, and it had a flat crown and just a standard wide brim. But it was very well made, and he developed a reputation. And I've actually got a real Stetson hat here. This is a John B. Stetson. It's got the wide brim, nothing fancy with the crown. This is called a pencil roll rim here. This is probably from like the 1920s or 1930s. Oh my God, they weren't the only ones that made cowboy hats, but if you were a cowboy and you had the money, you wanted a Stetson. Another popular style of hat was the derby, or what might be called the bowler hat. There's that famous picture of the Wild Bunch, the Outlaws, Butch Cassidy, and some of them are wearing the derby hats. And if you wore a certain kind of hat, you might draw attention and get picked on. There's a story from Tombstone, Arizona. Whenever a dude came in wearing a top hat, now a dude is like a newbie, a city slicker, what have you. Doc Holliday, if they spotted him, would follow that dude around, ringing a dinner bell, drawing attention. You know, we've got a dude here, we've got a newbie in town. The next question is from the Ask Historians subreddit. When did the Old West officially end? Just saw Colors of the Flower Moon, and it takes place in the 20s, but still feels very much like the late 1800s. Well, that's a great question. Some people might say the buffalo. When the buffalo are no longer free-ranging, when barbed wire fences are stretched across the plains, there are no longer cattle drives, that could be the end of the Old West. But to me, it's when the automobile takes the place of the horse. Maybe that's the 1930s or 40s, but when there's no more horses on the streets, then to me, the Old West is over. Jed Houston wants to know, how many buffalo roamed this country before they were slaughtered to near extinction? Before the horse was introduced to North America by the Spanish, the estimates go from 28 to 30 million buffalo.
Wait, horses were brought up by the Spanish people? I didn't know. I think it was also the Englishmen, not the Spanish. That's interesting. Huh. I didn't know that.
on the Great Plains. In the early part of the 19th century, the robe trade was very
thought also the
popular.
British
The Indians hunted the
British
buffalo,
had something
and
to
the
do with
Indian
it.
women fully tanned these robes. They were used in the East and Europe as lap robes, but a good robe had to come from a cow or a calf. It's easier to work the hide. So that's the breeding population. If you're just killing cows and calves, it's kind of a recipe for disaster. In 1860, a newspaper reported that probably 800,000 buffalo were slaughtered each year. There are lots of examples of passengers on the steam trains shooting at the herds as they sped down the tracks. You could see an example of that in film in the movie Dead Man with Johnny Depp. By 1884, there's estimated just 324 buffalo in the United States. A lot of it was meat hunters. That's how Buffalo Bill Cody got his name. He was hunting buffalo and getting meat for the railroad crews. And interestingly enough, Buffalo Bill later starts a Wild West exhibition, the same show that featured the famous gun woman known as Annie Oakley. At Andy Doodle 56 says, wait, Annie Oakley was real? Yes, she was real. Annie Oakley was the real deal too. She was an excellent marksman. She had a partner. She would look at the mirror, had the gun over her shoulder, she'd have a cigarette in his lips, and she would shoot off the end of the cigarette. This seems very dangerous. Buffalo Bill Cody, the Wild West exhibition traveled really around the world. One of the big draws for Buffalo Bill Cody's show was these staged recreations, whether it was a buffalo hunt, whether it was an Indian attack on a wagon train, a robber's attack on a stagecoach, the cavalry. They got to see Sitting Bull one year. Sitting Bull was well known as a leader of the Lakotas. They actually could see this person they read about, see him in the flesh. I mean, it was quite an experience. Very, very popular, and it went for decades. At Minnow Knox says, what do you mean the only authenticated photo of the real Billy the Kid was only found in 2011? Well, there is only one authenticated, and it existed a lot before 2011. It says here, this is a tintype that was made at Fort Sumner of Billy the Kid by a traveling photographer. We don't know who the photographer was. And there's something you have to know about tintypes. Tintypes are reverse images. And if you look in this image, you would think that Billy the Kid was left-handed. In fact, there's a movie with Paul Newman called The Left-Handed Gun. That's the story of Billy the Kid. He's called The Left-Handed Gun because of this image. But because we know that tintypes are reverse images, actually, Billy has his pistol on his right hip. So this is the image corrected the way that it should be. And actually, this is an enlargement of the tintype. The actual tintype was the size of this tintype. It's very small. And the reason it's called a tintype is because the photograph is actually made on tin. The emulsion is on a very thin piece of tin. Technical name, ferrotype. And the reason we know that this photo of Billy the Kid is authentic is because it was identified as Billy the Kid in his own lifetime. It appeared in the Illustrated Police News.
Okie dokie, pengu. Unai.
While he was still alive. A few years ago.
What the fuck do you want, Ruby?
What the fuck do you want? I keep walking into caves and I have no.
Why are you fucking calling me? And doing stuff.
My life right now.
No, you shut the fuck up. What the fuck do you want? Fucking cunt.
And he ran away. Fucking coward.
At this list timeline. Oh no, he was going to now. Give me.
Actual tintype, the one that's in this image, this sold at auction for $2.3 million.
Hey,
so that had a huge effect because when a small tintype brings that kind of money, people are going to start looking for other pictures of Billy the Kid. So in recent years, there have been a lot of photos. They have some kind of a resemblance to Billy the Kid, but you just can't identify a photo based on resemblance. You have to have some kind of provenance that links it to Billy the Kid. There's a picture of supposedly Billy the Kid playing croquet. These are wannabe images. There's no connection with that image to Billy the Kid. At JC Meow asks, did black cowboys ever exist? Yes, they did. In fact, as many as 25% of cowboys in the Old West were black. After the Civil War, there were a lot of freed African Americans. They're looking for opportunity. One place for opportunity is in the American West. Another outlet for African American men was the U.S. Army, the Buffalo Soldiers. The 9th and 10th Cavalry were African American units. One very famous African American in the West was a lawman His name was Bass Reeves. Bass Reeves was noted for the many gun scrapes and also the many arrests that he made. Many people think that he was the inspiration for the Lone Ranger. And according to some accounts, he actually worked with Indian scouts, which might lead to this theory that he was the inspiration for the Lone Ranger. At Ads Marketing 24, when did branding cattle start? That's a great question. Actually, the branding of livestock goes way back, in fact, to ancient Egypt. But as far as North America, when the Spaniards arrive, they're bringing their cattle and their sheep, and they're also bringing the ways of running livestock. And we really have our first cowboys. They were called the vaqueros. This starts this whole cattle culture, and a lot of the cowboying that still goes on today can be directly traced to these vaqueros and to the Spanish practices. One of those practices, of course, is branding, identifying your livestock. This is really a cool brand because we know that it's a Mexican or a Spanish brand. And the reason we know that is that the letters have serifs. Non-Mexican or Spanish brands generally don't have the serifs. The branding iron can get very hot, okay, if you're branding a lot of cattle. So this is where you would put a wood handle in the end. The fact that it's not one long handle makes it easier to transport out on the range if you got something you can break down. Okay, at Gilded Santiago, why was the 10-gauge shotgun so popular in the Wild West? Did they just want things extra super duper dead or what? Well, they did want things dead. So if you've heard of the stagecoaches, if you heard of Wells Fargo, the shotgun messenger, he sat next to the driver and he held a 10-gauge shotgun. And that's where the phrase comes that you're riding shotgun. It was also manufactured with a shorter barrel. When the gun goes off, the shot is going to spread quicker at your target. It's going to be very wide. If you're riding shotgun and you got a couple of robbers up there, you want a big pattern and hopefully knock them out of commission. There were two other firearms very popular. One is the Winchester repeater. You might have heard of the model 1873. It is a lever action weapon, so it fires several rounds each time you work the lever action. The other weapon that also fired several rounds is the Colt single action army revolver. Sometimes they called the Colt the peacemaker because that ended any kind of arguments. It has 6 chambers. You tried not to put a bullet in the chamber underneath the hammer, because if the gun dropped or if you knocked it against something and the hammer went into the cartridge, it could go off. So most cowboys, most lawmen, they rested the hammer on an empty chamber so that they wouldn't have any kind of accidents. At Weed Mouse asks, how accurate is Red Dead Redemption? I think it's as accurate as an average to good Western. One thing that always stands out to me in that game is the way the men wear their guns in their holsters. It's the Hollywood holster rig. They have the holsters really low down on the hips for the fast draw. But in the actual Old West, they had them riding up very high. I mean, it's easier to get on a horse if you got the holster up high on your belt. It seems like there's also a lot of action in a campground. And a campground was actually kind of a common thing. If you're just arriving at a location or town, well, you're going to be camping on the outside of town before you get settled in. That's what the Earps did when they came to Tombstone. They didn't initially have a place to live. Epica asks, what was literacy like in the Old West? Did people on the frontier generally know how to read and write? Yes, they did. Maybe you've heard of the one-room schoolhouse. Even in the very remote places in the West, they hired teachers, and some of your famous outlaws could read and write. We have existing letters written by William H. Bonney, Billy the Kid, when he was pleading for a pardon from the governor. Jesse James wasn't a good speller or a good writer, but he could read and write, wrote letters to the newspaper. Love to see his name in the newspaper. Some of the dime novels were actually written about outlaws. There were dozens and dozens of dime novels about the exploits of Jesse James. They were complete fiction, but they were very, very popular. Some people at the time considered that they were a bad influence on the youth. You know, kind of like rap music a few years ago, that's a bad influence. The same with dime novels. Don't read those dime novels, it's gonna make you a criminal. What's interesting about the dime novels, especially these Jesse James, James boys, is that they're heroes. They're not outlaws, criminals, murderers, but they've been forced into this life where they have to kill to survive, but they have a good heart. So it painted a different picture. It really helped boost this image of the folk hero, the Robin Hood hero, which was completely bogus. They did not steal from the rich and give to the poor. And it created a myth, the myth of the Wild West, that we, in a way, we live with today. This next question is from Quora. What did they use for toilet paper in the Old West? Believe it or not, there was commercially manufactured toilet paper beginning in the 1850s. If you're some trading post, hundreds of miles, you're probably not going to have a package of factory-made toilet paper. You went out back and there was almost always an outhouse, and in the outhouse would be your supplies to be used for wiping. So it could be a dry corn cob, probably more likely would be a catalog. So Sears Roebuck, Montgomery Ward, and also those pulp novels. Once you read them, they were kind of trashy and you didn't need to read it again. And there's a great story involving Wyatt Earp. So there was a very famous stage robbery near Tombstone, and Wyatt Earp suspected who it was, and he had noticed part of a dime novel like torn in half. And as they're trailing these stage robbers, he continues to find a page or two at different points along the trail. So these stage robbers are clearly using pages from the pulp novel as their toilet paper. And that's one way he knew that he was on the right trail. It was that same novel that he'd seen back where they were living. Interesting side fact about outhouses. So an outhouse wasn't just where you went to the bathroom, but you also threw refuse or trash. And archaeologists and bottle hunters get old insurance maps of these various old western towns because the outhouses are shown on the maps, and they'll dig down and find real treasures buried there where the outhouse used to be. They're very rich for learning about how people lived in the 19th century. I Am the Driving wants to know, if I was in the Old West and was in standoffs, I wouldn't wait to shoot. I'd shoot right away. Why did they wait? It's literally a contest to shoot the other guy first. Well, they did not wait. There were not these Hollywood standoffs between gunfighters. Normally, these guys are taking pot shots. They're trying to assassinate or ambush him. If you're dealing with a murderous individual who's adept at firearms, you're not going to give him a chance to kill you. Perfect example is with Pat Garrett and Billy the Kid. Pat Garrett was not going to give Billy a chance to gun him down to draw his gun. When Billy the Kid steps into the darkened room at Fort Sumner and says, "TNS, who is it?" Pat Garrett recognized his voice and he opened up. He fired 2 shots. The first shot hit Billy in the chest, and Outlaw Billy the Kid was no more. The only time there was actually really a classic standoff was at the OK Corral. At Morgan, some comments, "I would not survive in the Old West. Pork and beans is just grim." Well, you know, it wasn't just pork and beans. There was actually pretty fine dining. In the boom towns, cattle towns, they actually had oyster saloons. In Dodge City in the 1870s, there was one saloon that advertised fresh oysters daily. These would be packed in barrels, and actually oysters could last for a few weeks before they spoiled. So as long as you had a wagon train or stagecoaches, actually get fresh shipments in each day. But if you're a cowboy and you're with the cattle herd out on the range or driving the cattle from Texas up, well, you got fresh beef on the hoof, so you can have fresh beef. But beans were popular because they stored well. I mean, they're dry. If you're on the trail, you want foods that are going to last quite a while. So each cattle drive had a chuck wagon. The chuck box had flour, dried beans. The cooks, you know, he's got Dutch ovens where he can actually make biscuits, cornbread. There was a little bit of variety there, even on a cattle drive. At Western Online asked, "Who is your favorite Old West gunfighter?" Now that's tough. I always had liked the look of Wild Bill Hickok because he had this flowing long hair. It's curly. He was a snappy dresser, and then he had those 2 pistols pointing forward, what they call the cross draw, and they're pearl handled or ivory handled. But I think he's edged out for me by Doc Holliday. Doc Holliday had a dental degree. He was a heavy drinker. He could be very belligerent. And then he has this great friend, the greatest lawman in the West, Wyatt Earp. The reason they're friends is because Doc Holliday actually saved Wyatt Earp's life in Dodge City. Optiplex 9000 asks, "What was there to do in a saloon in the Wild West? Did people just drink? Was there any food served or activities hosted by the owner?" There were all kinds of things going on in a saloon. Some saloons, of course, had eating establishments connected to them. They actually had lunch counters. In the 19th century, lunch wasn't the standard noonday meal. If you were having lunch, it meant a snack or a small meal. In Tombstone, Arizona, there was a saloon called the Oriental, and it had chandeliers, and it had the Brussels carpets. It had these elaborate carved wooden back bars with large mirrors. Some of these saloons actually had a reading area where they stocked magazines and books, and so you could enjoy that where you're taking a break from the faro table. There were actually brothels that coexisted in these communities along with saloons, and prostitution was going on. You often had a situation where A gambler had a girlfriend or significant other who was a prostitute. One of the unknown things about Wyatt Earp, he actually worked in a brothel. He was a bouncer, and he also might have been a pimp himself for a short time. He did this in Peoria, Illinois as a young man. Gracely wants to know, what are some lesser known facts about the Old West that might surprise most? Well, one thing that might surprise most is there actually was more than one Billy the Kid. We always think of William H. Bonney, Henry McCarty, alias the Kid. There was actually a Billy the Kid in Tombstone, Arizona at the time of the OK Corral. If you look at the prison records, you'll find a lot of people that had the nickname or went by Billy the Kid. Another thing that's not well known and actually kind of eerie involves the outlaw Jesse James. Jesse James was very superstitious, and he claimed to see a ball of light, what we might call or refer to as ball lightning. Some people call it swamp gas, and they were kind of an omen. Something big was going to happen. He saw this light before the Northfield Raid, where the gang was defeated and driven out of town by the townspeople, and he also saw it a short time before he was assassinated by the Ford brothers. At Shanted X, you ever wonder why the saloon doors in the Old West were designed the way they were? You know, I've looked at lots of photos of saloon exteriors, historic photographs, and I haven't yet come across one with these swinging doors. Usually it's just a regular door or large door. My suspicion is that these swinging doors were very convenient for movie makers because you can see someone coming in and out. The swinging door you can see right away. That's Wyatt Earp, that's Wild Bill Hickok. So I'm guessing that's kind of a Hollywood thing, those swinging doors. Fun fact, some of these Old West characters, figures, made it out to Hollywood. And some of these early silent films had these Western legends, these Western characters on set advising. In fact, some of these individuals even appeared in the background scenes of some of these films. Carl 2K1 asks, which Native American tribes were the most fearsome and formidable foe the U.S. government faced, and why? So there are several nations in the American West. In the Southwest, we have generally the Apaches. On the Central Plains, we have the Cheyennes and Arapahoes. Down here in Texas and the Southern Plains, the Comanches. And then up here on the Northern Plains, we have the Crow and the Lakota. The Crows became allies of the U.S. government or the military. But you know, that question, which is the most fearsome or formidable, you have to remember, they're all fighting for their culture, for their life ways, for their people. Who wouldn't be formidable or ferocious if you're trying to protect your families? And that's certainly the case with Crazy Horse and Sitting Bull. They refused to sign treaties, and that put them on a collision course with a man named George Armstrong Custer and his 7th Cavalry. Here's another question from Quora. What went wrong that led to the decimation of Custer's troops at Little Bighorn? Well, I think I would phrase that, what went right for the Lakotas and Cheyennes who were fighting George Armstrong Custer? So what went right for them is that George Armstrong Custer divided his regiment. He had about 556 fighting men, 30-some officers. He splits his regiment into 3 battalions. He sends one under Captain Benteen off in this direction to look for more Indians. He sends the second in command under another battalion under Major Marcus Reno up the valley towards the village. And so Custer takes 5 troops in his battalion and goes across these hills in this direction. Well, immediately as Reno gets to the village, these Indians are massing. He halts his charge. He doesn't charge into the village. He ends up retreating. And the thing to keep in mind with this battle is that these warriors are fighting to protect this village. It's their wives, it's their mothers, it's their sisters, and they're also very accomplished, masterful horseback fighters. They really know their business, and they have a reason to fight. And because George Armstrong Custer divided his regiment, they can attack them piecemeal. So first they defeat Reno, force him to retreat to the bluffs. Then they can concentrate on Custer over here on Custer Hill and his 5 companies, and they decimate all 210 men under Custer's command. And Custer himself dies with his men on what's known today as Last Stand Hill, way over here on a hill that overlooks this village. At F1ST, I didn't realize how well made Navajo blankets were in the 1800s. That history of living off the earth with bare essentials was amazing. Well, it truly was, and we've got a Navajo blanket right here. The Navajos were making blankets as early as the 1600s. They learned to make blankets apparently from the Pueblo Indians who had long been making blankets. They're made on a vertical loom. It's a very tight weave. The Navajos eventually raised their own sheep so they could have their own wool, and it became an industry that exists to this day. So this is a pipe bag. This tells us that the North American Indians on the plains were involved in a global market economy. This decoration are glass beads that were made in Italy. They were transported here in trade with the Plains Indians for their buffalo robes. The buffalo robes are being shipped to Europe. The North American Indians are getting brass kettles. They're getting firearms. I mean, they're tied into the entire world, and it's reflected in this. They learned to live off the land. What nature provided them, they made very good use of, and at the same time, they made it beautiful. At Ico Rich asks, when does the Old West start? And he's got a poll. So one option here is Lewis and Clark, 1803 to 1806, the core of discovery. Lewis and Clark are sent out west by Thomas Jefferson to really explore the Louisiana Purchase that they've just acquired from France. They're looking for a transportation route. We've got mountains, plains. There's an unexplored country. Is there a way to get across it? They're introducing some of these indigenous populations, these Indian nations, to the United States. Lewis and Clark brought with them peace medals. The Indians were used to getting peace medals because of Great Britain, France, and Spain, and so the United States, well, we have to have our peace medals to impress these leaders of these Indian nations as well. Another is the Treaty of Guadalupe Hidalgo in 1848, and that is how the United States acquired from Mexico what we now call the American Southwest. This is the whole chunk of land that's acquired through that treaty. So that's another option, is the beginning of the West, or at least according to the poll. We also have the end of the Civil War. You have a lot of Civil War veterans that go west. But we also have here the Transcontinental Railroad. The Transcontinental Railroad stretches all across the plains and across the Rocky Mountains, and it allows migration people, passengers, to take the trains all the way across the country. In a way, this term you heard, manifest destiny, that the United States was destined to expand from ocean to ocean. The railroad completes that idea, that theory. So those are all really good suggestions. I kind of like the end of the Civil War for that classic period of the Old West. Well, that's all the questions for today. They were good questions. We enjoyed answering them. Thank you for watching Wild West Support. Turkey in the straw. Turkey in the hay. Hey, hey.
Yeehaw!
I have what you seek. Farewell. Long live Greymane.
Thank you for browsing.
Awesome. Nothing more? What's that? To the Nether Star. Why is this here? Whip.
Time is money, friend.
What is another that used to say cool weapons back in the day? Consortium, this one. Is anything new? Okay, I need to be right back because I have to take medicine. If y'all have any other essay-like video, I will gladly take it. I'm back. I'm going to eat, so I'm going to check if someone is streaming, and if not, I want to go to my house. Fuck off. Let me see. If someone is streaming that I can raid, I might raid them. And if not, maybe I will stream a bit more. Teehee. Zap is not streaming today? I don't remember. Mimcho? What I show this? 20 minutes. Okay, let me look for an SI video. I have the Silent Hill from Pengu, this one from Ruby. I got tired of the Silent Hill one because I repeated so much the same thing. It was hurting my psyches.
I'm historian Angus Constam. Let's answer your questions from the internet. This is pirate support.
No, it's a pirate answer. Okay, I'm going to do it.
At Straight Grubbin asked, where did the pirate accent come from? Because there's no way in hell that people really talk like that. It was invented by the actor Robert Newton when he did the Walt Disney film Treasure Island back in 1950. He used his native Somerset accent and embellished it a bit, and that created the sound of the pirate, essentially.
Hardly worth dividing, is it, George?
It's a great accent, but it's just one actor's view of what a pirate would sound like. Pirates would have come from just about any port in Britain or Europe or even colonial America. When Robert Newton chose that accent, he'd no idea 60, 70, 80 years later people are using it as the established pirate accent.
Thank you kindly, Doctor. You came in the nick of time.
It shows you the power and the impact of that film at the time and how it captured people's imagination. At Corbynest asks, why are pirates called pirates? Pirates really comes from a Greek word which means to attack or to rob. Pirates existed as far back as the ancient Egyptians, and then when the Romans came along, their word pirates essentially meant a sea robber. They had whole naval patrols out trying to hunt down pirates. Famously, Pompey the Great organized a sweep through the Mediterranean to capture all the pirates he found. They were using the term then, so it's kind of stuck. At Lucadon Muse says, what's your favorite rule of the pirate code? We have a few examples of pirate codes, and they're really codes of conduct within the ship to govern how the pirates operate on board the ship. I like the fact that they're very democratic. For instance, how any plunder is held in common by the pirates and divided up. They also have ones that give you an idea of what life was like on board. Basic things like no candles while you're gambling and drinking below decks. That's a very sensible one. Knock over a candle in a wooden ship and all hell breaks loose. At Sean Rome 1 asks, what do pirates do for fun? We don't know an awful lot about what pirates did on board, but we have a few records from merchant captains taken prisoner and held on board pirate ships. There was a lot of card playing and an awful lot of drinking. Pirates, essentially, every time they looted a ship with drink in it, they would lay into the stuff. Ships carrying things like Madeira wine was regularly imported to colonial America. Pirates were well stocked with drink, but also an awful lot of just lying around looking bored because they were waiting for a victim. That involved a lot of long passages at sea doing very little. Great Sambino, I wonder if pirates really did use wooden peg legs, or is this just common folklore? They must have gotten seriously bad splinters. Often people with peg legs were used as cooks, just as Long John Silver was in Treasure Island. Peg legs are probably the only kind of prosthetic available. As for splinters, yeah, I'm sure that happened. At Wheelie Average, what's the most famous non-fictional pirate through history? There's a lot to choose from. Probably the instant iconic pirate is Blackbeard. Edward Teach. Instantly recognizable, he did things like blockade Charleston, which really upset the apple cart in colonial America. People didn't know where he was going to attack next, and for a short period, merchant ships wouldn't go to sea for the risk of being attacked by pirates. His parents owned a plantation in Jamaica. They were well off, but he got the bug when he was a privateer. He obviously liked it, he was good at it, and so when he grabbed the chance, he went out pirating on his own account. At Luke 4337 says, weren't pirates democratic and overthrew bad captains? Pirates were very democratic. At the time, we're speaking about the early 18th century, it was a very strained, constricted sort of lifestyle ruled by the church, ruled by laws. Pirates were rebelling against that. They were rebelling against tyrannical merchant captains who could have them flogged or even killed without any recourse to the law. They could vote in a captain they liked and vote out one who didn't suit their needs, and that happened several times. If the pirates weren't happy, they'd call a meeting and they would decide if the captain should stay or go. Pirate captains like Charles Vane were deposed by their crew. He and his crew that supported him were shoved onto this other ship and told to fend for themselves, while the pirates elected a new captain, in this case Jack Rackham, and he sailed off to continue his piratical career somewhere else. At Honey Nut Berrios says, pirates never actually made people walk the plank. There's no real evidence that pirates ever did. It came largely from J.M. Barrie, who wrote Peter Pan. J.M. Barrie used the whole plot device of walking a plank to add dramatic impact to his story, because pirates wouldn't bother sticking a plank out and making people walk it, except in fiction. Normally, a pirate would just cut your throat and throw your body overboard, and there's plenty of examples of that happening. Pirates could be nasty. Some, like George Lowther, made a name for being almost psychopathically vicious, and they would often pick on the captain of a ship that they captured as a figure of authority, and they'd often torture him just to make his life a misery before killing him and throwing him overboard. At Ross3 said, so you're telling me Jack Sparrow wasn't a real pirate? Well, no, he was a character beautifully played by Johnny Depp. His inspiration for it was largely Keith Richards from the Rolling Stones, because he just liked that crumpled but dynamic look. Johnny Depp just took that, embellished it and ran with it, just like Robert Newton did all those years before with Treasure Island. He's actually basing his look not just on Keith Richards, but in real pirates. Look at the hair. That's straight from Edward Teach from Blackbeard. He's got a captain's coat, the kind of fancy coat that a pirate captain would wear, albeit kind of shabby. This is the sort of thing they'd steal from a boat. The whole thing is kind of exaggerated, but underlying it, there's a sort of real pirate look in there. Another thing with Johnny Depp is he's always a bit drunk. Pirates did steal a lot of rum from ships. At Betha Cowboys makes a good point, and he says, how am I supposed to pay attention in class when gay pirates exist? There were gay pirates. Bartholomew Roberts, probably the most successful pirate in terms of the number of ships he captured, was definitely a gay pirate. His partner was one of the crew and was equally ferocious. In a very constricting society, being a pirate was a great place to be. You were part of that pirate crew, and they all looked after each other very well. At Fisherbeck PB asks a great question. What's the difference between a privateer and a pirate? In time of war, governments give privateers a letter of marque, basically a license to become a licensed pirate. For instance, during Queen Anne's War, anyone could go get letter of marque, and if they had financial backing, they could gather together a crew for a ship, buy a ship and go off hunting. Anytime that ship was captured, it was taken back to port and legally sold. The government would get its cut, about 20%, and the rest was sheer profit, shared between any shareholders in the enterprise and then amongst the crew. The trouble is, when the war stopped, those licenses were terminated. A lot of pirates had spent a lot of time learning the skills. They didn't want to go back to the drudgery of being a regular merchant seaman. They decided to keep going. A pirate attacks any ship regardless of nationality. They're just there to hunt the seas. At about 1713, 1714, there was an immense upsurge of piracy, mainly in the Caribbean and the American seaboard, but also over in coasts of West Africa. The Golden Age of piracy, a modern term for a deadly problem. At Markofix says, why is it trying to drink off rum while watching Pirates of the Caribbean? Rum and the Caribbean kind of go together. The main trading good of large parts of the Caribbean was sugar. Sugar was used to make rum. And now we associate rum with pirates, largely because they operated a lot of the time in the Caribbean, captured rum and drank it. At Charlotte Murray says, get out of here with your misogyny. There are plenty of female pirates in One Piece who were inspired by real-life female pirates. There are not many examples of female pirates, but in the contemporary, very strict society of the 18th century, the whole idea that women would become pirates and go to sea, that was truly shocking and sensational, so people loved it. Anne Bonny and Mary Read were part of a pirate crew, one of Captain Calico Jack Rackham. They both dressed like men and fought and drank and did all the things other pirates did. Anne Bonny was recruited first. She was probably the lover of Jack Rackham, at least that's what the records suggest. And then Mary Read, who was a friend of hers, joined as well. They weren't just going along for the ride, they were full-on cutthroat pirates. And they, in the last battle before they were captured, were the only ones who were able to put up a real fight, mainly because the men had all been drinking. When Jack Rackham's ship was captured off the western end of Jamaica, they were taken to Port Royal as prisoners and thrown in the jail. It was a sensation that shocked the world that women would be pirates. Almost all the crew were taken away and hung, but Anne Bonny and Mary Read, they both pleaded that they were pregnant, and they managed to throw themselves in the leniency of the court, and they got away with it. At Yahaf Sal says, how does one get an access code to become a pirate? How do you become a pirate? You needed to be a sailor. Landlubbers were of no use. Pirates were merchant seamen. If they mutinied against a nasty tyrannical captain and took over a ship, that was one of the first access codes to becoming a pirate. The other one is once pirates were at sea, they captured a merchant ship. They'd often ask the crew, do you want to join us? That's a big step though, because once they do, they couldn't go home. They couldn't go back to their families. That was it. They were a pirate until they died. At WhaleFan69 asks, what did pirates do before sunscreen? We have accounts of them using tallow, the stuff they used to grease ropes. They often put that on their faces to block themselves from the sun. But what pirates tended to do is have a very big straw hat. At Faislal RB4 asks, has any pirate treasure been found? Buried treasure. That's a modern invention. That was a main plot in Treasure Island, written by Robert Louis Stevenson. Pirate treasure, while there probably is some out there, it's probably lost by accident, because anytime they captured a ship, often it didn't have treasure on board. They were capturing the regular merchant ships of the time, so they would have things like rum or sugar or clothing. The only occasion when treasure was buried that I know of is when Captain Kidd came back to New York from his pirating exploits in the Indian Ocean, and he wasn't sure how he'd be received, so he buried his treasure on the coast of Long Island just outside New York, and then went into the city to see the governor. It didn't really work out for him. He was immediately arrested. He was interrogated and had to reveal where the treasure was. Here's one from Ed Cora. What's an average pirate's life expectancy? Hollywood seems to give the idea that they can be old and grizzled. Life expectancy at the time, we're speaking about the early 18th century, for a seaman was fairly short. A lot of pirates were young, teenagers or in their 20s. You knew you were eventually going to be captured, hunted down, and executed. So the chances of being old and grizzled and retiring as a pirate kind of slim. At T.S. Morehouse says, I wonder why pirates are associated with parrots and what started the trend. Pirates are exotic creatures. They're novelties in Europe. Any seaman in the Caribbean would pick up things like parrots and take them home and sell them as exotic pets. At Virgil of Limbo said, I wonder why they gave Blackbeard his name. He's not the only one with a black beard, or was he the only one at the time? Here's a picture of Blackbeard at the time. He was described with a great big beard. He had it tied up often with ribbons. He also had bits of burning slow match used to fire guns, basically burning cord stuck under his hat to make him look more ferocious. So he looked kind of satanic, and that's exactly what pirates wanted. At Bruminate asked, what did pirates wear? What we've kind of established nowadays as the pirate look was essentially not worn at the time at all. It was created by an American artist, Howard Pyle, in the late 19th century, who did a lot of illustrations for kids' books. Before he did these children's books, Howard Pyle studied Spanish guerrillas, and he had lots of sketches of them with headscarves and the whole look. And he said, right, that's a great look for pirates. Here's an example of what pirates actually dressed like. They wore the clothes of seamen at the time. They were, after all, sailors. So they'd have shirts, they'd have sun hats. Very popular is the tricorn, like this. I wish these came back into fashion. I love these things. But that's not that practical on a ship. What they'd often wear is something like a woolly hat. You see them wearing little bowler hats or hats like this. Sensible, comfortable clothes, even shorts. At Desert Taxol asks, what sort of weapons did pirates use? Of course, they wanted to capture a ship without having to fight on the decks. There's a risk they could be killed, the ship could be damaged that they're trying to capture, and all that plunder on board would be lost to them if it sank. When pirates captured ships, they often took the guns from it and kept them on board their own ship. So essentially, they had the best weaponry and all that they could lay their hands on. The main thing to stop a ship would be a cannon like this. They normally keep the heavy guns down in the hold where the ballast is, and then they bring them up when they need them. But you also have little swivel guns like this on the rails of the ship. They're kind of anti-personnel weapons, and you would blast out musket balls and bags of shot from these things that were designed to spray across the decks and kill people. When you got alongside, you needed things like these. These are grenados, essentially little metal balls filled with explosives, like a modern grenade. There's no pin to pull, you just have to light the fuse and throw it and hope for the best. You have swords, axes, pikes, boarding pikes, cutlasses, muskets, and even long muskets like this. So the whole range of weaponry was available to them. I'm Miss Bluey says, how the hell did pirates build such awesome ships? Why are criminals so creative? Pirates didn't build the ships, they stole them. Much better. Often pirates would start small with a single-masted sloop or even a canoe. You would build up your crew. You would often trade ships for bigger ships. What they did, though, is they embellished them. Take Blackbeard. When he captured this French slave ship called La Concorde off Martinique, he took it to a deserted island. He converted it to make it a better pirate ship, and that meant cutting down the decks. So it was one big platform so the pirates could attack from anywhere. He added more gun ports. He essentially blinged up the ship so it was the perfect fighting platform for piracy. S.L. Morrison 9, you know that pirates helped free slaves in the 1700s. I don't remember seeing that in any history books. Well, yeah, they captured slave ships. The Caribbean was essentially an economy that demanded the use of slaves. But what the pirates liked was attacking them off the West African coast because they had trade goods and they often had things like gold dust on board. And when they did capture one with slaves on board, if there were seamen, they'd recruit them. Otherwise, they put them ashore. So it was kind of a reprieve for people who were captured. They managed to get a taste of freedom thanks to the pirates. Of course, being dumped on the shore wasn't the end of the story, because often in West Africa, the coastal communities were the ones who had actually gone out as slave hunters and sold you into slavery. So you'd probably have some other challenges to face once the pirates had set you free. Some pirate crews, like the ones of Bartholomew Roberts, had a lot of Africans on board, and a lot of them were former slaves who decided to join the pirates, and the pirates accepted them because they could fight. About a third of the crew could be Africans. At Edward G6 1972 059. What's the name given to the skull and crossbones pirate flag? The original pirate flags were known as the Jolly Roger, from the French Jolly Rouge. The red is a warning sign, but so too is the use of skull and crossbones. Hourglasses to show that your time's running out. Skeletons and skulls are signs of death. They often have ones with pirates drinking with the devil. It's all designed to intimidate, and you see a flag like that coming, it means this is the fate that's going to happen to you. We're going to kill you unless you surrender. At the Victor 2 says, did pirates have pirate bathrooms on their pirate ships, or did they just over the side when they were at sea? In any ship at the time, there wasn't really much in the way of bathrooms. The naval word for a toilet is the heads, and at the front end of the ship, that tended to be the place where the crew would use as their bathroom, so they did over the side. Atkora makes the very sensible question of, did pirates live in the water, or did they have homes to go to? Pirates make the choice to be a pirate. You and your pirate crew are a floating community. Once you became a pirate, that was it. You cut ties from everything you knew from society, your family, your friends, everything, until either you get a government pardon and you can walk away scot-free, or else you're captured and usually hung, like Bartholomew Roberts, who was captured and killed. His crew were taken back and tried in a mass trial and executed. That was a signal, as much as anything else, to other merchant seamen not to become pirates, or else you will face the same grisly fate. At Jeff Gill says, why do so many pirates have to wear eye patches? It's a dangerous business being a sailor. Sometimes you get your eye poked out. Yes, you'd wear an eye patch if your eye was damaged or knocked out. Probably not like this one with the skull and crossbones on. That's a kind of modern bonus. There is an idea that eye patches are useful for saving an eye for use in the dark. It improves your night vision, but there's no real evidence that pirates did that. The most likely thing is somebody's had their eye poked out. That's all the questions for today. Thanks for watching. This has been Pirate Support.
Tubing is also risky. Right, Ruby?
I'm back. Witchcraft question. Oh, Ruby question.
I'm historian Mickey Brock. Let's answer your questions from the internet. This is witchcraft support. It's too silly. At Layla Likes Music. Can men be witches, or is it hashtag just for the girls? Yes, men can be witches. Anywhere between 75 and 80% of those accused of witchcraft were women. There were a few places where the majority of people accused of witchcraft were men. Russia, Estonia, Normandy, Iceland, but these were also places where the witch trials never boiled into a full-blown panic. A lot of the men who are accused of witchcraft are accused in moments where they are related to or in proximity to a woman who is accused of witchcraft. So their mother might have been accused, their sister, their aunt, their wife even. And that could bring them in the minds of authorities closer to the crime and could make them vulnerable to that allegation. There were also some men who ran afoul of traditional norms of masculinity. They might have used their power in a way that was deemed irrational. Men were supposed to be rational, the opposite of women who were irrational and emotional. These sorts of deviations from the norms of masculinity could make potentially someone more vulnerable. You may remember the case of Giles Corey. Giles Corey was made famous by Arthur Miller's play The Crucible, and he is the man in that story and in the actual history who was pressed to death after he was accused of witchcraft. That is to say, a slab of wood was laid on top of them, and then rock was placed, and rock was placed, and rock was placed until he was pressed to death into the earth. He had been accused of witchcraft after his wife, Martha Corey, had been accused. And the reason he was pressed to death like this is because he refused to enter a plea. And in English law, you had to enter a plea. Are you guilty or not guilty, right? This system lives on. But he wouldn't say anything, he held fast. And of course, very famously, and this may be apocryphal, we don't know for sure if he said this, but Arthur Miller said he did, Giles Corey's last words were defiantly, "More weight." Our next question is from Adam McIlveen. What better way is there to spend a Thursday morning than learning about methods of torture used on accused witches in Scotland? I too enjoy thinking about torture methods. We're talking about 90,000 people accused and about 50% of them executed. And torture was really key in order to get people convicted for witchcraft. And that's because when you think about witchcraft, it's a crime that's kind of unseen. It's secret, it's hidden, it's concealed. If you don't have eyewitnesses to the crime, then what you need is a confession. You need an individual to confess to meeting with the devil under the cover of night, using harmful magic to kill babies and harm crops and render men impotent. So the question might be, what sorts of torture methods did they use? If you're interested in Scotland, they really enjoyed the thumb screws, these little screws that tighten and tighten and tightened on your thumb. In some places, they were a little bit less gruesome, like the use of sleep deprivation, which was common in England in the 1640s. Other places more gruesome still, like the rack, a medieval torture device that was used into the early modern period that could either stretch or compress limbs. The strappato, which is used to tie arms behind one's back and hoist you up over a pulley, sometimes with weights attached to your legs, so that your shoulders become dislocated. So really horrific stuff. And of course, we know torture gives us terrible information. It's not good judicial practice, but it was useful for authorities who felt that witchcraft was such an exceptional crime. They would use torture in ways they typically wouldn't. People were allowed to flout the typical legal norms and practices. And what that meant is you could get people to confess to all sorts of fantastical things. Next question is from Ask Historians, great website on Reddit, and it is asked by Sir Drunken the Tall. Sir Drunken, 10 out of 10 name. I feel like you're a Monty Python character. How did the Salem witch trials become the face of the historical witch hunts when European witch trials took place much earlier and were more numerous? Number one, America. Right? The dominance, kind of the cultural imperialism of America has really brought the witch trials, Salem witch trials, to front of mind. And of course, Arthur Miller's play The Crucible, which was performed on both sides of the Atlantic, is going to be part of that. I think Salem, too, is kind of shocking. It's late. right? It's in the early 1690s. It happens in this Puritan colony that's often held up as this great example of the American experiment. And I think because it's so late, people think surely this is a time period when they have stopped hunting witches by the end of the 17th century, right? The 17th century is the heyday of the scientific revolution. We're talking about, you know, Galileo and Isaac Newton and all of these things. So people see Salem as sort of a shock to the system, whereas potentially a 16th century witch trial seems more understandable. But I also want to say that this idea that the witch hunts happened in the Middle Ages, they didn't. If you ever hear someone say witch hunting was a medieval phenomenon, it was not. The bulk of the witch hunts happened in the early modern period, that is to the 16th and 17th century. Cora asks, were witches ever burned at the stake in the USA like they were in Britain? Actually, I'm going to go with no and no. They were hung in New England and in the colonies, and they were also hung in England. English common law treated witchcraft as a crime of sort of treason, an act against the state, an act against the church, and it wasn't treated as a heresy, so they weren't burned. They were just hung in England and the English colonies. In Scotland, they were strangled and then burned, and then in many places in continental Europe, they were straight up burned. So a nice range of execution methods we have there. Now we have a question from Phil Array. Why were the witch tests so deadly and dumb? Almost all the tests required the person to die, even if there was no proof that they were or not. So the witchcraft tests, these are variations on what people called in earlier periods the trial by ordeal. The idea that you could do a certain test, the most famous one that we tend to think of is the swim test, the dunking of witches, the throwing the women into water and seeing if they floated or not. People really thought divine providence was critical, it was crucial. So there was a lot of confidence that God would not let an innocent person die. And that belief was really strong. It underpinned the faith in these tests. Now let me say, actually the swim test, the throw her into a pond, you know, as they do in Monty Python.
There are ways of telling whether she is a witch.
That isn't actually used as often as we're led to think by its prominence in popular culture, but it did happen, and it is an example again of that belief that humans were not alone in the world, and there were a lot of other forces that governed the application of justice and the rooting out of evildoers. Another excellent question from Reddit's History Forum, asked by Six Horogoth. How is it that there were witch trials happening in different parts of the world around the same time? It's the printing press. You have the advent of the printing press in the 15th century, or at least the use of it and development of it in Europe. And that leads to the printing of these demonological texts that are being spread around. So the printing press allows stories of, say, witches in Scandinavia to be printed and read about in London or in Boston. And that's going to help create this sort of consistency in the Western notion of the witch. At Mike Queener, do witches really cast spells, or are their abilities limited to potions and stuff? Well, people believed that witches had a wide range of powers. They believed witches certainly could use potions, double, toil and trouble, right? Shakespeare's famous line. Probably the most gruesome thing that people imagined witches to do is people imagined that some witches might grind up or use parts of humans, especially parts of unbaptized infants, to make them into a paste, to make them into a potion, and anoint themselves in order to fly. If you've seen The Witch from 2015, you'll remember the scenes of the witch in the woods grinding something on the stone block and then sort of flying out and turning younger. That was envisioned to be parts of a baby, but it draws on older stereotypes about blood libel, heretics doing these sorts of horrible practices to children, and by labeling accused witches as killers of babies and even as cannibals, using the pestle and mortar to grind up some bones of babies, whatever, is a very surefire, quick way to dehumanize them and to demonize them. At Scott Daly 26 asks, has anyone watched The Witch? What an absolute shite horror film that is. Scott, my man, no. The Witch is a brilliant film. I think you just may be conditioned to people jumping out of corners and going, and there's none of that in The Witch. Robert Eggers' The Witch, which came out in 2015, is, to my mind, and I'm just saying this, I'm just the expert, the best film about witchcraft ever made. It looks at a family in the 17th century in New England grappling with fears of witchcraft, and it is the perfect encapsulation, I think, of Puritan anxieties, of theology, of fears the Puritans had about whether or not they were elect, and of this sort of fever dream about witchcraft that so took hold of people's minds. When you watch the film The Witch, you get a real window into why the witch was so scary to people. It really helps us understand why people thought witches were deadly and a threat to their families, to their livelihoods, and to their communities. So I know Scott says it was shite. I don't think it was shite. I think it was great. 5 stars. How many stars are there? A lot of stars. All the stars. I have 2 scenes from The Witch that I really love. They also happen to be quite gruesome scenes. One is, of course, the scenes involving Black Phillip, who is the goat that belongs to the family. The goat is really sort of emblematic of many depictions that we have in popular culture and historically of the devil as this goat figure, which of course is again an inversion of the idea of the lamb, right? The Lamb of God. The black goat is an inversion of that. Of course, also a demonization of certain pagan rituals, ideas about Pan, whatnot. That's why the goat's often associated with Satan. But Black Phillip is a perfect devil. The other scene that I really love, there is a scene where a child in the film is sort of having this experience of bewitchment and is kind of having these almost possessed convulsions, and in that process spits up an apple. And there's your clue to the role of the Eve narrative. He's been in the woods with a witch, and he comes back possessed and chokes up an apple. And that's straight to that stereotype that we see in a lot of depictions of witches. Next question is from @Jasmine Ermani. Who came up with the idea that witches could fly on brooms, and why? This is a great question. The broom is one of those iconic images that we associate with the witch. Number one, the broom is a totally domestic object. And so much of what we think of when we think of witchcraft is associated with the domestic sphere, right? You have the cauldron, right? The mortar and pestle, these things that you would find in the home. And that's because when you think of the crimes that witches supposedly committed, many of them were about harm to the domestic sphere, children, food, crops, and so forth. Now, during the early modern period, people did wonder about whether witches could fly. Authorities really thought about this. How did it happen? How did it work? And the idea fundamentally was that with the aid of the devil, witches could fly to undisclosed locations, maybe a mountain under cover of darkness, maybe a forest far away on a hill. And there they could meet under cover of night and engage in the witch's Sabbath, which was envisioned, believed, fantasized to involve all sorts of demonic acts, orgies, cannibalistic infanticide, singing and feasting, and things that were in some ways inversions of appropriate Christian practice. Another note about the broomstick is it was sort of envisioned to be a fairly phallic object. Now, looking at this, make your own judgment. If you believed that witches were engaging in sex with the devil, then having these sort of phallic objects could re-emphasize that aspect of witches being carnal and being in sort of lustful service of Satan. I love modern takes on some of this. I love how in Hocus Pocus, when you're looking for a domestic object that's like more or less phallic adjacent, you have one of the witches grabbing a vacuum. Now, they weren't grabbing vacuums in the 16th century, but in our modern retelling, they serve that same purpose as the broom. Next question is from @WickedWalnut. I didn't know walnuts could be wicked, but now I do. I guess anything can. Anyhow, is the Malleus Maleficarum worth reading at this late date? Well, for those of you who don't know, the Malleus Maleficarum is the hammer of witches, is what it literally translates to, and it's a work that's published in the late 1480s by a very nasty piece of work, a Dominican inquisitor called Heinrich Kramer, who basically was pissed off that he wasn't being trusted to run these witch trials in Innsbruck, and writes this screed that's meant to be used as a guide to identifying and hunting witches. And should you read it? Is it worth reading? Well, how much do you enjoy misogyny and demon sex? If you enjoy both of those things, then that is the book for you. But in all seriousness, it's a book that is really important for sort of promoting some of those misogynistic tropes that are part of the witch trials. Certainly one of the things that Heinrich Kramer in the Malleus Maleficarum was obsessed with was this idea of witches as being carnal, in witches as being lustful, in witches as having uncontrollable tongues that couldn't be trusted. He really thought mouthy women tended to be witches. So I can only imagine what he would have made of me and many of the women in my life. Sometimes my students ask me why the Malleus Maleficarum was so popular. Why was it translated so quickly into English? Why did it become so prevalent? And why today do we still think about it, right? If anybody knows a witchcraft book, that's what they know. And part of it is, I think, because the Malleus Maleficarum is at times quite illicit. It's quite pornographic. One of the most salacious, interesting folkloric stories in the Malleus Maleficarum is this story of this group of witches who were widely known, as he says, to be stealing men's members and taking them up to a tree and putting them in the branches and feeding them corn. It gets a bit weird. And a man came to the tree and said, "I've lost my member. I need my member." And the witches say, "Okay, you can choose yours from this tree, but do not take the biggest one, for that belongs to the village priest." I love that story because in some ways it combines folklore but also with actual witch belief. People were really worried about witches causing impotency. There really was a case of witchcraft in the 17th century where a man supposedly lost his penis to a witch. And I tell this story to my students and we actually read parts of the Malleus. I have to say though, I teach my witch hunts class at 8 a.m. and a lot of them say that's too early for demon sex and penis trees, but you know. Next question is from @Sundered Seas. Who is going to tell these people that the Salem witch trials were the result of mass hysteria from false accusations and not actual witches like the European witch hunts? So I don't think we should call this a mass hysteria. I think there are moments where we can think about it as panic, where things really go off the rails, accusations get made willy-nilly, but it wasn't a panic. This was a group of people who truly and genuinely feared witches. The sort of authorities that they looked to, clerics and judges, and of course the Bible, provided fodder for this. It says in scripture, "Thou shalt not suffer a witch to live." It's scriptural. So the sources of authority suggested that witches had to be eradicated. And the worldview at the time, the belief system, meant that it was very rational to believe in witches. Think about it. Early modern life is hard, right? We all live, by comparison, in homes with thousands of candles, and we have thousands of horses at our disposal if you have a car, and we never worry about what we're going to eat, and we have vaccines and all of those things. We don't have to work in the same way to find explanation for misfortune. And I think if you understand that, then you can't quite as easily dismiss the fears of witchcraft that were going on at the time period. Dr. Sandman 11 asks, why is witch hunting considered to be bad? They tried to eat some children in a gingerbread house that one time. Dr. Sandman, I love this question because it brings in one of the most prominent stereotypes that occurs not just actually in witch hunts, but in moral panics in general. And this is the fear of the specter of harm to children. The Hansel and Gretel story fundamentally is about these two innocent kids who just love candy, following the trail into a gingerbread house and then becoming a nice midnight snack, pop it in the oven, whatnot. What's the inversion of the good mother? Someone who harms children. Women are meant to give life to children, to nourish them. So the inversion of that, the inverse of that, the opposite of it, is this witch who harms them, who eats them even. And that's why you see harm to children in so many of these witchcraft cases. And that's not unusual to witch trials, right? Much of the stereotypes about Jewish communities early on are related to harm to children, to blood libel. You see it certainly in the communist scare, actually, this fear that communism could be spread to children. What about the children? You see it in the satanic panics of the 1980s, this fear of what's going on at pre-K and daycares and whatnot. So harm to children, I think, is one of those useful, movable fictions that people use as a way to articulate, to justify, and to demonize over the course of repeated moral panics that are still very much with us, I think. @WiseMuir40718. Why do witches always have such a nose in cartoon movies in Disney? Well, you see in some of these visual depictions of witches, including from the late 15th, 16th, and 17th centuries, of these sort of large appendages, large noses, things that mark them out from other members of the community. And of course, the large nose trope, which is actually more prominent in some later depictions than in the early modern period itself, comes from anti-Semitic stereotypes. There's very little new that's under the sun. So much about the witch trials is pulling from stereotypes from other moments of panic in European history. So if we watch this little clip about Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs, of that famous scene of the witch holding out the poisoned apple and offering it to Snow White.
This is no ordinary apple. It's a magic wishing apple. Now take a bite.
I think we see some really prominent stereotypes that you can find in a number of the witch trials. First of all, the apple. If you see a woman with an apple, your brain should immediately go to Eve. Here is someone offering temptation, offering something that they shouldn't have access to. And of course, you have the witch in this scene. She's kind of an Eve figure, right? She's evil, she's been tempted by the devil. And then you have Snow White, who is, of course, virginal, pure, a very Mary figure, right? We are always sort of skirting within this Madonna, whore, Mary, Eve complex and how people envision the roles of women. And it was very hard if you were a woman in any period to be a Mary, so people were more likely, especially authorities, to think of you like an Eve. You also have in this scene, this famous scene of the witch holding the apple to Snow White, her wearing a dark cloak that is kind of reminiscent of the way people envisioned heretics to meet under the cover of the night, and that large, cartoonishly anti-Semitic nose that you see in some of these depictions. At Bunsen Burner BMD asks, why do we associate cats with witches? This idea of cats being associated with witches comes actually very specifically from the English witch trials, where witches were believed to have demonic familiars. So local domestic animals, a cat, a toad, a bunny, whatever, that was believed to be a little demon or a little creature doing the devil's bidding that was feeding off the witch. And this really becomes prominent in particular in some major witch hunts in the 1640s in East Anglia, where you have Matthew Hopkins and John Stern style themselves as self-appointed witch finders and go out and basically use sleep deprivation to get people to confess to witchcraft. Any of you who have ever owned a cat will know they are finicky creatures. They have a mind of their own. They do their own thing. Also, cats have always been sexualized. We'll all know the slang that is associated with cats, and that's another thing that gets them kept up to the forefront of being associated with witchcraft. Probably the most recognizable object associated with a witch is, of course, the witch's hat. But I have to say, historians aren't entirely sure where this comes from. Some people have posited that it's related to kind of a exaggeration of the types of caps people would have worn during the time period. Maybe it has some anti-Semitic roots. Maybe it's just, frankly, a really good way to mark someone as different than others in society. But they do show up only rarely in pamphlets from and woodcuts from the time period, but they have certainly become dominant norms in today's society. So happy Halloween. This question is from @HolySchnit, Googling how to spot a witch. Let's imagine I am a minister and it is 1630s in a small town just outside of Edinburgh, Scotland, and I am advising my parishioners on how to spot a witch. And it's very important they do so. We want to avoid divine wrath. What I might tell them is, if you hear a woman who's on the margins of society in some way, maybe she's widowed, maybe she's poor, maybe she's just cantankerous, maybe you're skipping out on the church, maybe you're Sabbath breaking. But if you're an ordinary person, you're really only looking for a witch if something bad happens. If your cow dies, if your child dies, if your husband goes impotent. You might think back to yourself and think, did someone do me wrong? Did something happen that could have been perceived to be an act of harmful magic? And you might think, did you have a neighbor who you quarreled with? And did that neighbor fit the bill of someone who could be a witch? And that would help you identify who the witch was. Carolyn Calfo asks, why did the Salem witch trials start at all? Caroline, great question. And how much time do you have? The long-term causes are that we should understand Salem as coming at the tail end of a much larger chapter of European witch hunting. That is to say, the Salem witch hunts are in the early 1690s. By this point, most places in Europe have already hit their peak of witchcraft, and witch trials are starting to decline. But Salem is very much part of this story, part of the circulation of all these demonological ideas about witches, about the devil, and the ways that they might interact in the world. And of course, when people come from England to the so-called New World, to these colonized lands in New England and elsewhere, they are bringing with them those ideas. The other sort of long-term causes are this intense Puritan desire to build a city upon a hill. When you have the major wave of Puritan migration in the 1630s, you have people coming who want to build a truly pure, truly godly society. And that takes zeal. They see themselves as fleeing persecution back in England and coming to the New World in order to build something better and more godly. And if you want to build something better and more godly, you have to be on the lookout for any threats from the devil. And for the Puritans who settled in Boston and beyond, they really saw themselves as under threat from a range of actors. They were colonizers, of course, so they were coming into conflict with local indigenous groups, and they are going in some ways to perceive indigenous peoples as being potential servants of the devil, and especially they think this after waves of frontier wars that took place in the middle and latter part of the 17th century. Short-term causes are there's so much communal feuding. There are debates among community members. There's a general sense of unrest and distrust of one's neighbors. A new minister has come to Salem a couple of years before the Salem witch trials, a guy called Samuel Parris, a real asshole, and he is certainly at the center of a lot of these witch trials. It's really in his home. He's the minister of the newly appointed Salem village, where the witchcraft symptoms start. So Samuel Parris, this diehard Puritan minister, he has a daughter, Betty Parris, and a niece, Abigail Williams. They're in his home. They're young, 9 and 11, and they start to experience symptoms of bewitchment and affliction. And that is what gets the witch trials going. They are the first of the afflicted girls, and it sort of spreads like wildfire from that. And that's partially because it serves the purpose of Samuel Parris. If this minister is trying to make his way in the world, if he is trying to sort of show himself as the godly emissary on earth, then of course the devil's going after him, right? This legitimizes his position. And I think we also have to ask the question of, why did these young girls perform bewitchment? Why did they think they were afflicted, or at least why did they manifest the symptoms of affliction? Odd contortions of the body, the speaking in strange voices, the writhing about, signs that we would typically associate with demonic possession. Why did they do this? Well, few people in Puritan society had less power, less of a say, less of a voice than young girls. They were told to be quiet. They were told to sit back. They were told to ask permission before speaking. They were told to obey their mother and father at all costs. And here is this moment where they take center stage. The spotlight is on them. And then you have the adults interpreting that for their own purposes in ways that spiral into the trials. Next question, and this is a good one, from @DreamOfDelphi. Do we believe that witch hunting was the result of actual witches or ergot poisoning? I think in some ways people want to believe that these girls were just low-key tripping, right? As a little light LSD action, and that maybe explains it, because that's easier to understand than thinking that people really believed in witches and were really fearful of them. When we read about people believing that witches were going to the Sabbath and having sex with the devil and committing cannibalistic infanticide and so on, we just find that beyond belief. We think, how did people actually think this was true? Surely the witch trials must have been about something else, social control, ergot poisoning, these sorts of things. But in reality, this was a serious belief in the time period. People genuinely believed in witches, and they genuinely believed that people who were guilty of witchcraft needed to be eradicated from the earth. And there's also no evidence that they were tripping on poisoned rye. That might have been a more exciting explanation, but the reason we know that's not true is because that would have been a lot of poisoned rye, of ergot poisoning going around. And the witch trials were not just in Salem. They took place from the late 15th century through to the early 18th century. That's tens of thousands of people accused, tens of thousands of people executed, and there's just not that much LSD bread. Claire asks a really common question. Anne Boleyn didn't actually have 6 fingers, did she? And I think what Claire in some ways is sort of asking is, was Anne Boleyn believed to be a witch? Did she have these signs of witchcraft or physical difference like 6 fingers that could mark her out? Well, Claire, she didn't actually have 6 fingers. There's no contemporary evidence of that. And actually, Anne Boleyn was never accused of witchcraft during the period of her life. She was not accused of witchcraft at the time of her downfall. She was accused of adultery. She was accused of incest, but she was never formally accused or tried as a witch. That stuff comes later, when she was demonized by later writers in various ways. I will say, what caused Anne Boleyn's downfall is frankly that Henry VIII was a megalomaniac with authoritarian tendencies Hercules who used women, abused women, and wanted to get his rocks off with Jane Seymour, one of Anne Boleyn's ladies-in-waiting, and Anne Boleyn had not given him a male child. Hence, that's really what causes her downfall, but it was not an accusation of witchcraft. It's not really until the latter part of the 16th century where certain people start to think about Anne Boleyn, to think about her legacy, and in some cases to try to tarnish it. Elizabeth I is in power 1558 to 1603, first female queen of England in this way, has a tremendous amount of influence, and Anne Boleyn was her mother. So if you're an enemy, then trumping up charges or rumors really against Anne Boleyn is a way to do it. At One with the Funk. A good name. How do you avoid being accused of witchcraft? Well, number one, have a penis. No, in all seriousness, there were about 20% of those accused of witchcraft who were men, but typically the probability was that most witches would be women because a lot of the things that happened that were attributed to witchcraft, children dying, crops dying, someone getting poisoned, a husband getting impotent. A lot of those things happened in a really domestic space, right? Happened in the home, happened at the farm. And if you happen to be born a woman, you might want to really perform your good and godly behavior. Make sure you're going to church on time. Don't yell at any of your neighbors. Certainly don't curse out the minister or anybody in a position of authority. If you are engaged in any sort of neighborhood dispute, try to remove yourself from that because it's really often these neighborhood quarrels that lead eventually to witchcraft allegations when something goes wrong. If you're in the midst of a witch panic, even if you do everything right, even if you're a man potentially, you could be accused. We often have this assumption that if you were accused of witchcraft in this period, and as I say, the 16th, 17th century, you would go from zero to being a witch to being executed. But in fact, there were judicial processes in place that were meant to try to sort the wheat from the chaff, the witches from the good Christians, as it were. And some people in England, for example, a lot of people were afforded lawyers. There were jury trials, and you had to have a unanimous jury conviction according to English law in order to be convicted of witchcraft. And that, of course, meant rates of conviction in a place like England were lower. But typically the way people were acquitted was that juries just did not find there to be enough substantive evidence that that person was truly guilty, or the judge in charge of a trial decided that in fact the evidence was not there on the table to suggest that this witch had done all of these dastardly deeds. Harry asks, why would you be convicted as a witch in the witch trials? Let me give you a sense of how the legal process of this works. If you're accused of witchcraft, typically it goes like this. You're accused, you're brought to some initial questioning. If there's enough material to go on, you're then brought to the trial. And over the course of both that initial questioning and the trial itself, there are depositions given by witnesses, there are questions being asked by authorities, and often some of those questions relate to crimes that you purportedly committed 10 years ago, 12 years ago. So you might have a neighbor who tells the courts, you know, I heard so-and-so is accused of witchcraft, and I remember 10 years ago, we were having an argument about the boundary of our property line, and she gave me the stink eye. And then I came home later that night and my child got sick, or there was a strange swelling in my belly. And I survived, or they survived, but I think that was a sign she might be a witch. Those sorts of allegations that could date back a really long time surface in the trials. Another reason you might be convicted is if you confess. Now, Salem, let me add, is weird. Salem is strange because most people who confess live. Salem is unusual in this way, but in most places in Europe, if you confess, you're executed. And those confessions are often elicited through the use of torture and the use of very leading questions on the part of authorities. So you could be asked by authorities, didn't you go into the woods and meet with Goody Proctor at night, and didn't you see this go down? And this intimidated person who's come from a small town and is now in this court with magistrates and ministers and so forth might just say, okay, yes, I guess. And if eventually this leads to a confession, that could be enough to get you executed. Next question is from @whiskey456. Whiskey, I also love whiskey. Why do witches always get such a bad rap? They were midwives, herbalists, and powerful women. Because there is this sort of idea that we have in popular culture that midwives are likely to be accused of witchcraft. And that does show up in some of the demonological literature, right? It does show up in the Malleus Maleficarum, right? Watch out for midwives, watch out for how they might harm children. In practice, midwives were very rarely accused of witchcraft because they were trusted members of the community, because you wouldn't have that position of helping deliver children into the world unless you were. In fact, I would say on average, they were less likely than your average woman because their position in society meant often that they had a good reputation and a certain level of trustworthiness. And it's only when things go really wrong that they might find the finger pointed at them. Another great question from Reddit's Ask Historians by Cheese and Onion Crisps. Did witchfinders ever find anyone innocent? Great question. And yes, they did. Authorities were really keen with convicting and eradicating the actual witches. And it hurt their cause to convict someone who might not, in their eyes, be actually guilty. So there was a motivation for authorities to be somewhat judicious in this process. And if you happen to be accused in a country with more robust judicial processes, like England, for example, that gave most witches lawyers and that had unanimous jury verdicts, for example, you would be more likely to be acquitted. At DawnLaw 983468851, where did the idea of witches come from in the first place? Once it's available, I can see that sadly, it's often used maliciously by women against women. But who started the whole idea? Dawn, there's a lot here. I think the best way to understand the stereotype of the witch, the idea of the witch as conceived by elites at the height of the witch trials, was to see it as a sort of mixed bag of other groups and tropes that had long been objects of fear and loathing by authorities. And by that I mean, if you look at this witch stereotype, in it you see ideas that were anti-Semitic in origin, ideas about blood libel, harm to children. You see ideas about heresy. People certainly believed witches were heretics. If you serve the devil, if you worship the devil, what could be more heretical than that? You have the idea of ritual magic as being demonic. One of the things that happens over the course of the medieval period is that the church increasingly tries to control how people interact with the supernatural world and to deem all magic as being involving pacts with the devil. And what really you also have happen at the start of the witch trials is the development of a court system in early modern Europe that can put laws on the books, laws in place through which to prosecute witches judicially. So all of those things are part of this very complicated stew that eventually leads to the witch trials. Now, really interesting point that you make here about women accusing other women. Some scholars, I think wrongly, have used the fact that this happened, women were often accusing other women, to say, you know, the trials weren't really about gender. They didn't really have anything to do with this. When in fact, of course, it makes sense that women would accuse other women, right? Most of these things, these initial allegations of witchcraft, start in the home. She poisoned my baby. She did something to my husband. She made it impossible for me to churn my butter. I also want to say that if you're in the midst of a very intense witch hunt, it is safer, if you're a woman, to be on the side of helping identify who the accused witches were. Now, this is not to say that that was being done cynically. Women also believed most witches were women. This is the way these ideas work. When something becomes a norm, everybody buys into it to a large extent. It might start with one woman accusing another woman of using various household objects to poison a child. But then when it gets to the authorities, who are really interested in what the devil's up to on earth, they might ask the accused witch, where did you meet Satan in the woods? You had this ability to poison. How did you get it? Did you enter into a pact with the devil? And it is, I think, that elite male interest in the devil and in sex with the devil and these sorts of questions where you really start to see things shift in the trials. At Simon Antihero, witch hunting never ends. It doesn't. So if we're looking at the timeline of witch hunting, the last witches are formally tried in England in the 1680s. The last witches formally tried in Scotland in the 1720s. And even in Central Europe as late as the 1780s. People had questions about the realism and efficacy of the crime of witchcraft. Particularly authorities became skeptical of that. And laws were taken off the books in the 18th century, so witchcraft laws. So witchcraft, as we think of it historically, ended, but witch hunting hasn't ended. This tendency to demonize and dehumanize others and sort of associate them with very old and dangerous tropes persists in really profound ways. At Meg D. West asks, apparently I've never seen Hocus Pocus. Why did I not know that witches were the bad guys? Number one, Hocus Pocus, 10 out of 10. I love that movie. It's kitschy as hell. What a delight. I watch it every year. I've seen it like 30 times. But why did I not know witches were the bad guys? Well, that's, a really interesting point. It sort of raises the question for us of if in the pre-modern period people were scared of witches, they thought they were evil, servants to Satan, deadly. Why now do we have these kind of cuddly witches in Hocus Pocus or in the series Bewitched or in lots of other sorts of venues, Charmed, Practical Magic? Why do we have cute little toddlers wearing witches hats at Halloween? Why? The reason is because there's been, as we've become more skeptical, as we've decided that in fact maybe the devil's not that active in the world, and maybe that there are different modes of spirituality that are appropriate. Maybe there are different ways that women are allowed to be in the world. There's been almost a witch renaissance, a sort of reclaiming of that label, and a real interest actually in ideas about magic among the populace. So I think it really is our modern depictions that do in some ways come out of the 1970s and this sort of feminist rethinking of how we ought to conceive of and perceive witches. Thank you everyone for these fantastic questions. Clearly there is so much to say about witches, but that's all we have time for today. Thank you for watching Witchcraft Support.
Oh, it is not here. Small lamppost is here by Rilke.
May I be of service?
I need fucking honor for this. Fuck off.
Thank you for browsing.
Lamppost. Dream Grove. No. No. Oh, actually. This is Black Rock. Kitchen. Stormwell lamppost solve this guy.
Need help?
I have 199, 999.
Farewell.
Okay. Rose. No. This base balloon. Let's see. as I remember, is in here. Some of these nerve cells and...
You got fine taste, I can tell.
What is the wall? Oh, genial wooden bed. I need to grab more of this. And some more of this.
Cheerio.
Cheerio.
I offer service with a smile.
Okay.
I got a bad feeling. Long live Greymane.
Ain't you a chipper-looking one?
What can I do for you?
What can I do for you? What's your story?
Oh, what the fuck is
Get gabbing or get
seller?
I got a bad feeling. What can I do for you? Get gabbing or get going.
All right then. What have we here?
Seller.
Pop in anytime. How may I help you? I have what you seek.
Hillian. Oh, internazos. Internazos. Teldrassil. Lasted lands. This one from Buncha. Yep. To the Renatos Aires. I think I'm going to end for today, and I'm going to raid to Mueta. So gather around. We are going to raid. Maybe I don't know. Should I raid or should I play a bit more? I'm going to keep playing. Might as well. You know what? Might as well. They put something to listen to. The programmer. No. Creepcast. Have they uploaded anything new? Found the bunker of a prepper family. Oh, this is new.
Reading Christian Wallace's I Found the Bunker of a Prepper Family Who Went Missing 3 years ago. Which, Isaiah, tell the people who Christian Wallace is, even though he needs no introduction.
Christian Wallace is definitely one of our most frequently covered writers, I would say, and for good reason. The man has put out some absolute bangers, from My wife has taken our roleplay too far, and the counter story, my husband has taken our roleplay too far. Let me search this before I... Sometimes I think of an author and I'm like, oh yeah, he wrote that,
Yeah,
and I say it with confidence, and then people later will be like, no, he did say that, and it's like, don't you do this for a living? And I'm like, well, that's debatable. You know, I do this, and I make money doing it, but to say I'm like professional at it implies a level of ownership that I'm not really you know, prepared for. And he also did the only other astronaut on this mission died 6 weeks ago.
One of our favorites.
So those are some of the best stories we've covered on the channel, and we've covered a lot of his other stuff too. So we're reading another one of these stories today. Hunter saw this title a while back and has been really excited to read it ever since. So I'm getting out of the way. He picked this one out. So if it's Christian Wallace's first bad story, it's Hunter's fault.
It is my fault. But I will say I'm a huge, I've done videos on my channel Papa Meat for it, but like doomsday preppers, like that kind of like end of the world scenario survivalist is such a, I don't know, it's such a fascinating community of people, you know, because it's one of those things. I don't know if you feel the same way, but it's one of those things where you're just like, hey, you can't say that they're totally wrong, or so. It's like preparing for the inevitable, and I'm sure that some of them obviously go off the deep end, or you know, all that kind of stuff. But I will say there's something just like, also, you know what it fucks with me is that I sometimes feel like I'm like, what do they know that I don't? You know, like I feel like they have something figured out that I don't, and that always fucks me up too. So I'm very curious to see what angle Christian takes with this kind of like subject matter.
I will say during the flood, like Hurricane Helene, when all the roads and like infrastructure was gone for a few weeks, and it was kind of everyone was left to fend for themselves. Guess who had the food, the electricity, and was able to help everyone else?
No shit, really.
The preppers. Yeah, they had a ton of food because they had food supplies for years. They were handed them out to people, and they had electricity, and they had like Starlink systems so people could contact their families and let them know they were okay. They could coordinate with other people to tell rescue crews where to go and stuff like that. So yeah, made the difference.
With a flood, this might be a stupid question, but are the underground bunkers, they would just flood too, right? Or are there some that are actually airtight sealed where they could flood and they'd be fine?
I mean, you can get ones that are sealed. It's so unless you're in the
you run out of
lowlands,
oxygen though, right?
You would. I mean, like if you get really serious about this, you can have a rebreather system, you know, set up. Where like you have an airway that like has a vent that's on higher ground,
right,
or whatever it's all where your intake is. But most of it wasn't like standing water you're stuck under. It's like floods of water that you just need to keep away from the door, right? So if you're on any level of elevation and not next to a river, any kind of bunker would have been able to endure it because you're not just setting under it.
Right.
Most of the damage was caused by the wind and like the torrential rains creating these like mudslides and stuff like that.
Interesting. Well,
but I tell you what, you know, joke all you want, but when the power goes out, guess who's laughing? Guess who's got?
Yeah, it's one of those. There's this Larry the Cable Guy bit from back in the day when he's like, everybody makes fun of a redneck until their car breaks down or something like that. It's like that kind of like it's that same kind of vibe. But
the old saying, the man who sleeps with a machete is a fool every night but one.
Yeah, God, it's so fucking brutal. So cool though. It's sick. I mean, I'm excited though. Christian Wallace has, I mean, like I would say the astronaut story is one of my favorites. It also caused me to talk about Mr. Floppy, which maybe Mr. Floppy will make an appearance here. I don't know.
I hope not. I hope not.
We'll see.
Please, God.
But yeah, I mean, if anything, let's get into it.
You know, I just realized that on my new set, the way it's set up, where you can see the cryptid tier chart back there, which I will finish at some point, but you drew the big demon headed thing saying kind of cringe, and that's like the largest single item in my background.
You've got to change that.
The biggest thing on my set is something you did.
That is unfortunate, and you should change that. You need to commission like a sculpture or something of like a cryptid.
Well, what I want to do when I get, so this room's temporary This is in the new house, right? And I'm just waiting for like the little studio to get built next to the house.
Right.
When that studio's built, I want the inside of it to look like a log cabin.
Oh, that's fun.
Like a fireplace and stuff. And I want to have a huge mount made. Like I have the little, like the normal deer over there that I put the night vision on. I want to have like a massive, there's this, what's the thing? I think it's when the deer get too much calcium at like pay hunt farms. But they won't shed old antlers. They'll just grow new ones. It's like, it's not good for the deer and stuff like that. That's what happens when you overspike their diet. But it gets these weird, like monstrous looking racks to come out of them. And I want to have like a commissioned art piece that looks like that with like a huge, like monstrous skull in the night, like a Wendigo, you know, mount with the night vision. And I want to put that as like a mantelpiece over the back of the room.
I mean, that would be fucking sick, especially being in a log cabin. You would literally have for your set. It would look like the Lonely Broadcast Station.
Well, I mean? So the way the set's going to look is one wall's going to be like solid cabin walls, fireplace, and all that, and then the other wall is floor to ceiling windows that is pushed up against the forest.
Oh, how fun!
It's like in the forest.
I'd be fucking freaked out being in there at night. Fuck that.
Well, I mean, where I am right now, I keep putting more lights up, so it's like you can walk around the property at night. When those lights are off,
well, dude, that's what I'm saying. We need to do a night recording one night and really try to read one that we think is actually scary. And I want to see you fucking squirm in that new office, because that way I feel like, because I've done that even before. I've kept my composure, but there's times where I'm alone at my studio and I'll like. And I'm so immersed in the story that I feel like I'm like seeing things. So I kind of like look up or I'll look behind me or something casually. It's just, it fucks with you so well. But dude, the forest right there, no, there's no way. I would pussy out so bad.
Where I'm at right now, I've got, so this room's on the second story. So there's like trees that hang right outside the window, and at night I'll open the window to let the breeze in. So there's been a couple times I've been playing a scary game or watching something scary, and I'll glance and I'll see the wind like pushing the limbs towards the window back and forth. It's excellent vibe, but terrifying. So.
Are they close enough that are they close enough that they like tap your window?
They're not close enough to tap, but they're close enough that they're in the peripheral, kind of bowing in.
I bet you anything you start, you like just, you imagine, you just hear it and you're like, just like I bet you're going to start feeling like you hear something, you know? It's too perfect of an environment to not have that happen.
One night I came in here and an owl, I had the window open and there was an owl that was perched on the window. And he was facing away from me. But it was dark in the room and he was fat. So walking into the room, it looked like the back of someone's head.
Oh, God.
Right? No. But like I said, this is a second story. So that would be like an 11-foot tall
giant man walking around.
Yeah.
The giants in the Appalachians. Yeah.
I walk into the door and I freeze. And I see like the silhouette, and then it flies away, and I jumped out of my skin. Yeah.
Oh my God! Yeah, I know.
Yeah, good times.
Yeah,
I'll get scared for a recording one night. That'll be fun.
We should, yeah. Also, thank you to our audio listeners right now who are driving or usually at work. From what we see, thank you for listening on Spotify or Apple Podcast. It helps us out if you give us a nice rating, and then also to our Patreon members who got a little exclusive story yesterday or a couple days ago. And we'll probably be getting me a little more frequently while Isaiah has his beautiful baby coming soon. So if you want some extra content, feel free to go there, support the channel. If not, you get all the free content right here, baby. Otherwise, Isaiah, do you want to jump in?
I'm going to jump in. I do have one question for the people, because you brought up that a lot of people comment that they listen at work and stuff like that. I feel like...
I hope you find something.
There's not a ton of jobs you can do that, right? Well,
I don't know.
There has to be a ton of jobs where you can't do that.
I mean, probably, but I think I don't know. Like even whenever I did like construction or something, I always had like an earbud in. I mean, like
construction
you can't have
and
two.
Stuff like that. Yes, if it's you doing a task, absolutely, I get it. But if you're in any kind of like service position, like someone can't be working a checkout, right?
Well, of
and
course
listening
not.
to the show.
But you know what I do see is people will say on their lunch break they'll put something on, or I would say a large part of our audience, I think, while they're doing like, I think that we are background fodder for people cleaning their house. I believe is a big one too. People are like, yeah, I just want to do my errands.
I mean,
and just
that
listen.
absolutely makes. I do the same thing. I listen to YouTube videos.
Yeah, it's the best background fodder. For
I
sure.
listen to Creepcast. Yeah, I listen to myself talk.
I remember that. Yeah.
All right. Yeah, we can go ahead and get into it. So,
and we will leave a link to Christian's. He has an anthology book as well. We'll leave a link to his stuff in the description.
With teeth. We're also going to leave a link to his website, chwallace.co.uk. Even though he's from the UK, I forgive him. He has a link to a ton of his one-off stories, as well as his like short stories and stuff like that on there. So be sure to check him out. He's a fantastic author.
I feel like some of the best writers are from the UK that we've read. Even like Neon Tempo with the left-right game. That's also a UK land.
And Dathan is Dathan's American. He's American. Yeah. He's on the right side of the pond. That's right.
All right, let's get into it.
All right. I found the bunker of a prepper family who went missing 3 years ago. Dr. Daniel Vance was a smart man. Too smart for his own good, maybe. 40 years old, a lecturer in fluid dynamics with a mind made of shapes and numbers. No one knows why, one day, on a whim, crunched the numbers on the apocalypse and came to a troubling conclusion. He didn't share exactly what it was he deduced, but given that he immediately quit his job and liquidated his many assets, it's fair to say it wasn't positive. Swept up in the wake of the tremendous upheaval was his wife, a 24-year-old PhD student who had grown infatuated with Daniel some time before. She loved the strange bear of a man who could just as easily build a log cabin as he could explain the idiosyncrasies of an asteroid's orbit. Speaking to Daniel always left you with the profound impression he was right. So when he told her what he wanted to do, she agreed. 15 years and 5 children later, the Vances were living in the distant woods just beyond my hometown. They were enigmatic, richer than the Pope, and extremely serious about their prepper lifestyle. But they were also funny, easygoing, and incredibly compelling to speak to. This is like Ted Kaczynski if he could speak to women.
Well, he's not. We don't know he's Ted Kaczynski yet. I will say I do
Prepper,
like this
super smart PhD guy builds log cabin in the woods. If he didn't write about murdering women that he was afraid to go on dates with, and instead
well, that's what I mean. Is we have no the doctor has no fault like that yet. If anything, I do like that dynamic of like very scholarly man has wife who was like infatuated with his studies. Now they like live remotely. This setup also of like I love this setup too. Not to stop it too soon, but the idea that a learned man is doing this thing, it doesn't seem crazy, right? Like these things, it's a person that is too smart for their own good, and them doing it, you really don't think anything of it. But I'm curious to see where it takes that left turn.
I'll also say there again, not to make this about me, but I like making stuff about me. There is a surprising number of people you'll find. A lot of them I found during the flood, who are like preppers who, live off the grid, own their own generator for power, use, wood pellet stoves for heat and stuff like that, who will come to find out are incredibly accomplished doctors, researchers, inventors. There's this one guy who, was one of the people bringing supplies, repairing equipment for people. And it turns out that he had the patent on a bunch of like surgical technology, stuff like that.
So he was loaded.
Yeah. But it's like, no, they'd rather just live off the grid, put their stuff together. It's like you get to a point where you're like, hey, this whole like rat race societal thing, maybe not for me. Maybe all I need is a fireplace and a wife, I
also think that people, because of TV and stuff, have also made like every doomsday prepper person is like a religious fanatic or like a sheltered person, or like trying to get all of these like negatives attached to it, when it could just be some people are just like too smart for their own good. They're just like, we should probably have these backups. We should probably have these commodities, Yeah. It's
like, well, I mean, you never know what can go wrong.
Who knows? I'm just
Also,
too lazy. If the world ends, I'm going to lay on my lawn outside, and I'm just going to let it take me. I'm sure my wife will flee, and she will live her life with a man who was willing to survive. But I'm just going to be like, I can't. I just simply cannot.
Just a minor inconvenience.
Yeah, it's a thunderstorm. All right, I'm dead.
It's well played, world.
Yeah,
well played.
Checkmate. I get it.
They're running a vacuum right outside of the door.
I can't hear anything, but
okay, if you can hear it, we'll keep going. But it made me think of that thing some streamer did, where there were housekeepers in the background, and he was like embarrassed.
I think
to
it's
keep
XQC.
speaking.
Yeah.
That's it. Yeah, yeah, that's right.
The many mentions of XQC on this podcast.
We've only mentioned him twice, right?
Yeah.
I think.
The many. Yeah,
Which,
the infinite.
that is a surprising number to come up.
Yeah.
You're right. But they were also funny, easygoing, and incredibly compelling to speak to. Larger than life survivalists who swept into town with bizarre requests that thrilled local businesses. Vast quantities of cement, iron, lead, and steel were all shipped through the remote mountains so that the Vances could build their shelter. The advanced methods they used to keep it secret were legendary. Daniel had once spent 6 months earning the license necessary to drive HGVs up to his compound so that no one else lay eyes on it. And on one occasion, when a company had refused their request for GPS tracker-free vehicles, he bought them out wholesale so that they had no choice. Wow.
What are HGVs, by the way?
High something vehicles. It's heavy equipment that you use to transport materials on.
Okay, so it's not just like a semi truck. It's something that can like go up a mountain or something, or like it's more terrain or heavy, right? Good Lord, you okay?
Heavy. I'm getting over the flu. Heavy goods vehicles. So any like tractor trailer.
Okay, so it's just like a semi bed.
Yeah, semi or something like that. Yeah. So when they stopped appearing in town during the pandemic, when requests for food and goods stopped and all contact was dropped, most attributed it to lockdown. They had a bunker and had spent their entire lives training to be self-sufficient in the face of civilization's collapse. Even Alexander, the youngest at just 3, was already collecting firewood as a chore and learning what local plants were edible. Most of us just assumed that if anyone could ride out COVID without breaking a sweat, it would be the Vances. The reality turned out to be something else. When the worst came to light, we discovered that Daniel had used the pandemic as an excuse for a dry run. The family intended to spend 6 months in lockdown and essentially beta test their fallout bunker. 3 months in, and the sheriff received a distress call on the radio. Coordinates were provided by the hushed voice of a sobbing child that most assumed was Alexander, even though that's never been proven. The police arrived and found the bunker still sealed. It took hours for emergency responders to cut into the door. All the while, efforts were made to contact the family within, but to no avail. Once inside, police were left dumbfounded. There was no one to be rescued. No bodies, no survivors. There was evidence the door's locking mechanism had failed and trapped the Vances inside with no way out. But if so, where'd they gone?
That's kind of crazy. So a child called in the report to even let people know where they're at. But now it looks that the thing was basically it's sealed shut, no way of getting out, but they're gone.
Yes, correct.
That is that's horrifying. I mean, like, what kind of mystery even? You know what? Like, it just reminds you of something where it's like the kind of like the lonely broadcast station stuff of like the 411 missing reports, where it's like, oh, they're gone, and then all of a sudden they just reappear. Like this kind of that like weird phenomenon. It has that vibe, but also just the idea of a child escaping and calling the cops is such a horrifying call to hear, and it's so creepy how like casually it's just brushed by. Like a child weeping calls and we like went to work. Like it's so nonchalantly said.
Mm-hmm. It's probably the 3-year-old, which how did a 3-year-old know? But
you would have to assume it's older than that, right? Because they had 5 kids.
Oh yeah, that's true. It's true. It could be any one of them. So kid calls, they were sealed inside, but they're gone.
Yeah.
So it's like, is there a secret door in the bunker? Does it go deeper? You know,
that's what I'm wondering. Do you go into a thing where they discover that he was even wilder than they expected and went even deeper into the earth, or, you know, like some kind of weird cavity or something like that? Or did something burrow in? I don't know.
Okay, you remember how at the beginning it said that he was doing like equations and then he freaked out and that's what started all this?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so they go back and look at his equations and it's like a bunch of numbers and like symbols and stuff, and at the end it just says mole people.
Yeah, it's like all these, it's like, how did he do this math they got to mole people? he has a perfectly preserved mole skull in his room.
Then someone's at the side, they're like, if he was afraid of mole people, why would he dig down?
Yeah, one of the cops is like, why would he dig down? And then there's like an obvious mole person in a cop uniform.
That is very strange. I don't know why he would do that. We should probably just get out of here, right?
Large claws.
I think it's a great idea.
Yeah. Bob, that's a damn fine idea. Let's get out of here.
Yeah, let's go get some breakfast.
Does anyone want to go to the caves, perhaps?
Yeah.
Hold on a second. Let me dig this hole real quick.
Bob and his holes. Of course.
Okay, I'm ready.
Please.
Beds and cots lay everywhere with moldering yellow sheets, buckets close to hand with stains all around them. Some doors were barred, others smashed to pieces. There was evidence of makeshift quarantines and, in places, it looked like violence. The police, usually a fantastic source of gossip, were not forthcoming until the town demanded answers and the sheriff was forced to offer only the barest of outlines.
An outbreak of waterborne illness has struck the Vances down not long after they were locked inside and unable to seek help. Rumors of contagion were overstated and fueled by unrelated rise of COVID. Whatever contaminant had killed the Vances, it was non-organic in nature. No need to panic. The Vances' loved ones had been notified, the bunker was going to be demolished, and we could all put this terrible tragedy behind us.
Don't you hate those waterborne illnesses that completely vaporize the body and clothes?
Yeah, I mean, this 100% just sounds like a cover-up, right?
Yeah, of course.
100% not telling the public what is actually happening.
Just...
yeah, I should have been.
An outbreak of waterborne illness has struck the Vances down.
There it is. There it is.
Exactly.
That's what I was about to say.
Damn it, I should have done that. Fuck. Sir, your whiskers.
That was
Sir, you have mud all over your whiskers.
Oh, sorry.
Wipes it off.
Thank you.
That was...
Officer Mole, what seems to be the problem?
We don't know.
Yeah, that pitch was over your left shoulder and you swung at it.
I know. It was right there for the taking. I'm so sad. This video is sponsored by HelloFresh. Why didn't anybody tell us about weeknight dinners? During the middle of the week at like 6 to 7 p.m., you still have to make dinner. It's bullshit! But you're tired and you have things to do. And for nights like those, I like to use HelloFresh. HelloFresh removes the mental load of cooking. With pre-portioned ingredient step-by-step cards, you'll be ready to eat in just 30 minutes. And HelloFresh has 100 recipes each week, allowing you to always find something tasty. HelloFresh stays true to their name with substantially sourced seafood, antibiotic-free chicken, and seasonal produce. Plus, you can get steak and seafood at no extra cost. This past week, after working late, I tried the cantina-style steak quesadillas, and it was the perfect thing I needed to have a filling, no stress meal, and get back to my work. Get your nights back with HelloFresh. Go to HelloFresh.com/Creepcast10FM to get 10 free meals plus a free Zawillig knife, $149.99 value on your third box. Offer valid while supplies last. Free meal supply discount on the first box. New subscribers only. Varies by plan. Thank you to HelloFresh for sponsoring this episode. Now, hey, let's get back to reading this creepy story. This episode is sponsored by Brunt Workwear. Brunt work boots are some of the most comfortable work boots you'll ever wear, fusing comfort and durability in a single shoe. There's no painful break-in period, and they have options for every type of work. Waterproof, soft toe, safety toe, lace up, pull on, you name it, they got it. Stripper heels. Do they have stripper boots? Let's see. Right away, you can feel the comfort of the boot out of the box, and they're supportive enough to get you through your long work days. It's amazing how much flexibility you can get from boots. I got the Omen boots from Brunt, and I'm very satisfied with my choice. Brunt was tired of the workwear brands out there cutting corners. You work too hard to get stuck in uncomfortable boots that don't hold up. So they built something better. Boots that are insanely comfortable and built for any job site. And for a limited time, our listeners get 10% off Brunt when you use code CREEPCAST at checkout. Just head to bruntworkwear.com and use the code CREEPCAST and you're good to go. And after you order, they'll ask you what you heard about Brunt. So do us a favor and tell them we sent you. Thank you to Brunt for sponsoring this episode. Now back to the episode.
Of course, we still had questions, 1,000 of them. Why hadn't the family called for help? Had radios, computers, smartphones too. They were survivalists, not Amish. Then where were they? I like the implication that the Amish wouldn't call for help.
Well, also, yeah, well, I think he's trying to say that the Amish don't have cell phones, but
They
I'm
wouldn't
pretty
have
sure
cell phones, but
I'm pretty sure the Amish do have like a
They
fucking
do,
Verizon plan.
So it's different to different groups depending on where you're at. But a lot of the Amish people I know are like, they'll say that it's okay to use technology for work or stuff like that. Like they'll drive vehicles for work and stuff like that. It's leisure typically that they stay away from. So they'll call you in an emergency or like if they need something. It's not like, well, I guess it's time to die here, Jedediah.
Yeah, Jebediah, grab the messenger owl and send this to the hospital quick. He's like, no, they can make a fucking call, dude. Verizon, T-Mobile, what are these evil spells you speak of?
What are these demons in your magic box?
Yeah, I don't want any temptation from you devils. Away with you.
That vacuum I mentioned earlier is like shoved up on the door now, and I think it's because the Amish are upset.
This is the Amish vacuuming your house. Isaiah, let us in, you dirty boy.
Yeah, I open the door and they're just dressed like pilgrims.
How long can someone vacuum directly outside of a door? I've heard it for fucking 25 minutes, 25 uninterrupted fucking minutes. It's just been a person fucking vacuuming the same spot. Go out there and tell him it's clean. You got it. You got it.
It's like, it's a hallway too that's like 18 inches wide.
How long is what it's a 780 foot hallway, so it takes a while and it echoes.
Oh yeah, I forgot to tell you since you haven't visited yet. So I bought the house from House of Leaves. It's actually a non-Euclidean hallway that has an unmappable entrance.
So I forgot to tell you, I bought the Winchester Mansion, and they're vacuuming the stairs that lead to nowhere right now. So
technically, the house is the hallway. So.
Yeah, we are the hallway. We've become the hallway.
Yeah. Okay, I think they left for now. It's like a shark. It keeps circling back.
Yeah, I know. I bet you she's right. Whoever's vacuuming, they're like right by they're right by the door. And as soon as you stop talking, they turn it back on. Or as soon as you start talking, they turn it back on.
Well.
What's also funny about this is I'm doing the YouTuber thing where I'm really unappreciative of people that are helping me take care of my house.
Listen, it's you can have all the appreciation in the world. What could possibly be near your door that they have not gotten? What could have happened?
I don't know. It's just hardwood. It's not that complex.
It's hardwood. It's a rug. They're not even vacuuming carpeted floors. They're vacuuming.
There's not even a rug there.
Oh my God! Get a broom! Get a Swiffer! What are you possibly vacuuming? It's hardwood.
This is gonna go down as the most out of touch conversation.
Well, it's like it's plastic wheels. It's plastic wheels on hardwood. Oh my God.
Okay. All right. Anyway, they were survivalists, not Amish. And where were they? What had happened to their bodies? Why hadn't they simply left? We shouted these and more at the town meeting, but the police simply refused to comment. For most of us, the excitement lasted another week or two until we realized we weren't getting answers anytime soon. Besides, the pandemic was in full swing and most of us had other things to worry about. The tragic story eventually faded until it was just one of those awful things in the town's history that we didn't talk about. I was as guilty as anyone else of just forgetting about it. I certainly never expected to find the bunker out there in the woods. Faded police tape still on the open door that hung wide open with scorch marks around the lock. It stood out in the woods like someone had cut a hole right in the fabric of reality. The darkness so deep and black it almost ached to look at. The sight of it made my heart drop into my stomach. Radiated pain. Does that make sense? I think some part of my lizard brain picked out details that wouldn't become apparent to me until I got closer, like the bloody finger streaks that stained the handle from where someone had scrabbled furiously at the lock without success, and the tiny viewing window had been smashed with a hammer that still lay nearby. I needed only to glimpse it to imagine the family taking turns to stand there and scream into the woods, desperate for rescue.
Good God.
Under any other circumstances, I would have run. But I'd gone there looking for my dog. My light revealed a few wet paw prints making their way down the dusty concrete tunnel.
Oh God, fuck. Oh good. No.
What?
I'd abandon the dog. There's no way.
No, come on.
I can't. There's no way.
Have you ever?
Okay.
Go ahead. No, go ahead. Go ahead.
Nah, you go for it.
Have you ever abandoned, or have you ever, like what's urban exploration's a lame way to say it, but have you ever been in the woods and like checked out abandoned structures and stuff?
No, because I'll tell you why is because, well, one, I've seen too many movies, and then two, I don't want to fall. I'm big. I'm a fat man, so I don't want to fall through any floors. And then three, I just imagine there's like squatters or something there that is going to hurt me. So no. And then also an active crime scene where there's bloody fingerprints where people have died and they haven't found the bodies. And then of course my amazing little fucking pupper had to just, well, why don't I go down there? No, I'm good. Time to go to Petco.
I've told the story on here about like checking out the abandoned penitentiary, I think, and stuff like that. But I love walking through abandoned buildings and stuff like that. This is weirdly reminiscent of there's some game I played where you're a man in the woods and there's an old bunker and your dog goes into it.
What? That's a game? That has to be influenced by the story, though, right?
It was the Blair Witch video game.
Interesting.
This came out a while back, and it was set in the universe of the Blair Witch, and you played as a guy who I think was a veteran who was coming home because there was a missing person out in the woods. So him and his dog went out there to look for it, and most of the game is you walking through the woods as like the Blair Witch gives you visions, and the dog is like your only companion out there. And there's one segment where he starts to hallucinate memories of like Afghanistan overlaid. So it's like these barracks in the middle of the woods and the dog goes down into them and you follow. That's right. That's what it was. The game actually went kind of hard. I don't know what the public reaction was to, but there's this segment at the end of the game where the dog's injured and you walk with the dog for a long time and the message starts showing up saying leave him. So you think the only way you can get out is to lay the dog down and like leave him in the woods. But I think I did something different or went backwards or something and it fixed it so you can get out with the dog. But I remember like walking around for a while not knowing what to do and then seeing the message leave him, and I like my stomach dropped like I can't leave the dog. But Hunter would leave.
I would look at that pixelated dog and I would immediately turn around. I'd throw a bone down into the dark alley and I'd just go the opposite direction immediately, without a hesitation.
That's good, buddy. I'm happy to hear that. My light revealed a few wet paw prints making their way down the dusty concrete tunnel. Half Bernese and half collie. Ripley is the sort of dog who trembles in my arms when a storm buffets the windows and needs his paws held when we brush him. I love him. I do not have much of a family or a wife or even many friends, but I have Ripley. I can no more have turned around and gone home to an empty apartment where I would have to sob my grief away than I could flap my arms and fly. He was my dog and I'd raised him since he was a puppy. I wasn't going to leave him out in those woods. I went in after him. I didn't know what to, okay, hold on. What about your wife? What if your wife went down those stairs?
Yes, I mean, even the Ripley thing has made the dog sound very cute. Now I feel bad. I would probably go in after the dog. If it was one of my dogs, if it was Tugboat, no way. That selfish son of a bitch. I'd be like, you know what? Fucking live here, dude.
What about
went down there?
What about Crawdad?
Oh, I would go down for Crawdad. I'd go down for Crawdad and Ron. Yeah.
Crawdad's down there like, boo.
Yeah, I would feel very sad for Crawdad. I'd be like, she's probably afraid. Tugboat, though, I'm like, that selfish son of a bitch probably just like, oh, I live here now. Whatever.
If it makes you feel any better, I also would not go in for Tugboat.
All of that is the consensus. And people online are like, oh, he's so cute, blah, blah. And I'm like, you have no idea the selfish hatred this dog has for all of mankind.
Tugboat likes to wait until I'm like by myself in the kitchen, like drinking coffee or whatever, and then get right behind me and scream as loud as he can.
It's just unfortunate. A genetic abomination.
I didn't know what to expect, but I knew it wouldn't be good. Whatever the police had found, they not only kept most of the morbid details to themselves, they had also lied. The bunker was not demolished or even sealed off. In fact, looking at the occasional blue latex glove tossed aside and the one or two broken police issue flashlights, it seemed like the last people inside had been in a hurry to get out. Given this was where 7 people had presumably died, I assumed it was someone's job to clean it all up. But the corridor looked largely untouched. Just a few meters in, and manic writing started to cover the walls. The desperate scrawls of a lone survivor left there to be rediscovered like cave paintings. Most were deliberations on how to get out. Diagrams, blueprints, equations, and formula, all focused on the door and the circuits responsible for its faulty lock. I instinctively assumed they belonged to Daniel and that he'd been the last to die. What a god-awful fate for a man to outlive his children. And yet it got worse. Slowly, the writing changed from equations and plans to a desperate scrawl. The same few phrases repeated over and over. 5 doors. 5. Not 6. 6. Didn't make it. Didn't make it. 6 doors. 6.
God, dude. God. Also, I just want to say, I was already spooked by the idea of like there are gloves tossed and flashlights. I'm telling you. See, Ripley doesn't seem so cute now, does she? The idea too that's like the police are like, oh yeah, no, the thing's like basically broken. You shouldn't have to go up there. It's like they probably went up there, it saw something, and just left it completely untouched. Like, fuck that, we're not going back. No. Also, the cave painting aspect thing too is insane, and watching like a person slowly mentally go insane is ugh. 5 doors to 6.
Did I tell you about my house? What happened?
No.
So the house we got, previously a guy had lived here with his wife since like they got married back in the 70s or whatever. And then she died early 2000s. And then he didn't die till like 2020. So for 18 years he was living in the house by himself. So in the basement, he just started writing messages to himself. And some of them are like notes like need to take out the trash, need to talk to so-and-so about an engine part, blah, blah, blah. But as time goes on, they start to get more like, remember to look at the dog today, like remember to blah, 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 all this stuff. And then he started to, I think, take notes about things that made him happy. Like he wrote like flowers bloom today and wrote the date and stuff like that. And above all of them, above like all the writing, he wrote on the wall sometime in 2014, baby owls flew. So like he was watching a nest of baby owls and then they took off that day and he wrote it down. So all like his like near 2 decades of writing, talking to himself is on the wall, and we're leaving that up. We're going to leave that there. But
wow. You know, it probably is just a nice thing of like little moments, and you get like little pieces of a person's life, but out of context and like not knowing anything about this, that's horrifying. Like you have got to try to make that into a story or something. You should write that.
Well, I want to. So I thought about either making a YouTube video or making a story called "The Man Who Lived in My House," because between that and like walking through the house, I see other stuff he's done. Like I see stuff that I'm like, that's still, like, for example, in the garage there were all these like pieces of wood that were like drilled into the wall. And I'm like, why did he do that there? It's so random. Until I started using the cabinets, and with the garage door open, a draft would come in and shut all the cabinets shut. But where he has the wood drilled is just the right place that you can rotate the wood and use it as like a stopper to keep the doors stuck open and stuff like that. So walking through the house, I've seen stuff that he's learned from living in it that now I'm relearning, seeing where he's put implements and things like that.
You morphing into a man on this property, like morphing into that other man, would be so crazy. You know what I mean? Like a thing of like when you buy someone else's home, you become the last tenant that lives there.
Yeah.
Or whatever. Something weird like that. That'd be like an interesting take on like almost immortality or something. Like some kind of weird
person. That's is that kind of what you got from the ending of The Shining?
Honestly, don't know. Ending of The Shining is fucking weird.
Well, the ending where it's like, you know, like, oh, you're the keeper, you know, you've always been here, and then the picture where it's him from the 30s. So that he is like whoever keeps the hotel, because it's like he's almost reinvigorated through the hotel again and again.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, like, possibly. It's just weird too. He gave birth to, or he like, his son is the guy that has this power in The Shining too. So it makes him feel very paranormal in nature. But yeah.
But no, it's a similar idea, I think, of like becoming the same person over and over again. But I've thought about, the man who lived in my house, because some of those messages are kind of like, what was the one that bothered me a bit? It was something like, I've got to quit talking about it. Something really vague like that.
Well, yeah, the things that are vague and you have no context for, you're going to dissect that. How, you know what I mean? You could totally misinterpret it, but it's just, it takes on its own meaning to you in a weird way.
Yeah, I don't want, because he's still got family around, so I don't want to dox his name, but I'll text you what his name was because it adds to the thing. That was his legal name.
Wow, really?
I just texted it to you on.
Yeah, and I'm looking at it. I'm seeing it. It's very, it's like a Star Wars character or something.
It's a wild name.
Anyway, you had a full-on bounty hunter or like a Jedi living in your house at one point. That's kind of crazy.
He was just walking around in a Mandalorian costume.
Yeah. Stop talking about it. God.
It seemed like the kind of thing you'd find in an asylum. Psychotic rambling punctuated only by 6 paragraphs right at the end. Each letter was impeccably neat, and each small paragraph was topped with a beautifully drawn Christian cross.
Elliot Vance, age 15, a gift guitarist. He liked boys even though he thought I didn't know. I loved him with everything I had. He would have made a great man. Alicia Vance, age 14. She liked to paint and shoot. She had her mother's mean streak. It would have served her well in the future. Elijah Vance, age 8. The smartest of us all.
These were Daniel's memorials to his family. Seeing the words lit up by my torch was a haunting insight into the overwhelming despair he'd endured. He must have realized he wouldn't get the chance to speak at his family's funerals or to write their obituaries. This was his last desperate way of making sure the world might one day know them as he did, as real people. The words marked the end of the tunnel, standing adjacent to a trapdoor in the ground. It was not open, but the tunnel came to a dead end immediately afterwards, and Ripley's prints disappeared at the hatch. I feared he might be in danger. Still, I stopped and looked at the bunker door 20 meters behind me. The once gloomy forest looked so bright. Even on this cloudy day, the air dotted with rain. Part of me felt like I was leaving the whole world behind as I began to climb the ladder down. I entered a large circular living space that was packed with furniture and little nooks and crannies. The walls were covered with folding beds and tables, and every inch was multifunctional. A dining space could become a sitting space, which in turn might be where someone slept or even exercised. It all depended on what particular bit of furniture you unfolded or unclipped or unfurled. 7 people in close quarters, nowhere near enough privacy. It made sense they went with this cluttered, overlapping use of space. But it was still a large room, bigger than most studio apartments. And there were a few corridors that led deeper into the earth, telling me the bunker had unseen depths. I looked for some sign of my dog and soon found his trail, but this far from the rainy copse, Ripley's prints were starting to fade. After barely a few meters, they petered out vaguely in the direction of a nearby door. I wanted to follow, but stopped myself from rushing onwards. It was unlikely Ripley was getting out any other way, and I'd do us no good getting hurt myself. I decided to take a look around and quickly spotted a dinner table. If I needed proof the police had not bothered with the cleanup, this was it. The plates were still out, food rotten to a strange blackened husk. A child's hat lay across one place setting. The once creamy fleece turned a sickly green and yellow. The chairs had their bricks reinforced with wooden beams fitted with long grooves so that something the width of a nail could slide into them. And on each of the cushions were foul-smelling stains that looked oddly like an ass print. I touched one with gloved hands and the material cracked audibly. Whatever it was, similar stains were on the cutlery and plates, and there were even handprints of it placed firmly on the tablecloth. At first I thought it was blood. That wasn't quite right. It was too contained to be leaking blood. On the back of one of the chairs, a stain tapered exactly where a woman's waist would be, like a near-perfect silhouette. I shivered as I remembered that Miranda Vance had always been a slim woman. Wondered how she left her imprint on the gray fabric. So is it implied that there was like a rot on them?
That's what I'm thinking. It feels like some kind of decay is what I'm thinking, because it's not blood. Because at first I was like, oh fuck, is it dried blood? No, I'm thinking it's some kind of rot or decay, but it also almost seems like, you know, like the atomic bomb, like those shadows.
The shadows of Hiroshima. Yeah,
like that. It kind of makes me think of something like that too. Maybe not the shadows, but just in that way that's leaving silhouettes. But it does feel like a rot or like a mold or something.
They were at the dinner table, and the little 8-year-olds, "Mommy, look what I made!" And just opens a capsule of uranium-238.
Wait, where'd you get that? Yeah.
Look, Mom, the power of God.
If I had to say though, I mean, I'm probably, it almost seems like a fungus or like a mold. Like I'm thinking mold. Like a leftover decay or something.
I think a mold. He was walked into a Resident Evil 7 mansion.
Yeah, like, oh yeah.
The baker's house, yeah.
That definitely puts a different kind of vibe into the story of the bunker so far. Now I'm picturing it like that, like swamp house kind of thing.
Yeah. Down in Dubai, down in Louisiana. Also, I didn't even think of this. How did the dog go down a ladder?
It wasn't a ladder though. It's stairs.
I thought he said he went down a ladder.
No, I think it's a staircase that goes down to the earth.
All right. Using my torch, British. Using my torch, I saw that these stains repeated in the oddest of places. Yes, there were some on beds and blankets, and even patches of plain floor exactly like you might expect in a room full of sick people. Why did one stain on the floor bear such a strong resemblance to a child huddled in a fetal position? Ugh. And why was the same stuff all over the TV remote and on books on shelves and board games too? Everything from sofa cushions to TV boxes to piles of dirty laundry were covered in the same dried brownish material that gave off a foul coppery miasma. I found the jigsaw particularly baffling. Someone had set up another table with 4 chairs, all modified with the same back support as those by the dinner table. And a jigsaw had been laid out with 4 separate piles, but only one was depleted. The rest looked largely untouched, almost like someone had portioned out pieces for 3 other people who had absolutely no interest in going along with it. Maybe Daniel had tried to keep up morale while the family were sick. God help me. If that were true, I couldn't help but imagine the poor man sat there with his loved ones close to death, desperately trying to encourage them to click their own pieces into place while they faded in and out of consciousness. Okay, so here's my theory off of that line. His family was dead pretty early on, and he was like playing house, like setting them upright, decaying in their chairs, and moving them over to play jigsaw and stuff like that.
So are you saying that there was like, are you saying that you think that the guy killed them and he was like messing with their bodies,
or on accident they died?
Okay. So you're not sure yet if you're like, you think that the doctor had any ill intent or anything yet? You think it's just like, you think he maybe just went crazy then or something? I mean, I guess I'm trying to see, like, because I like that idea of a guy like basically playing house and like positioning stuff, and he's just like going about this like twisted.
And the stains are like the rotting corpse.
Right.
Corpses.
Exactly.
Yeah. I think either he went crazy and took them down there and killed them, or bringing them down there got them killed somehow.
I feel like bringing them down there got them sick.
Maybe the police were right. It was a waterborne illness, just they died, but then everything that happened afterwards is like him acting like they're okay with the bodies for like a year.
I feel like they got sick or something, and like they were existing with this illness that was like making them fucking ooze or do something like that.
Could be that. Something about that room emanated madness. The longer I stayed down there, flicking the bright discs of light off my torch from one detail to another, the more I wanted to leave. One door had wooden beams nailed across it. One sofa had been partially disassembled. Multiple beds had been burned, and all the light bulbs had been removed and put in a box on the kitchen countertop. Looking up at the ceiling, I finally had some insight into why the police were so confident the Vances had not survived despite never finding their bodies. Someone had jammed a human finger into one of the empty sockets, almost like they expected it to glow with the flick of a switch. What was it about this place that had caused the police to leave and never return? Not to even take that finger and test it for signs of illness, or even just to confirm who it belonged to. I decided it was time to hurry up and find my dog. People had died in that place. While I'm not superstitious, I can't be the only skeptic who has done the calculations in his head and realized it costs nothing to be respectful of ghosts. That's a funny line. That bunker was cramped, terrifying, and the air stank so bad I started to worry I'd get sick myself. It served no one any good to linger. I'd be damned if I just walk away and leave Ripley to rot down there. It's not like he could climb a ladder and get out of it on his own. And if I wasn't entirely sure how he'd gotten down there in the first place.
Oh, so you were right. I thought it was a staircase, but no. Yeah, so it almost seems like if his paw prints are down there, then it kind of seems like something grabbed him and took him down.
Mm-hmm. Here's an even worse idea. Here's an even more terrible idea. Something has either his dog's legs or something that looks like dog legs and like is making little stamps on the ground.
Oh yeah, that he thinks is his dog.
Yeah. I also like how you tried to gaslight me out of the ladder thing, and it worked.
This episode's sponsored by Tushy. Tushy is the luxury bidet that your bathroom has been missing. Enjoy daily decadence with the practical benefits when you use Tushy. Yeah, I can wash my asshole with it. It squirts water. It feels good. Using Tushy gives you 2-in-1 benefits, reducing irritation and preventing micro tears while using less toilet paper. That means less blood coming out of your asshole because you wipe it too raw. It's cleaner, healthier, and now part of the beautiful daily routine. Things can get pretty messy in our bathrooms, and that's why I use Tushy. We have them installed at the studio and on all the bathrooms in my house. It's awesome. I love using Tushy because it reduces the large clumps of toilet paper we use, which is gross and honestly pretty wasteful. Also, it gets stuck on my asshole, and that's yucky. By making the switch, Tushy helps us use up to 80% less toilet paper, and less toilet paper means less clogged toilets and less gross bashment experiences. The other thing that I really like about Tushy is that they're really easy to use. We've installed them all over, and each one takes about 10 minutes or less with no power tools needed. Restore balance to your bathroom and get the luxury bidet everyone is talking about. Tushy. Number 2 is Tushy's thing. Go take care of number 1. For a limited time, our listeners get 10% off their first bidet when you use code CREEPCAST at checkout. That's 10% off your first bidet. Order at hellotushy.com with promo code CREEPCAST. Thanks to Tushy for sponsoring this episode. Now let's get back to the episode.
Summoning what little bravery I had left, I called out and broke the silence. Something which felt like a terrible taboo in that god-awful place, like screaming in a graveyard.
Ripley!
I waited and hoped to hell I'd hear the pitter-patter of his paws, but for the longest of moments, it's only the kind of silence that makes you wonder if something or someone in the darkness is holding its breath, trying to look like just another patch of nothing, biding its time until you finally turn around and show it your back. The TV came on with a blurt of white noise. It was so loud and so sudden I cried, threw my arms up, and nearly fell backwards onto a rolled out sleeping bag and looked like it had spent a week in the sewer. By the time I realized what had caused the noise, I could already hear a tiny rendition of Daniel Vance's voice.
I realize the issue here. I need to emphasize just how little I understand anything that's...
I frowned at the screen as I approached. It showed a greenish infrared view of the bunker with Daniel up front and the dinner table behind him. It was grainy and hard to see, but I could clearly tell that his family were sitting in those chairs.
Miranda was first of all ill. Looking back, it makes perfect sense. Miranda often went into stores to fetch food for cooking. We found it behind one of the refrigerators, so that's... Shit.
One of the figures in the background slumped onto the table with a loud clank as in a plate spinning off onto the ground.
Shit.
Daniel muttered as he got up and grabbed the woman by the shoulder and set her upright.
Miranda never did like my cooking.
He snorted a laugh as he fussed with something at the back of the chair.
The rods are much better than tape. All those hours spent taping them upright to the chairs never worked, but the rods, they fit right into the spine with a little modification. I can just slot them into the chairs. That way everyone's able to join in for dinner. I'm working on something similar for family game night.
Great bear trap, dude.
So, a reluctant bear trap, I will say, because that's brutal.
Yeah, I mean, shoving the rods into their spine is insane.
In your family spine. So you
Also,
can be like, haha, they're still, she never liked my cooking.
Also, he's coexisting with something because he's like, Miranda would go down and fetch food, so she saw the thing first, right? So
yeah.
He's aware of something going on.
It could also be like a mold or some growth or something back there.
Yeah.
That caused it. But what's weird is he yells out Ripley and then the TV just turns on, right?
Yeah.
And it's a recording of Daniel in this room doing it. So there's something going on there. All right. By the way, it's probably apparent at this point, but this rules so far.
Christian Walls, man.
This whole story. Oh my God. I mean, even like he is one of the goats, but even amongst his works, this is one of my, just the setting, the stuff, this is one of my favorite setups so far. So I can see it so plainly in my head, all the details, the moments.
Yeah, I don't know if you feel the same. I feel like I'm just picturing the bunker as the same from Cloverfield Lane or whatever.
I was thinking about that earlier, Cloverfield Lane. Yeah, I'm thinking of the room as more like a concrete open. I have this clear image in my mind of it. Yeah, I have this. You know, it's weird. I think it's the same image in my mind that came when I first read The Road, and it talks about the father and son finding the supplies in the bunker. But I don't know where I got that original image from.
Could have been the movie, or no?
Yeah, that's I probably, because you know the way my mind works is it builds off of stuff I've seen in real life, right?
Sure.
Or like in visual storytelling. So I feel like it had to come from somewhere, but I can't remember where it came from originally.
Yeah, I'm curious.
Maybe it is Cloverfield Lane, and I'm forgetting.
But mine is just when I hear like bunker, it just whatever the first thing that pops up, I feel like it just sticks. And to me, as soon as you said bunker, I was even picturing the doctor kind of looks like John Goodman. It's like it's like just like kind of like it's building that kind of visual in my head.
Yeah,
Not saying it's just one for one.
Close.
Yeah,
this is pretty close to what I was thinking of. Yeah. Daniel wandered over to the camera, and with a grin, he lifted it from the tripod and scanned the dinner table. I saw and nearly made me drop my torch. His family were long dead. Gaunt faces, missing noses, lips that had receded to reveal awful grins. These were corpses, plain as day, even when viewed through such a low-resolution image. The only thing that made them seem remotely alive was the way their eyes still reflected the infrared back so that they glowed in the dark. And yet Daniel seemed oblivious to it all. toss old Elliot's hair, kissed his wife on the cheek, ran a hand across one young girl's shoulder. Even picked the young Alexander up from his high chair, and I assume he coddled him. I don't know for sure because I looked away, unwilling to see the poor boy up close. Eyes averted from the screen, I couldn't help but pan my torch across the same dinner table and shiver as I finally realized what all those stains were. Not quite blood, but close. Liquefying flesh.
Ugh.
Left alone for months, Daniel had not put his family's bodies to rest. Instead, he had moved them around from place to place, puppeted them, living life as if nothing had really changed. Looking at where those stains had settled, I saw a clear pattern emerge. He had put them to bed. He had set them dinner. He had propped them up to watch TV or gave them their favorite books. They even sat there as lifeless husks while Daniel waited for them to complete a jigsaw. The idea horrified me to my core.
Back to work. It's obviously not a part of the original designs. No room on the other side. None of the blueprints. Elliot didn't believe me, and why wouldn't he? And why would he? I had made every inch of this place, but I had not installed that door in the storage on the bottom level. I checked the cameras and some of the photos I took during the build, and the walls is just blank. But the door is there now, and it must lead somewhere. I don't know when or why it opens, but it does. And the next time, I'll be ready, because I have to know what's on the other side, and why it did this to us. Alone down here, often all asleep at once. Anything could have slit our throats and been done with it, but it didn't. It took its time. I have to know why. It took our radios and computers and phones, one by one, none of us noticing until it was far too late. I kept telling the kids they need to take better care of their things, and even as they complained, I just assumed the phones were lying behind some shelf. Where else could they go in a locked bunker? But it wasn't the children at all. Looking back, there are so many signs. Who kept taking away the lights? Who kept draining the batteries in our torches? How long did we live with it before we finally realized we weren't alone? Was it here every step of the way? The door out of nothing that leads to nowhere. At least most of the time. Because I know for a fact it does not always open onto a blank wall. There is something behind it. I can hear it shuffling around in there. Wet breath rattling in its lungs. A horrible sound I hear roaming these halls when it thinks I'm asleep.
Bro, this goes so hard.
It's cool because
showed up in the bunker.
Yeah, it's weird. It's weird because I don't know if I can trust him. You know, like I really don't know if I believe Daniel in this deal. Because also we have to consider too, he brought his family down and locked them in this bunker. Mm-hmm. Whatever. Like they kind of like you know what I mean. Mm-hmm. So I don't know.
Maybe there was an end of the world coming, but like it was prevented somehow because of this.
I'm not sure. I mean, there is all the calculations and stuff, but now it seems like it is like this kind of House of Leaves. Like, how did this get here? Like, I did not put this here, and I'm wondering if that's also some of what his research on the walls, like the cave painting.
That does read kind of House of Leaves, doesn't it? The whole
which is the fascination of like,
what does the door do? Yeah.
This one is much more obvious, but
yeah, Will Navidson didn't go insane. I mean, he was obsessed with the door, but he didn't go insane because of it like this one did. Maybe he's not insane per se. Maybe he thinks his family's still alive. Maybe he's more.
I think he believes they're dead. I mean, that's why he's also like, that's why they came in and did what they did to us. I think that he knows that this thing is there. I think he's just like,
he's aware his family's dead, but he's still playing puppet with them and stuff.
Yes, exactly.
I could see that. Who kept taking away the lights? Who kept draining the batteries? Man, the idea of being in a bunker and there's like a shadow there, an extra thing in there with you. That makes the writing from earlier make sense too. 5 doors, not 6, not 6 doors. Mm-hmm. What was the other thing he said in the midst of that? He was like 5 doors, not 6. And then he said, did it make it?
Yeah, which is just him when he said here, he's like, I definitely did not put that in.
Oh, I didn't make the 6th door. Yeah. Gotcha. Okay. I listened to Daniel, fascinated by this strangely compelling rant. The movement caught my eye. An infrared camera running in the dark. Its image, a rolling mess of uniform noise. What was it I'd seen? I paused the tape and rewound. Squinting, I saw 2 pinpricks of light in the darkness just over Daniel's shoulder. Slowly, the image resolved itself in my mind. I knew what I was seeing, and it turned my blood to ice. Miranda Vance had turned her head, and her lifeless eyes closed as she fixed them on the back of Daniel's head.
Oh my God. Not even any point leaving at this stage.
I'm no doctor, but that door is giving off enough radiation to kill a family of 7. If none of us had touched it, being in the same room is risky, but not lethal. But given how sick we've become, it's pretty obvious our curiosity got the better of us. One by one, and we all got too close. Or maybe not. Maybe that thing on the other side came through and did this. I don't even... Wait. What was that?
Daniel turned, the camera stopped recording. The image it froze on was of a lone man, bright as a star in the camera's lens, facing off against unknowable darkness, broken only by 6 pairs of white, glowing eyes.
Good God.
Bro. That's so good.
So,
okay,
by the way,
the implication that his family's possessed by something, or they're still alive in the rotting bodies?
I'm not sure. I mean, like, it could be a thing of radiation poisoning or something, and like something radioactive is getting them. But 100%, 1,000,000%, the family is going to crawl out of that 6 fucking door. Like, they took the dog, and they're going to get our protagonist.
Yeah. Well, bye, Ripley. You know, you were a good dog. You know, I'll miss you dearly. Nice to meet you. Yeah, I'm glad I got to know you when I did. But you're the.
Also, it makes sense too why the cops aren't going back is because it's a fucking it's a radioactive mess.
The police were like, no,
yeah,
no, that's okay, no. I became painfully aware of my position relative to the table, and I had the painful premonition that if I turned, those chairs would not be empty. I would see the Vances, all of them, Daniel as well, waiting for me. Heads turned, bodies left to rot for years in the dark. Behind me, something shifted. It breathed. Loud, quick. I knew what it was. I knew. It came at me so fast that when I felt something hot and wet touch my hand, I screamed, only for the presence to suddenly recoil. But then, without hesitation, it leapt at me and bore me to the ground. I wept as Ripley licked my face. He was shivering and, worst of all, silent, which was not normal. He was not a quiet dog, not when greeting me and not when excited like he was now. But whatever he'd seen down here, he clung to me and dug his paws into my shoulders like he wanted to be cradled over the shoulder. Something he had been too big to do for years.
You fucking idiot.
I cooed in a soft whisper, and even in the dark, I could feel his tail wagging. Joking aside, I felt nothing but relief at finding him.
Let's get the hell out of here.
I picked him up, straining a little under the weight, but refusing to give in to tired muscles. Made for the ladder. It wasn't easy climbing the 3 or 4 rungs to the hatch, but I managed it and gave the hatch a shove. First one hand, then 2. Again and again with everything I had, but still the hatch refused to budge.
Shit!
I cried while pounding at it with my fist, but all I achieved was a sore wrist. The hatch had jammed when, somehow, the handle had been snapped clean off. Now I'd need a pair of pliers or something to cut through the metal bar, locking it shut. My fingers couldn't move it, nor could I brute force the hatch open. The metal bar was an inch thick, and at the very least, I need some tools to get at it from this side. At least it's fixable, I thought as I climbed back down and caught my breath. On one wall, I noticed a simple diagram of the bunker made in chalk. It had 3 floors. The bottom was storage, Daniel mentioned that before, and I noticed that he had drawn through it with a large red X, and the top floor was labeled quarters, where I stood now. But the middle floor was labeled workshops, and it was there I realized that I'd find what I needed. There was one door that opened onto a concrete stairwell, and standing at the top, I shone my light down the spiraling guardrails, unsure of what it was I hoped to see. There were only harsh shadows and the sense of something foul rising up in the air. A smell that tickled my throat and burned a little in my lungs. Had the police even gone down this far? Had they seen what I'd seen on the TV and just left? Somehow I thought it was unlikely that it had been enough to send the entire sheriff's department running. So was it something else that had done it? Something that had been enough to terrify dozens of armed men. Something that was almost definitely down there. Door went down quietly. At first, I considered leaving Ripley behind, but after losing him the first time, I decided I'd rather risk it just to know he was right next to me. Besides, he was being quieter than I was, and I didn't feel much like going down those stairs on my own. He accompanied me with only the quiet click-clack of his paws on concrete. Sound I found deeply comforting, as I barely managed to keep my torch from shaking in my hand and my breathing steady. Down one floor, and I found the workshop exactly as you might expect. A large space filled with generators and fuel and water tanks and boilers and heaters and pretty much anything and everything that you need to survive, which you couldn't put outside due to fallout. Wires, pipes, and tubes ran from one end of the room to the other, and even years later, most of the machinery still hummed in the pitch black emptiness. An idea I found deeply unsettling. Taking one look at the strange tangle of harsh shapes and industrial figures looming out of the walls and floor, I shivered and looked around, quickly finding a small area Daniel had cordoned off for his own use. About a fifth of the total floor space, there was a large workbench and some seriously high-end machining equipment, all very well used. Lathes, buzzsaws, drills, belt sanders, welding torches, everything a man needed to do it himself. Daniel had been busy. I'm not sure exactly what it was he'd been working, but there was an arm on the bench. It said... I know it's like a scary visual, but the reading of all the equipment, I thought he had been building contraptions or like creatures or something. And it's like, my prized work, an arm.
I wonder, do you think it's Daniel's arm?
Could be. Good chance, very good chance. It sat atop a pile of papers that had slowly turned brown over the years until the whole thing looked like it had been soaked in tobacco spit. On the whiteboard was a faded but still visible diagram of what looked to me like a ball and socket joint. I thought of the tape, of Daniel's little mechanism to keep his family upright, and then looked at the arm and suppressed a momentary gag reflex. I don't know if Dan had been working on posable limbs or just a way to put the decomposing remains back together after they started to fall apart, but the size of the arm suggested a preteen child.
Oh, God.
He left it out on the surface like it was a disassembled clock. It was also missing a finger. Just how crazy was he? I wondered as I pinched my nose with one hand and began overturning boxes looking for a hefty pair of pliers, or maybe a hacksaw. Ripley backed away from the noise, but once I made sure he wasn't going anywhere, I carried on grabbing and pulling at box after box, hoping I'd find what I was looking for. Anything to break that metal bar. In the end, I managed to get a pair of bolt cutters, a crowbar, and a heavy-duty pair of pliers. One went in my pocket, one went down the back of my jeans, and the other was clutched in my fist. Too large to be tucked away in my clothes. The bolt cutters felt hefty in my hand, which was a bit of comfort, but that feeling didn't last long. Something moved in the darkness. Out there in the twisted jungle of shadows cast by all those pipes and wires that ran from one machine to the next, a figure moved. Thin, but unmistakably human in its outline. I couldn't help but remember what I'd seen on that tape. Surely it couldn't have been real. Maybe Daniel had rigged something up. Some fishing wire and a motor, maybe. The idea that those bodies had been moving on their own. Couldn't be sure of that, could I? It was a frightening idea, one my mind had latched onto out of sheer panic. That was all. Then I saw them. A pair of wide pinpricks reflecting back at me from the depths of that cluttered room. Ripley, already behind me, head nuzzled into my leg, pushed even closer against me and let out a barely audible whine under his breath, the behavior of a dog who was terrified, close to pissing himself with fear. Just a bit of metal, I told myself as the light shook so violently in my hand I struggled to see straight, just two shiny bits of metal. They blinked and began to come towards me. If I had any doubts left, they were dispersed by the sight of a pale white hand emerging into the light. I ran straight to the stairs and went to climb them, but only one or two steps in and I saw something gripping the handrail on the top floor. A moldy clump of flesh, only just recognizable as a fist. The flesh withered until the fingers were basically bone. Without meaning to, I brought my light up out of habit and saw the bloated face of a hairless corpse glaring down at me.
Sorry. I don't know if...
I couldn't even tell you if it had been a teenage girl or a 60-year-old Daniel. Either way, I instinctively turned and found another body shambling towards me out of the workshop. I was trapped, nowhere to go. By the feel of warm fluid on the back of my leg, I could tell Ripley had finally pissed himself. An adult dog, tail between his legs, shivering like a puppy and desperate to be picked up. God, I needed him to just stay together for a little longer. I couldn't take him in my arms, but I couldn't leave him behind either. With nowhere to go, I ran down and entered storage. There's the temptation to stop once I hit the bottom. Down here, the air was thicker and the sounds of my breathing were muted, somehow distant. But I only had to look back up to see 3 pairs of eyes glaring down at me. So without giving any of it much further thought, I barreled down the corridor and stumbled onto a door at random. Opening it, I saw what looked like your standard storage room. Only most of the shelves had been overturned and the food left to rot on the floor. 1 or 2 shelving units were still upright though, and their shelves were covered in tall opaque boxes that made them a fantastic hiding spot. That, I decided, would have to be where I crouched down and turned off my light. I was already inside when I realized that wasn't all that was in there. The door almost looked normal. I guess, what a menacing sentence.
I know, I hate that. I hate the uncanniness of that.
Oh man, gosh, this is excellent. This story is excellent because it's in my head. I'm like, there's no way he would ever go further down. But then you put a threat that makes him go further down, which lets us see the rest of the layout and stuff. And also the presentation where we had a map of it, so we know what's coming while he's in the workshop. Like it's all very well done. This is an excellent story. I could see why Daniel must have been confused by it because it looked a little bit like all the other doors down there, but it was different too. It was too tall and too wide, about 1.5 feet off the ground, and the metal rusted in its entirety like it had aged out of sync with everything else down there. All around the jam was a profusion of wet, soppy moss like the kind you find hanging off trees in a swamp. And every few seconds, the door would leak something strange and oily, like the kind of thing you find in a parking lot on a rainy day. Of course, that wasn't too strange in itself, but the leak was horizontal, defying gravity so that every few seconds, a large glob of the stuff would whip across the room and slap into the wall opposite, creating a puddle about the size of a man that defied all reason. Interesting, so it's like gravity's thrown down there. Remembering Daniel's words about radiation, I instinctively inched away from this puddle and the door on the opposite wall, backing myself into the darkest, quietest corner I could while I pulled Ripley behind me and hoped to hell he wouldn't give me away. Once I was in there, I turned off my light and waited. It must have taken longer than I thought to hide in the spot because it was barely 2 seconds later when a few figures entered the room. It was pitch black after I turned off my torch, but they made enough noise to let me know that at least 2 of them had stumbled in after me. I stayed there, unable to see anything, not sure if they were heading straight for me or just getting ready to leave, forced to hold out and let luck decide my fate. When I finally heard something scrape against the wall barely 2 feet from where I stood, I gave up and switched my light on, desperate to know what was coming for me. The sound had been terribly misleading. Daniel Vance was no more than 6 inches from my face. He hissed from a toothless and cracked mouth, a living corpse just like the others. Somehow a flash of intelligence remained in those wide, terrified eyes, and then I heard it, the creaking of a door. Without even thinking, I turned the light and saw it on the wall. I saw it open. Behind the strange steel, there was more than just plain old concrete. Much more. I saw a raging gullet of flesh, a ringed tube of pulsing muscle lined with teeth the size of hands, a spiraling descent into madness. Hot, fetid air washed into the room, buffeting me and the rotting corpses, all of us paralyzed by what we were seeing, even if for most of the figures besides Daniel and myself, they didn't have eyes to see with. What the fuck? I muttered, unable to take my eyes from the flesh tube beyond the doorway. It's coming, Daniel whispered as he grabbed me with one fist and hurled me out of the room. I hit the floor and skidded along a slick fluid left by Vance's footprints, the smell of which turned my stomach. Perhaps the worst detail was that it was cold. I don't know why, I just expected whatever oozed off of them to be feverishly hot, but it wasn't. It soaked my shirt like I'd fallen into a muddy puddle.
It's coming.
His voice wasn't Daniel's. I couldn't say for sure, but it sounded like a child's whisper. One by one, the bodies shuffled over to the open door and knelt before it. I don't know why, but I got the impression the others had lost pretty much everything left of their minds, but Daniel remained aware. He looked back at me once more and spoke before he pressed his head to the floor in supplication with the others.
The only thing we did wrong was being here for it to torture. It didn't need a reason, just an opportunity. Leave. It won't let us go. It won't even let us die. And if it catches you, it won't let you go either.
His forehead kissed the dirt. And then something reached through the door and gripped his head in its palm, the way you or I might pick up an apple. In full panic, I ran over and grabbed my dog and bolt cutters, and I ran like my legs were pistons, machines whose signals of exhaustion and fatigue could not slow me down or cause me to fall. I had to move. I had to leave. The hand that had grabbed Daniel, the sight of it flushed my mind clean like some kind of enema. It hurt to see the image replay in my mind. There was nothing else in my head echoing around except the sight of fingers with one too many knuckles and nails as large as a smartphone. I reached the top floor and nearly collapsed from breathlessness, but I wouldn't let myself stay down for long. I crawled over to the ladder and climbed up and immediately went to work trying to cut the metal lock. It was hell with just one hand, the other clinging to the torch that I kept frantically pointing at the door behind me, and it wasn't long before I fumbled one too many times and dropped my only source of light.
No.
I mewed, but there was no time to look for it. I had to get out, and I had to get out fast. I couldn't see, but I was sure I could hear something climbing up those stairs. Not the steady thump of human feet, but this was different. This was a rapid pitter-patter of a spider, maybe. Something with hundreds of feet or hands or God knows what skittering along the floor and walls and ceiling, pulling itself along with a body whose mere shape would offend God. Using all my strength, I leaned hard on the bolt cutters, and at last, the bolt gave. I threw the hatch open and got just enough ambient light to see Ripley hovering at the bottom of the ladder, growling ineffectually at the doorway. Crouched down, scooped him up, and fled up the ladder so quickly that my muscles turned to jelly at the top and I fell over onto my hands and knees. But still, I was out. The long corridor covered in writing was ahead of me, and at the very end, a doorway capped now by the tired blue light of a full moon. Ripley needed no encouragement. He whipped down the corridor with canine speed, and I followed at a broken and stumbling crawl, eventually shouldering past the open door and collapsing onto the forest floor. For a few seconds, I drifted in and out of consciousness. But when I looked up and saw the canopy overhead moving, the branches backlit by a full moon, I snapped awake and glared down at something gripping my ankle.
Oh shit.
The hand had reached out of the dark and seized me and was slowly dragging me back into the earth below. Whatever it was, most of its body lurked out of sight in the shadows beyond the doorway, but the hand that crushed my leg was the size of my torso, and an arm that looked like it belonged to a mole rat.
God damn it. Officer Mole?
Yes! I told you not to enter my home at night.
All right, now that's my bear trap.
That's a bear trap. Yeah.
I've hit two heavy ones this episode. That one was like a prophetic pull. Oh my gosh. Oh, I know what it's implying, like under dwellers and stuff like that, but just the fact that I brought him over. Oh, his equation did in fact say mole people. I struck it with my own fist. I dug my nails in. I cried and kicked and screamed, but nothing could stop it. From behind the door, something like a face
You
grinned
thirsty?
and leered at me
I'm
with joy.
thirsty.
It was taking its time, sure enough,
Okay, Kiki.
pulling me in so slowly that it gave my mind all the time in the world to
That's it, huh?
appreciate the nightmare that awaited me. I think if, in that moment, you'd given me a gun, I would have shot myself because God help me, I couldn't escape the look in Daniel's eyes. How he knelt to worship this thing like a man who knew that hope or pride or joy or anything with even a hint of goodness to it was so far out of reach for him it might as well be a dream. How long was this thing going to keep them down there? How long did it intend to keep me? I wept like a child, feeling like my mind was slowly crackling as I tried everything to stop it from pulling me into the shadows. I kicked at the earth. I dug into it, using my hands, looking for a root or a pipe or anything to hold on to. Nothing I did would slow it down. I was no more than a foot from the doorway when Ripley appeared. A dog afraid of hoovers and plastic bags and doors that move on their own. A dog who once got stared down by a particularly feisty rabbit who stopped mid-chase and turned around, baffling the predator on its tail. A dog you couldn't even watch scary movies around. And he lunged at the arm like he was a wolf.
Hey!
Like he'd always been one.
Attaboy, Ripley.
And while he didn't quite break the skin, the pressure was enough to make the thing's grip weaken, and I slid my leg out. Unable to stand, I knelt and grabbed the dog, pulled as hard as I could, and now that thing bled at last as the pressure of the jaws and the sliding teeth ripped into its flesh. Together, at last, Ripley and I were let go and sent rolling backwards head over heels. I wasted no time waiting or looking or processing. I heaved the dog to my chest and crawled until I passed out, making it maybe half a kilometer away. Only when I could no longer see the door did I let myself fall to the ground face first, give up consciousness. The doctor said I had pneumonia, which I suppose made some kind of sense. I might have even believed them were it not for the sheriff's visit, asking strange questions of me as I lay in bed about what I may or may not have seen. I dismissed them to the best of my ability. I wasn't interested in chasing that particular nightmare down, figuring out if it had been real or not, at least not while I lay there, half drowning in my own infection. To be fair, I had at least some sympathy for why the police had done so little to seal that place off. I have, on occasion, thought about going and doing the job myself, but to this day I still have nightmares about being pulled into the dark beyond that door. Not just the bunker door, the one I narrowly avoided at the inn, but the one below. What I saw was a kind of madness, I'm sure of it, and I often think of Daniel's words.
It didn't need a reason, just an opportunity.
Somehow, the Vances were that opportunity. Maybe they built their bunker on a ley line, or a weak spot between dimensions, or the site of former satanic rituals. Not sure if it even matters. They went into the dark thinking it'd be a safe place to wait out the world's troubles, but something had been down there waiting for them, waiting for a chance to get at a family of 7 people, to lock them in and deprive them of escape and slowly take from them everything it could. I've moved since then. Couldn't help it. It wasn't just the memories you see. It was the shortwave radio I kept in my basement. Something my father passed on to me when I was just a boy. God, I'd forgotten about it. At least until I woke up one day to the sound of a blaring white noise down in the dark. And buried in that sound was the faint whispering of a man, his voice barely recognizable, but unmistakably his.
And that is the end. My
Did you read
God.
Did you read the Let Them Go?
Yeah, I did. Yeah.
Okay, good. All right,
Wow. My God.
What a great story, dude.
One thing I love about Christian Wallace's work is the pacing, but not only that, but the way that he does exposition and the build up to where like it seems like he spends a lot of the very beginning of the stories, instead of just being like, I'm going down to this deal, and then you get a lot of the exposition of like, oh yeah, like when you're down there, you get the exposition. It's like, I like that you get a lot of this, like a little bit of backstory, exposition of what's happening, and then it just seems like also my dog, and like it just takes a turn. It's like my dog went missing, and he's down in that very bunker.
Yeah,
that's a fun way to present that.
Yeah, all the little because sometimes story writers have trouble with their connectors. How it's like, I want the character to do this and I want them to see this thing and they need to go here and it needs to be this, but it needs to be believable. And sometimes the things that will push the character to those different points doesn't work as well. But Christian Wallace doesn't have that problem because it's like, okay, well, he loves this dog. He establishes how much he loves the dog. So he goes into the first layer. Well, now he's trapped. He has to go to the second to get supplies. And now he has to go to the third because there's something on the second. So it's everything flows very well. And you get to see all the set pieces and it feels natural and it keeps the tension up. There's never a point where you're like, well, I don't know about that. Because a lesser storyteller would be like, I was in the first floor, but I had to know what happened to the family, so I go down to the second, where it's like, sure, we the reader wants to know what happened to the family, but no way this guy would, right? Yeah. So everything feels very reasonable.
Why do you think that? Why do you think the TV just turned on randomly?
I almost feel like I missed a line, or like I'm forgetting a line about like.
Yeah, I feel like maybe I didn't read it right. I like wonder if in the shadow of the guy turned it on or something, or what. It seems like knowing that Daniel is down there, he's still. Which also, I just want to say how like daunting and horrifying is that of like your family are husk, like they're basically just zombies that just won't die, right? And you are rotting with them, and you're still conscious and you're still able to understand all of this shit. And I love that Daniel's character was not used as a vessel to like kill. He was used as a vessel to be like, you get the fuck out of here, don't end up like us, which is kind of interesting too, because the parallel of like Daniel and his family were doomsday preppers. They went into the dark to hide for the troubles of the world, right? But they found a bunch of evil or whatever. It almost seems it's like a fun way for that character who did that to go out and just be like, don't live your life like this, and like basically like get out of here, which I think still to me translates to something of like, don't live in fear and get out of this place. You know what I mean?
What was the there was a picture of. What am I trying to think of? It was. Why am I stupid? I was about to say something and then I hate it when that happens. Yeah. Oh yeah. The door opened up and it was like a throat, right? It was like this thing of twist. That reminded me of Diania House a lot.
Diania House. I know that I say this probably every other fucking podcast, but the Final Prayer or something, where it's like an entity living in the hills, living in the ground or something.
And there's some arm or something that comes out of it, and it's like keeping them in a purgatory. I like that thing that Daniel says. It didn't need a reason, just an opportunity. It's just something that causes, it's just evil, death, misery, decay. Yeah, it's a pure wickedness, which goes off of what you were saying. How it's like the family was paranoid of the world, something going wrong with it, but then they found the essence of wrong down in their hiding hole, right?
Yeah. Well, in the hiding hole, I think that it's interesting that the creature, the sixth door, is like an appendage. It almost seems like of this thing.
Yeah.
That just appears. So it's like uncanny. It's like luring people in, but it's like you are trying to hide from the unknowns, from like an unknown precedent, like an unknown accident that would happen, right? You're trying to prepare yourself for something that could happen, and then of course the thing they go down there for, they're completely unprepared for. I think it's just kind of an interesting.
I also like the which this is going to sound really rude. People aren't going to be happy with this. My one critique is I think the dog should have died.
I knew it. I knew you would fall in line. You know what's weird is because I am so happy the dog didn't die. I feel like my heart was fluttering.
Here's why. Because there is a cautionary aura to the family, right? Like they feared the world, so they hid from the world and they found something beneath the world, right? And we see Daniel, who is being punished for that and is witnessing the punishment of his family.
Right.
Because it's almost a curse, or it is a curse that he keeps his consciousness, right? Like if he was made into some mindless zombie puppet thing, that'd probably be better than the alternative where he's completely aware of what's going on, that his family's down there. Even in the final moments of the story, when he's listening to a shortwave radio and he can hear Daniel saying, let them go, let them go. He has to watch his family be kept in this puppet state, which is like it's literally a hell of his own making, right? And then there is a weird connection established between Daniel and our author, because similarly, the author went into this bunker for something he loves, right? The dog. So we have Daniel goes down there to preserve something he loves, and we have the author that goes down there to preserve something he loves. But in both cases, going down there is a narratively moral wrong, right? Do not go into the bunker, do not go away. Maybe for our author, it wasn't necessarily to escape the world, but he is going into something he knows he shouldn't go into, right? Even if it's for good reasons and to help what he wants. So that scene where Daniel's speaking to the author and he's like, get out of here. That is like Daniel getting the author to do what he could not, to leave. But nevertheless, our author goes in. So I feel like if in that final moment where the dog came over and bit the hand, and then if then the dog was dragged down and maybe our author passes out or gets away or whatever and the police find him, it's like, yeah, because he wanted to go down there, something he loved paid the price. I feel like that would be the final bow tie between him and Daniel. I feel like it worked a bit better. I feel like it's a bit too easy for him to go down there and there'd be no consequences, right?
Oh, sure. No, I mean, I think going on top of that too, like, I think like, and this is all hindsight, whatever, just subjective bullshit, but like,
sure.
Daniel being more of like, maybe not like less of a, like, picturing him up too as like he was a, like, you know, like basically like not a mentally unwell man, but just something where it's like expecting the worst always. He believed that it was going to go. It was more of a detriment, right? And then that way later when he's sitting there with his dead family, it almost feels like you infect and you burden your family with that kind of mentality, or you change them, you zombify them into that state of belief or something, right? The same way that with our protagonist, it would have been something funny if it, or not funny, but it would have been something entertaining if he was a conspiratorial guy as well, except maybe like not Doomsday. He was just like, they're not telling us these things. It's another case that they're just covering up or whatever. Some type of conspiratorial thing to where he goes down into the bunker, which is similar to Daniel going down for his own reasons. And then he has to like have that kind of price, basically having some kind of motive to where our protagonist could learn where Daniel could not. Like there like the yin and yang, I think, need to have the opposites right there. It would have probably felt a bit more satisfying or something, where it's just like, don't go digging for things that are going to get you in trouble or yada yada yada, which I'm paraphrasing and it probably sounds stupid, but I agree is what I'm saying with you. I think like it is a bit too convenient of like, I'm going down here. I do wish that he had a bit more motive of being like, there's just something weird, or like these fucking cops are covering something up, something that is more about like something larger than himself is putting others in risk, the same way that like a doomsday thing of like an atom bomb dropping or something and fending for yourself or helping your family.
I feel like it's also a bit like the dog bites it and then it bleeds and it lets go. It's like, okay, so this is a creature that you can hurt and you can make it bleed and stuff. I think it'd make more sense if the dog biting it was more of a sacrifice. Like
it would
the dog
be heavier.
was sacrificed. It would be heavier if the dog, it's not like the thing bleeds. The dog's just like, oh, okay, I'll take this instead. So it'd be like the dog sacrificing itself to save him, which it kind of does. Well, it puts its life on the line to bite him.
I think that if you have the dog get like an ounce of courage, because it's kind of a funny character growth for the dog of like, you know, dog's a big wimp and then he steps up. But if it does nothing, it's still like a noble gesture. I thought that what it was going to happen is Daniel was going to pop up and like grab it or something. The dog? Or like try. No, the monster. Oh, the monster, like he was going to bring it down with him. Yeah, something of just being like, this is my burden to carry, and then he seals it off. Yeah, like that kind of thing. Like to me, that would have been also a fun way to like tie that together. Because I agree. Then it just feels like the thing it wasn't hurt or something. Because with these like big, I don't know, like monstrous deity kind of things, you almost want to see, like, to me it's always effective when it's like man-made things cannot hurt this thing. Like a human being could do nothing to the source, which is also why it feels like, of course, he like bows to it, because also it might be like fucking with his family or something. And of course, Daniel's gonna do whatever he can just to keep.
Yeah, he can't do anything other than supplicate himself. There's no resistance. Yeah. I think I also want to clarify that my critiques of the story saying the dog should die, because I feel bad sometimes when we read a great story and I spend most of the time talking about critique. The reason that's all I have to talk about is because everything else about the story banged. The workshop segment, the house, the living room, it was excellent. It was such a good story.
It's also just part of the to me, that's part of the fun of reading a story. I mean, how many times have you seen a movie where you're talking about things and you're just like, it would have been cool if they would have done this? It's just the idea that it's just I like it. I enjoyed it. It's definitely not undermining or trying to undermine the work. It's just something of like, these are just like little subjective thoughts, because also you can implement these things and they can suck.
Reach that.
You know, like who knows? It's just fun to riff and all that kind of stuff. So definitely, these things too.
I will say this: I am a proponent in most media that the dogs should probably die more often. Because dogs are like an untouchable thing for people.
Like they're the ultimate persona of like innocence.
Because they're the ultimate persona of innocence. But if the point of your story is that the personification of innocence is being injured, then you have to kill the thing that is totally innocent, right? The best example of that, at which I didn't even realize this happened until I tried to watch the movie with my wife, who hates it when dogs die in movies. In No Country for Old Men, like 3 dogs die. And it makes sense in that movie, because the whole movie is about the laws of good guy, bad guy, you know, the sheriff riding in to clean up the town. That doesn't work here. Like, things die even if they don't deserve it. So the dogs die in their works. And I feel like there's too many horror movies that can get through with like a message like that and it be effective, but they won't kill the dog because people are going to be uncomfortable about it. Because people need to feel comfortable in a genre that the root word is horrific. And it drives me up a wall. Sometimes.
I mean, I see what you're coming from. I think it all just comes down to like, what is the point? It's kind of, I think it's the same thing of like, I don't know, having like sexual assault in a movie, or like, you know, child death. There's these things that are just kind of untouchable things that are just like, you shouldn't include them. It just seems overly cruel. But I mean, I think that it comes down to the intention. Like, if you just randomly kill these things, you randomly do this stuff, it feels like a fetish, or it feels like you're fetishizing something, and it's like more for the director. I know, like, a critique that my wife has with a lot of stuff that has like overly sexual assault type stuff is it feels like it's a fetish for the director, or it feels like it's for men or something, which I agree. But I do think that there's elements where it is like important. It is a horrific thing that can happen, but it's the same thing with like a dog death or something. Is it just like a cheap way to make you feel something? What purpose
does it serve? Well, I think honestly, I feel like modern movies are more liable to kill a kid than they would a dog.
Oh, 100%, 100%. Yeah.
And I feel like that's weird. I don't like that.
Well, you even see it in like social media posts too, about people, like, you'll hear like, it's something where it's like the Ruby Frankie thing where she like abused her children or whatever. That was big media attention, but like sometimes I still feel like you hear about like somebody like a dog abuser will be hung from the gallows before like a person that
child
actually hit their kids. Like a YouTuber who hits their kids or something like that, which is just
and to clarify, they're both bad. They're both awful.
Nothing is good, but it's just crazy that a human life. It's just that kind of thing.
There's a weird disparity between like innocence of like the young and innocence of animals. Which they're both innocent, but it's weird that people are so uncomfortable by the death of an animal and not the death of a child a lot of times in horror movie senses. Which I don't know. There's probably some greater conversation to be had with that. But yeah, I feel like the dog should die more. I feel like it shouldn't be gratuitous. Like anything should be gratuitous. But I feel like the purpose of your stories is of loss of innocence, then you have to lose the innocence, you know?
I think, I think that the only way I think I agree with you on that, because in this one, I do like that the dog stepped up. Like, just as like this short film went, because this was like a very punchy short story. I like that the dog made it out. It was a nice ending, even though like him coming there and all that stuff is his fault. I think that you have him get stripped of that if he went there for a selfish or like like some kind of reason that is like plenty of signs warn that you shouldn't have went down there, which there was a couple here, but I do think like if he was a guy that was just like fuck this, I'm doing it anyways, they're hiding something, blah blah blah, and that loss has to stay with you forever. I think it feels so much more like deserved, like this is like a punishment. This is something that like you could have avoided this if you just stepped out of your own way, if you weren't so selfish, yada yada yada, that kind of stuff. But I mean I don't know, people might totally agree with you too, and some people I know will get comments being like, you know, it just seems gratuitous, there should never be a reason for it. But I think that that's all open for discussion, and that's the thing too, is it's all subjective, you know, like it's just your opinion and what you think and all that kind of stuff. So
I'll say a couple notes. Like, I remember with the dog dying thing, I was writing the story one time. I was telling Kayla about it and I had a dog dying in there. She's like, you can't do that. And I'm like, well, it's like a flesh thing that consumes consumed the family and all the wildlife and stuff like that around the house. So, you know, the family had a dog, so I has to eat the dog. And she was like, well, you can't kill the dog. And I'm like, okay, so you want it to kill everything but the dog? And she's like, yeah, you have to write a reason why it didn't kill the dog. I'm like, that's stupid. But also, I'm reading through the comments of the post, and someone raised an interesting point. They're like, perhaps Daniel did find a way to survive the apocalypse that's about to come. Like his family has immortality now, but it's not the way he expected it, which is an interesting thought.
Like a bit of a monkey's paw kind of thing.
Yeah, like he did find an equation like, oh, if we build a bunker here, if we do this, we'll survive the coming apocalypse, and they will. It's just not in a good way. Also, I say all that stuff about the dog dying, and I'm like, who's this for? Why would they kill the dog? And then I read some of these comments, and then where was that one that cracked me up? It was like, I was starting to do the same thing here until the paragraph about Ripley. I audibly went, well, I'd do that. I would do the exact same thing to save my doggo from being stuck somewhere.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely going to be, you know, I mean, it's just it's pure innocence, you know. That's the thing.
There's also there's multiple people asking what the last part about the radio meant, and if they could get some clarification about the radio. And it's like, okay, maybe you can't kill the dog. Maybe these people would get way too fired up if you killed the dog.
I think people would, you know, people fucking they do. It's fucking.
See, I'm not critiquing Christian Wallace for not killing the dog because like people get mad about it. I'm critiquing the audiences to be like, you got to let the dog die more. You got to just be okay with some dog death. Okay, I love dogs too, but I also love people. And when I read a horror story, they both got to go. That's just part of it.
They both got to go. Nobody bats an eye when a guy gets his fucking head blown off for sure.
No. Do you know how many horrific mutilations of men I've seen in movies? Boy. Believe it or not, all of my guy friends, men. So, you know, maybe I don't want that to happen to him. Don't want that to happen to dogs. Show me it in a movie. So
I'm glad though. Christian Wallace, 3 for 3, man. I think
we've covered more than 3 of his.
Have we?
I am positive we've covered more than 3 of his.
Well, if we have, then I mean, he's a perfect hitter in my book right now. I think that there are great lengths too, at least for reading. You know, I know like a lot of people that listen to this podcast, they really want longer, big episodes, but like somebody that can like give a story in such a fucking lean, punchy. Like it just doesn't have a lot of fat. It's just like right to the jugular. I think it's just extremely impressive, and it just makes for like a fun, casual reading. Like this is the great, which is also why I want to say, be sure to pick up if you are interested in more of like reading his stuff. Be sure to support his book. Well, like I said, we'll leave it in the description below. These are going to be like just such fun, like, you know, you're at work or before bed or all that kind of stuff. These just like real fun, easily digestible stories that I think leave a really fun mystery, or, you know, they leave a nice thought loop in your head of just thinking about the story.
Yeah, the guy is like, man, he punches with some stuff. He's an all-timer. Oh yeah, the one about the deer meat, the dad eating deer meat, that was Christian Wallace. Yeah.
Okay, so she's got 4. Yeah, I'm glad. You know what though? It's been a while. It's easily been like I feel like a year since we've read one of his things.
Well, the deer meat one wasn't a year ago, but other than that,
sorry. Yeah, then whatever. But
just ignore everything you just said.
Yeah, I don't know. I thought we were talking about another story, but Yeah, it's good stuff. What can I say? Thanks for listening on audio platforms, guys. We appreciate you. Also, thank you to our patrons for supporting the channel and getting all the bonus episodes. We appreciate that as well. Until the next time, guys, be sure to check out Christian Wallace's website. We'll leave some links to his website or where you can find his book below, and just support the author. You know, if it wasn't for them, we wouldn't be reading this story. So until next time, guys, stay creeped. We'll see you next one.
Stay creeped, and look, just
I
gotta
like
kill the dog.
what I made so far.
Gotta kill the dog more, so get on that. Thank
Okay,
you.
dog. No killing the dog. Move. I'm a dog. Move. No killing. Not to be fair, I'm a worker, which is most of our work. Nice. Okay. Okay. So fucking loud. Okay, let's go right move. What the fuck is this playing? Oh, Demon fixes my TV. What the fuck is this game? What the hell? Alright. I know what's up. I can't tell. We are going to say hi to Moo. To Moo. Okay, red is going to be we made cozy house. So right. And now I'm going to, if you are sub, pick the second one. If you are not, pick the first one. And we're going to say hi to Moo. Can I read it from here, right? No. I can't, I cannot. Okay, I almost put the command on my own thingy. Okay, on subs. Raid Moo underscore eta. So thank you for being here in this impromptu stream. I wanted to test OBS because I nuked it and wanted to try streaming to see everything was working. Thanks for being here, Kiki. Also thanks for being mod and lovely mod. Thank you everyone for being here. Love you all. See you Saturday and then Sunday too. Smile. Take care. Be nice to Moo.